of whatever happened at Makiri, because she needs to be accountable for the management and use of the county resources. Honorable Speaker, still at count number 1, we have seen how embezzlement of county government funds has happened through the governor's relatives, which is in contravention of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and also the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, and also the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. Honorable Speaker, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, Section 8, Section 8 states that a state officer is a position of public trust, and the authority and responsibility vested in a state officer shall be exercised by the state officer in the best interest of the people of Kenya. Then part 12 states, section 12, subsection 1 states a state officer shall not use the office to unlawfully or wrongfully enrich himself or herself or any other person. Then section 16 speaks of a conflict of interest, where it says a state officer or a public officer shall use the best efforts to avoid being in a situation where personal interest conflict or appear to conflict with the state officer or public officer's official duties. And Honorable Speaker, the other one speaks of, that is in a Public Officer Ethics Act, where it speaks of nepotism, where a public officer shall not, that is a Public Officer Ethics Act Section 17, a public officer shall not practice nepotism or favoritism. But Honorable Speaker, we have seen the governor's relatives, which we may say do show some conflict of interest. They have drawn county funds through their personal accounts. They have also proceeded, Honorable Governor, to supply or offer tenders to the county where they are ineligible. And Honorable Speaker, that is also proved through a letter where the county assembly asked for IFMI's report from the county executive committee member for finance, whereby they declined. And that one, Honorable Speaker, has a negative influence on the governor, because, Honorable Speaker, where we are supposed to ask for information that they should provide that information unless they are hiding the truth. Therefore, we know that this allegation is a truthful allegation, since they declined to offer us with the IFMI's report to be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that these governors' relatives did not draw from the county funds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me proceed to count number 2. Count number 2, Honorable Speaker, is where the governor is accused of nepotism and related unethical practices. In the previous count, Honorable Speaker, I've shown where the Public Officers Ethics Act, Section 17, states that a person shall not be involved in nepotism or favoritism, but the governor has proceeded, Honorable Speaker, especially where the Beijing Tech Limited Company invited the governor for a tour in China. And Honorable Speaker, you'll be amazed to find out that the governor, in her own wisdom or lack of wisdom, decided to appoint a technical team through the county secretary, which is also in the letters that are attached in the exhibits, where the county secretary, Honorable Speaker, went ahead and appointed the governor's sister, who is a PA, to be a part of the technical team. He proceeded to appoint one of our brothers, who is a bodyguard, Honorable Speaker. And funny, you wonder how a police officer will be part of a technical team to go and benchmark on medical equipment to also proceed to China. She proceeded, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Majority, you do verify if he's also a medical conductor. He can be a medical conductor and then an askari.
Sorry?
Did you verify if he's a medical conductor? What does the document that he has given say?
Honorable Speaker, in part of the exhibits that we have, there is a letter in Chinese by the Beijing League Tech Company. That is in exhibit number page 60 to 67. And also a letter from the court government to the State Department of Devolution, dated 26, page 68 to 75, as all those details. And let me take you through them, Honorable Speaker, page 68 to 75. The letter by the Beijing League Tech Company Limited, Honorable Speaker, let me read it verbatim, was addressed to Her Excellency Governor Kawira Mwangaza, Governor, County Government of Meru, PO Box, blah, 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 Your Excellency, the invitation for a visit to China. And the trend is, Your Honorable Speaker. We are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members to visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China, in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya. Take note, Honorable Speaker, benchmark on state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in our reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya. Among other activities, you'll also have an opportunity to visit other medical equipment manufacturer that produce digital radiography, X-ray equipment, and a mobile C-arm that we plan to manufacture and assemble in Kenya, preferably in a designated special economic zone. With this trip, we believe you will not only get to know who we are and what we offer, but also have confidence with our ability to execute our plans in ensuring that a state-of-art cancer treatment center is set up in Meru, Kenya in time. Then it proceeds and it's signed by a Militon H. Young, Chairman and CEO. Honorable Speaker, the letter was not specific. But in your own wisdom, Honorable Speaker, I wonder how a normal person would appoint a police officer, Honorable Speaker, to go and benchmark or to go and witness the state-of-art linear accelerator machines, which, Honorable Speaker, is not something that everybody will understand. But Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Majority, I believe also a cancer treatment that requires a security officer. Is it true or false?
But security officers, Honorable Speaker, are not required to travel to China to be trained how to protect such facilities. Because, and Honorable Speaker, you see in a letter from the County Secretary and Head of Public Service, he states, which is addressed to the Principal Secretary, State Department of Devolution, the reference is Meru County Delegation Official Visit to China from 7th June to 17th June 2023. In that letter, Honorable Speaker, it is noted that delegation of the Meru County government is scheduled to make an official visit, to China with effect from 7th June to 17th June 2023. And in this respect, the county government of Meru requests the Department of Devolution to communicate this information to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora for the purposes of the letter to communicate to the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Nairobi to issue the county delegation with entry visas. And he states the technical team is as follows, Honorable Speaker. One, Dr. George Mungania, and the identity number is there, who is, I believe, is the County Executive Committee member for health. Number two, Ms. Miriam K. Guantai, who is the personal assistant to the governor. They have indicated there. Number three, Mr. Nefat Kenyo Meme, who is also alleged, Honorable Speaker, to be the husband to the PA. The identity number is there. The title is the Director, External Leakages. And number four, Mr. Murangeri Kenneth Guantai, who is now the brother to the PA and the brother to the governor. And the title is indicated as the administration. So I don't know if it is administration, police, or in which department does he work, because he has even been seconded to protect the governor from the Kenya National Police. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is clearly an act of nepotism, because you would wonder why these relatives will be the only ones to be able to go to China to benchmark. And Honorable Speaker, it is a very unfortunate event, because we understand that Meru County is one of the counties leading in cancer cases. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this one definitely means the county lost an opportunity to be able to get the right machinery and equipments from China, and also to establish a cancer center in Meru that will be there to help our people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even if there is no other county that owns water, this one is enough to send the governor home, Honorable Speaker. Count number still on nepotism and still on nepotism and related unethical practices, Honorable Speaker. One Nefat Kinyua, who is also the governor's brother-in-law, because I've been saying previously that he is the husband to the PA, was appointed, Honorable Speaker, as the director of external leakages without any transparent and competitive recruitment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in all fairness, the position should have been advertised. There should have been a long list. There should have been a short list, and there should have been interviews held to be able to appoint this Nefat Kinyua, who is the governor's-in-law, in the position of director of external leakages. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, you will note that later, Honorable Speaker, I know that my colleagues are asking for the video for the governor's visit to China, so that we can be able to show and indicate how even these relatives of the governor who are not aware of what these machines are, they couldn't even go near the machines to be shown what is happening there. Therefore, I request the table of clerks kindly play for us that video. And there it is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you can see the participants from the county government of Meru. They are well known to most of the members of this Honorable Assembly. But Honorable Speaker, you'd wonder, since the governor didn't travel to China, where was the bodyguard to the governor, who is her brother, going to, or what are they going to do in China, Honorable Speaker? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, there is enough proof of nepotism and favoritism. Honorable Speaker, I was prosecuting the case of employing one Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, the nephew to the governor, as the CEO of the Meru Youth Service, and also, I was executing the one for Nefat Kenya, who is the governor's brother-in-law, as the director of external leakages without transparent and competitive recruitment. And Honorable Speaker, also employing Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, who is a nephew to the governor's husband, as the CEO of Meru Youth Service, and also appointing him to another office of the acting chief officer of the Department of Finance, all of which, Honorable Speaker, I prove for nepotism and favoritism, and also other related unethical practices. Honorable Speaker, Article 236 of the Constitution
Did of majority, are you through?
No, Honorable Speaker, I'm not a lawyer,
Mm.
so I'll take my time to find these articles in the Constitution.
Mm.
Therefore, allow me to do it at my own pace, kindly.
But you have lawyers closer to you.
Who is that, Honorable Speaker?
The
The Deputy
lawyers are
Speaker.
close to you. There are so many.
They will be given a chance when their time comes, Honorable Speaker. They also take time in court.
Okay, majority.
But nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that by employing one Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, who is a nephew to the governor's husband, and one Nefat Kenywa, who is the governor's brother-in-law, is a clear indication of nepotism and favoritism. And furthermore, Honorable Speaker, for these people to be employed, there was no transparent and competitive recruitment. And also, the governor went ahead and assigned diplomatic duties, that is engaging with foreign diplomats and dignitaries to our unqualified sisters, Honorable Speaker. One is Miriam Gwantai, the personal assistant again, and also Rose Gwantai, who is a bodyguard. And Honorable Speaker, you find that these are bodyguards or security officers for the governor who are relatives, are appearing in almost all crucial meetings, even of engaging foreign diplomats and dignitaries, Honorable Speaker. And the evidence is there because it's there in screen grabs or screenshots found on pages 94 to 100 of the exhibits, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to proceed to count number 3, that is bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. Honorable Speaker, these are crimes that the governor has committed oftenly, repeatedly, since the time of inauguration into office, Honorable Speaker, because this was a crime that was also used in the first impeachment process, Honorable Speaker. And in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, if I can remember, and they borrow from one Senator Tobiko, where she cautioned the governor about a loose tongue, Honorable Speaker. But these from this counter evidence provided here, Honorable Speaker, it is evident that the governor of Meru cannot be able to prohibit herself from demeaning and vilifying other leaders, Honorable Speaker. That is evident because we have seen how she has vilified and demeaned the office of the Deputy Governor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we came into office almost the same time with the governor of Meru, I have found the Deputy Governor of this county to be the most humble and loyal servant who was very loyal to Governor Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, Honorable Speaker. But from the Governor, Honorable Speaker, as you'll see in the evidence in some of the screenshots from various WhatsApp groups, the Governor even indicates that the Deputy Governor did not bring any votes to her. Therefore, the Deputy Governor has no right to enjoy the privileges of being in that office. Whereas, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the Constitution, that is Article 180, which regulates the election of the governor and the deputy governor. That is Article 180. I found this one very fast, Honorable Speaker. The election of county governor and deputy governor is provided for in Article 180 of the Constitution, where it starts by saying, number one, the county governor shall be directly elected by the voters registered in the county on the same day as a general election of members of parliament, being the second Tuesday in August in every 5th year. Then it proceeds to indicate that there is a sabbatical 5. Each candidate for election as a county governor shall nominate a person who is qualified for nomination for election as county governor as a candidate for deputy governor. Honorable Speaker, it is the governor who nominates the candidate for a deputy governor. And after nomination, Honorable Speaker, the rate of mercy for the one who is doing nomination ends at that point, Honorable Speaker, because Part 6 indicates, sabbatical 6 indicates, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall not conduct a separate election, not a separate election for the deputy governor, but shall declare the candidate nominated by the person who is elected, not the candidate who is nominated by the person who is elected county governor to have been elected as the deputy governor. Therefore, there is no favor that the governor is doing to the deputy governor because he or she also undergoes the process of elections. And that, Honorable Speaker, gives the candidate or the one who is elected to the office of the deputy governor to enjoy all the privileges that comes with that office, Honorable Speaker. But we have seen the governor, even instructing junior officers of the county to go and use demeaning ones on a person who is senior in the county, Honorable Speaker. In the case of one chief of staff, and I'll read verbatim of what he said. That is provided for in. It's provided for in.
Honorable Leader Majority, I don't get you. Who enumerates the government officers? Is it the governor or who does that?
For remuneration, Honorable Speaker, is for state officers or public officers who are under the county government, and that happens maybe from the Department of Finance. But initially, Honorable Speaker, you know that I indicated so that we are not asked why we are tying the governor to these crimes, that the governor is responsible for the management and utilization of county resources. So that one means she is the overall manager. That's why you would say she is the CEO of the county. Therefore, when Honorable Speaker, you find that the chief of staff of the governor goes to a TV station to demean and vilify the deputy governor, who is elected together with the governor, Honorable Speaker, that is something that must have, or they must have been empowered by the governor, because the governor is the one who appoints the chief of staff, Honorable Speaker. And I want to read verbatim of what the governor, the chief of staff said about the deputy governor. That is provided for in transcript. It's provided for in in a video recording of the governor's chief of staff making highly vulgar, insulting, and demeaning insensitive remarks against the deputy governor on Beta TV, and I'll ask that video be played, Honorable Speaker, so that honorable members and members of the public can see what we mean by a junior officer demeaning a senior officer who is elected together with the governor. And I'll also read the transcript, Honorable Speaker, which is as the video plays, I'll give the number of that transcript on these exhibits booklet, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, kindly play that video.
Gentokera mutuma kodithia igentokera ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baitene dairwa ere national edi kerina toba bengi nationally mutuma ga komira dani era kolera bwana Peter.
Achuge wi migambo enchamba ndatu tumira migambo tewi kedere wi tamonopo ana nchamba lakini mbitekiria bombere mambi jogo idin ro migambo
Honorable Speaker, because I understand some of the councils for the governor do not understand Kimeru, allow me to read the transcript and English translation of utterances made by the governor's chief of staff, Chamba Mbedi, during an interview on Baita TV, which is also owned by the governor through relatives and proxies, Honorable Speaker. And it says in Kimeru, kintukira mutuma kuthithia igintukira ntenda kuga kinya nontu imbije baite nithairwa elikeri ni antu baingi nationally mutuma gakomiera thani ira akurira bwana Peter. What that means in English is what mutuma, now mutuma is the deputy governor, is doing is something I would not want to say here because I know Baita TV as a national audience, Mutuma is defecating on the plate from which he feeds. Honorable Speaker, such derogatory terms to be used on the deputy governor by a chief of staff is really astonishing because this is a junior officer to the deputy governor, where now the journalist proceeds to pretend to assist him to withdraw the ones by saying katuge eu ni migambo ya nchamba na ntenda tutumira migambo ta eu ekethira igwita muno bwana nchamba lakini mbetekeria bwa mbere ma imbije oko withdraw migambo eu. So it is not even so sorry, what it means in English is let us reiterate that those are Nchamba's ones that I would not like us to use because we have a wide reach. But allow me to say that you have withdrawn those ones. So even it is not the chief of staff who is remorseful, it is the presenter who is pretending by saying, allow me to say you have withdrawn these ones. Therefore, furthermore to that, Honorable Speaker, also the governor herself used such ones, or the deputy governor, in a public rally where she said that, and I'll also ask that that clip will be played, Honorable Speaker, where sorry, there is it was not a video record. It is from one of the screen grabs or screenshots of the WhatsApp groups that where the governor and junior government officers are there, where she says, the deputy speaker, can there be the exhibit of where governor was saying that the deputy governor will defecate an avocado simply because it is in a screen grab. Yeah, screen grabs from the WhatsApp groups, the Land Government 012 and Content Mean, copies of which are on pages 125 to 124 of the exhibits, and also screen grabs from the WhatsApp groups, that Government 012 and Content Mean Services, copies of which are produced on pages 125 to 124 of the exhibits, where the governor is saying, page 162. Thank you. And there's a transcript of the same. There's a transcript of the same on page 446 of the exhibits, Honorable Speaker. The screen grab is on page 162. That is in County and Mean Services. County Admin Services, the screen grabs are there, Honorable Speaker, where there is a person called Dr. Kiambi Adero in the group, Honorable Ken Materi Geshige, Gitonga, and on 163, it continues. But to give a transcript of the same, Honorable Speaker, because it is written in languages that maybe some of us do not understand, and that is page 446 or 449, the English translation of the screen grabs from page 163 to 164, being WhatsApp post, made by the Meru governor, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, in the County and Admin Services WhatsApp group, where Chief Officer Motia writes, "People are with us, and I am so encouraged. Today they used police to intimidate our jeshi. Their darkness won't and can't overcome our light." The governor of Meru, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, writes, and DG is in reference to the deputy governor, mobilized fuel levy. Then in Kimeru, she writes, "Bamwe bakachwa ore bakamia biraya mbokando okavaigwa." In translation in English, the governor says,
Honorable Majority, who is saying that?
I say that governor of Meru, Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza.
Okay, continue.
So in translation in English, that means, or what she wrote means, the deputy governor mobilized a few drunkards. Some people will have to find ways of defecating an avocado seed. You'll hear them, meaning, of course, if you are to defecate an avocado seed, you have to be hand crying because of pain, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, what the governor here, or the inference here from the governor is that the deputy governor will be hand crying because maybe she will make him cry or something else. But those are ones from the county CEO, Honorable Speaker, in reference to her deputy, whom they were elected together on the same ticket. And in this group, they are junior officers. Like maybe the ward administrators, because it is called county and admin services. Yes, they are the ward administrators, sub-county administrators, chief officers, who rank lower, way lower than the deputy governor who is elected, Honorable Speaker. And also in the constitution, the deputy governor is given the role of deputizing the governor. Therefore, in the absence of the governor of Meru County, it is the deputy governor who assumes that office. You wonder.
Just a minute, I think the majority. Honorable Jim, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the number 31(3). And Mr. Speaker, I seek to move a motion pursuant to provisions of standing order number 31. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we have a heavy matter before us, and we are only allowed legally to sit here up to 12:30. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to move a motion for the extension of time until we conclude the business of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
Honorable Jim, who is seconding your motion?
I invite Honorable Kangwana, the member for Maua, to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the matters of record. I'm Honorable Kangwana Meriti. I rise to second the motion, and before I sit down, I also concur with Honorable Jim that the matters ahead of us are of essence, and we need time to exhaust whatever is ahead of us so that we can make the public and everyone understand why we are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kangwana. The motion having been moved and seconded, I now propose the question pursuant to the provisions of standing order number 54, which is that pursuant to the provision of standing order number 13A, this honorable assembly to extend its sitting time for this sitting until in the change all the businesses appearing in the order paper. The motion is now ready for debate, and members wishing to contribute on the motion may proceed and catch a speaker's eye. Yes, Honorable Mredi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, sababu ya kumbukumbu za rekodi katika bunge hili. Mimi nafahamika kama Mheshimiwa Mredi nikiwakilisha wandi ya Gembe East. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo ni haku ya haku. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo ni kaski ya kaski. Mheshimiwa Spika, almaarufu siku ya ndovu kumula mwanawe. Sasa tunahitaji muda ambao Mheshimiwa Spika lazima tuchanganue mbivu na mbichi, ndiposa yule ambaye ni mkazi wa gatuzi la Meru aweze kugundua ni jinsi ya uongozi ambao tulionao katika gatuzi hili la Meru. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache naunga kwa kauli mbiu moja kwa moja. Asante.
Thank you, Honorable Mredi. Yes, Honorable Kirinya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the purpose of records, I'm Kirinya Mwenda Benson, specially elected by Devolution Empowerment Party. I rise, Honorable Speaker, to support the motion on an extension of time so that we can exhaustively handle the matter that is ahead of us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. At this juncture, I can see there's no more debate, and I'll give the mover 2 minutes reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank members for sacrificing their precious time. And I've always seen that, Mr. Speaker, this house is made of very selfless members, because every time we have had an issue that is important to this county, they have always been willing to sacrifice their precious time and have it dispensed. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we'll have time to ventilate this important issue for the sake of our county, and we'll have all the time to be able to ventilate on all issues so that also our people who are watching us can be able to understand what is ailing our county. So thank you so much, members, and with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Jim Ochoi. I now put a question pursuant the provisions of Standing Order number 54-2, which is that pursuant the provision Standing Order number 31-3A, this Honorable Assembly do extend the sitting time for this sitting until we change all the businesses appearing in the order paper. Will as many of our similar opinions say aye? We as many of our contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it and the motion is passed. Honorable Leader Majority, please take the floor and continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was saying that the insulting ones and then meaning ones used on the deputy governor by the governor and the subordinate staff in that WhatsApp group. And I was saying, Honorable Speaker, that in the absence of the governor, the deputy governor assumes that office because he deputizes the governor of Meru. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, you wonder how would the deputy governor, in case he assumes that office, how would he work with people who are junior to him and who are using the meaning and the sort of ones, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that is a clear case of vilifying and demeaning other leaders, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, in Leadership and Integrity Act, section 11, Honorable Speaker, Part A states that a public officer shall always carry out duties in a way that maintains public confidence in the integrity of his office. Part B, treat the public and his fellow public officers with courtesy and respect. With courtesy and respect. Therefore, the governor has flouted that provision of the law, Honorable Speaker, which by all means should take out of the helm of the leadership in this county, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the same count, you will know that the governor, through the subordinate staff, excluded the deputy governor from the county executive committee meetings. And the constitution is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that the county executive committee is composed of the following: 1, the governor; 2, the deputy governor. Therefore, meaning, Honorable Speaker, that by excluding the governor from these meetings, the county executive committee meetings, they have already breached the law, because from the Hansard of this assembly, where the deputy governor was invited by the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the deputy governor himself alluded to that he was available he was available for all those meetings, but he was removed from the official WhatsApp groups where he saw the invitation to these meetings. Meaning by removing him from this WhatsApp group, they didn't want the deputy governor to attend the county executive committee meetings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nevertheless, that notwithstanding, they proceeded from evicting the deputy governor from his official office, where his office is situated. And that was done by none other by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Speaker, who wrote a letter indicating, a frivolous letter indicating that they have reorganized the offices and that the deputy governor should move from his office to another building that doesn't confer with the stature of the deputy governor's position, Honorable Speaker, which also means the governor herself allowed insubordination by these subordinate staff, Honorable Speaker. They have proceeded to allege, or they have proceeded to assume that they have received resignation letters from the deputy governor's personal assistant and also the personal driver, whom they are supposed to be provided for by the county government. The chief of staff just get frivolous letters, fake letters, and also indicates that they have accepted the resignation letter of one personal assistant to the deputy governor, and also from the personal assistant to, the personal driver to the deputy governor. Honorable Speaker, all those are evidence in the exhibits that we have, where the personal assistant wrote a letter asking why his salary was delayed. The personal driver also, through his advocates, did the same, requesting for salary that had been withheld, because from their own affidavit, Honorable Speaker, they have sworn that they never wrote any resignation letters, either addressed to the chief of staff or to the county public service board, because that is where, in fact, they should have addressed the letter if they wanted to resign. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is a proof of bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders without even have prosecuted the case where the governor, in front of the President of the Republic of Kenya, accused leaders who are elected in and are also appointed in offices in this country of cartelism and using ones matumbo makubwa ambayo wanalipwa mshahara wa milioni 1,500,000, and I want to request that one as the final proof of that case, for that video to be played, so that all of us can be shown those utterances where the governor vilified and demeaned leaders in the presence of the President of this Republic in a prayer rally in Lare.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria Meru. Watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipwa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi ku make decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi, tumbo zao. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kuna watu hawajakubali kama nani mama. Kama vile kuna watu huko juu ambao hawajakubali rais wetu alishauriwa. Hawaamini ya kwamba mtoto ambaye alikuwa anatengeneza makuku ama a simple person ambaye alitoka vijijini anaweza kuwa rais, na wanamsumbua kwa sababu bado hawajaamini kama president wetu Ruto ni rais pamoja na naibu wake. Hivyo ndivyo ilivyo Meru. Kuna matajiri na viongozi wachache ambao hawajaamini ya kwamba walipoteza katika kura ambazo zilipita. Ni vizuri wajipange na waelewe ya kwamba Meru iko na kiongozi na kiongozi ni gavana ni Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Honorable Speaker, that is clear to everybody that the governor is accusing 10 leaders elected and who are being paid 500,000 and above and 1 million of cartelism. And we wonder, because this is not the first time, even in the previous impeachment process, we are the same charge where the governor and indicating that honorable members of the county assembly are cartels, and that led to a rebuttal in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, but you can see that it is repeated here again. Honorable Speaker, to wind up that count, allow me to take you to Article 75 of the Constitution, which states on how state officers should conduct themselves, and it reads about Article 1, a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, whether in public and official life, in private life. You are not excluded, Honorable Speaker, even in private life, because you are a state officer, either in whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons in a manner that avoids any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties. We have seen previously that she has violated that. Compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or demeaning the office the officer holds. Honorable Speaker, the governor of Meru is the CEO of this county, and we can all see, Honorable Speaker, that she has demeaned the office that that officer owns. It proceeds to state the consequences of contravention to the law, Honorable Speaker, where it states, that is about Article 2, a person who contravenes Clause 1 or Article 76, 77, or 78(2) shall be subjected to the applicable disciplinary procedure for the relevant office, like we are doing now. And B, may, in accordance with the disciplinary procedure referred to paragraph A, be dismissed or otherwise removed from office. The governor has already violated that provision. That is why we are calling for a removal from office, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to proceed to count number 4. And count number 4, Honorable Speaker, is the illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you find that the governor has frequently violated this law, or has frequently violated the Constitution, Part 7, Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Section 45, 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, and 65 of the County Governments Act, Section 4 of the Public Appointments Act, 2017, Section 34 or 3 of the Public Service Commission Act. And Honorable Speaker, I'll start by proving how by appointing one Kenneth Mwetiriongo as chief officer without county assembly approval is a contravention of that law, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, County Governments Act, Section 45, 55, Section 45, 55, 59. Specifically, Section 45 indicates or provides for the appointment of county chief officers, Honorable Speaker. And it reads, whenever a vacancy arises in the office of a county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officer from among persons competitively sourced are recommended by the County Public Service Board. And it ends with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. Honorable Speaker, they need to be competitively sourced and they need to be recommended by the County Public Service Board. Furthermore, to add to that, they need to be approved by this County Assembly, Honorable Speaker. By appointing Kenneth Mutiriongo as Chief Officer without the County Assembly approval is already a contravention of the law, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, in the Public Appointments County Assembly's Approval Act 2017, Section 4, and I wish to take you there, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if you have a copy. There is a County Assemblies. Sorry, the Public Appointment County Assembly Approval Act 2017. It states, Honorable Speaker, that is Section 4, exercise of powers of appointment. It reads, an appointment under the Constitution or any other law for which the approval of a county assembly is required, not for which the approval of a county assembly is required, shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant county assembly in accordance with this act. Therefore, the governor has already contravened the law by appointing one Mr. Kenneth Mutiriongo as a chief officer without county assembly approval. When the governor came into office, Honorable Speaker, out of personal vendetta, she came, Honorable Speaker, and found bodies or sagas or parastatals of the county government which were in operation, which were fully constituted with board members and CEOs, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when she came into office, without even following any disciplinary procedure, sent home 4 CEOs of these boards, Honorable Speaker, one being Paul Mwaki, who is the CEO of Liquor Board, and this Liquor Board is supposed to have a board of directors. Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, who was the managing director of Meru Microfinance Corporation. Joseph Kithure Mberi, Honorable Speaker, who was the CEO of MEWAS. And the governor sent them on indefinite. Indefinite means it's not known when they will come back. Compulsory leave, Honorable Speaker. And they went home with full salary and benefits, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in count number 1, which was misappropriation of county resources, county funds and resources, you see that the county government has been paying these people full salary and benefits for a whole year without them having rendered even a single service to the county government, Honorable Speaker. You wonder why when someone do this, and the law states that the resources for the county government should be prudently and responsibly used. So, Honorable Speaker, that is already a contravention of the law, and the county government has lost so much money because on average, all these 4 CEOs, Honorable Speaker, draw a salary of 350,000 times 12 months, Honorable Speaker, times 4. Anyone can see how much the county government has lost because of actions by one Governor, Honorable Kawira, Mwangaza, Honorable Speaker. And furthermore, Honorable Speaker, there are laws, county government, county assembly, which were passed in this county assembly, Honorable Speaker, which govern these corporations, Honorable Speaker, or these bonds, because, and also they state how the CEOs of these bodies should be appointed or recruited. And Honorable Speaker, these are people who have entered into contract with the respective bonds. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the governor has already usurped powers of these bonds by sending these people home, because it is the board of directors that should send them home after having gone through a disciplinary process, Honorable Speaker, which is normal and which is fair to all employees. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, you find that the governor has usurped powers of these bodies. She has usurped powers of the County Public Service Board. She has even went ahead and usurped powers of this county assembly, because by appointing a chief officer without having come through the county assembly, it means the governor is acting both as the CEO, the executive, and as the county assembly, Honorable Speaker. And that is very long, because the law has provided for the separation of these powers, separation of powers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the governor went ahead and deployed other people in breach of the law to these offices that they have already sent these people on compulsory leave, the CEOs on compulsory leave. She went ahead and deployed other people from wherever she wished, Honorable Speaker, who are not employees of those bonds to come now and become the acting chief officers, Honorable Speaker. And also, that was in breach of our court order, because already when these guys were sent home, they went to court and claimed that they were sent home and procedurally. And the court, Honorable Speaker, directed that these guys be reinstated back into their office, which the governor blatantly refused to honor and obey those court orders, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when we call for the removal of Governor of Meru from office, Honorable Speaker, we have enough evidence and we have enough grounds, because, Honorable Speaker, apart from money usurping powers, we have lost money, public money, through sending these people home, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through the law, it is only the County Public Service Board that is mandated to create offices in the county government, Honorable Speaker. When the governor came in, Honorable Speaker, because maybe she wanted to bring in her relatives or her cronies or people who supported her, she went ahead and created offices called traffic marshals, Honorable Speaker. These traffic marshals did not even undergo any competitive process before being hired, and they are already drawing salaries from the county government, Honorable Speaker, which is also a contravention of the law, because they did not involve the County Public Service Board. Honorable Speaker, we have proved, because the County Public Service Board was invited here in this assembly by the Labour Committee, and they came and stated that there is nowhere that they were involved and there is nowhere that they were required to recruit or create offices for traffic marshals, Honorable Speaker. Even if you go around there in Meru town, you see them maybe marauding in motorbikes around town. They have also went ahead and even arrested maybe people in town. But Honorable Speaker, this is illegal because there is no office under the county structure called traffic marshals, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the governor has contravened the law by even employing a bloated workforce, which is also provided for by by circulars sent to the governors.
Majority. You have mentioned that these traffic marshals use motorbikes. Clarify, who owns these motorbikes? Are they their own? Are they owned by the county government? Or who owns them?
Honorable Speaker, because you have provoked that maybe assessment from me,
Honorable in the majority, I have not provoked you, please. I just want them to know if somebody is driving his own motorcycle, what's the problem with that, Honorable in the majority?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I didn't mean provocation in bad faith. I mean, you have urged me to prove further that these motorbikes are owned by the county government and also these traffic marshals are employed by the county government. And Honorable Speaker, I'll ask for a video to be played where the governor is launching these traffic marshals on motorbikes indicating Meru County government, and they move around with siren, Honorable Speaker, client, we, threatening people around town, Honorable Speaker. And also arresting people they allege are offenders, and maybe they also collect fines from them, Honorable Speaker. Let's see from the clip, Honorable Speaker, you'll see where they are crying, we.
Maofisi ya gavana waida basi kwa ya hizi pikipiki na bado zitakuwa kila macho. Kazi kubwa ni kusaidia mji wetu wa Meru, mji wa Nkego, mji wa Maua, kutoa msongamano wa magari na ndeja neduganile kwethwa kwina ana beku baria patreni baria bedna tabakuri kuthithia kile department ya M&E na bangi baumete kile enforcement kenda city yetu ya Meru ethirwa ikionekana ya city kana idwanilete kwa city kwa mbere bikibiki jiciete na arwa igatetheria kimandu ja maingi muno cha monitoring ni kugatia kiwotekera department cha thikari ciothe kenda icirutaga wira department yendere irega ategerwa ni ana baba betu ni department ya enforcement na revenue ana baba bakega bakethiorokaga nontu itumenyete antu baba ingi patikuri ya ugoti kana ugoti ibukuriwa bugatonye mikono ya antu bakai itumenyete tauni yetu ina mikora ibangite na groups kenda yoguranagia mbesha na batiandiki mtu kwou monitoring part ya na baba kuhakikisha ya kwamba utega kona kena groupings iligo tisiete nguge ite nguge verikare county government of Meru and national government and with no apologies ndaugere Meru to sanitize na to sanitize mikola yende kanere we shall sanitize Meru na si tafadhali tukamitheria nekagwa na tumebatithia na yokere tuge Meru must be happy na mathithio na tuikaragwa gatwine kwa biashara betu barabara ndene Meru town baba ingi banaramikite obishine kwa bamero rere nyangari ingite mbuka kirori kile kinene kigatira mwari ne kaija madhaja bako utinaona baboka iko batuga area eastern kwena mikoa karao yodana kiambesha na batiani kidrikani bandi ukaiko kuliko tunyo tubeti ngo tunyo dimo tauni ne eti ngare hizi kananda kaisi sia tubakedo beti yonka tokani ya mikorere kudhara dimo na yakadhara tubeti kile ya kurobetu no tubaga kila mabrabana kwete barabara na buga traffic batia kuna askari bana shaba government batia kui bakoona mtu hiyo mwiko mmoja ana baba betu ni pata the paso ya monitoring pakedo betu penye ya mantu ya maingi ya gesete yetu utio kaire tugete ke gesete yetu aina matije me aline antu ya kuojwa imbine tabu wengi dare raja na jironga town keda yumbo ke mate na bite kuojwa kwa wana baba bona area na matije ta imwali ne bakalinga report na ito baera supervisor wao kenda tutigera tauni ekudera kiroko ekudera kemikarere ekudera kitabia na ekwa sanitized na ana baba bakedo bakimenya ngariri kuthithia boiling bakomba kuwasiliana na gitengo kia national government kenda ngari shonde shishoka malinyane ya shino tuito haijabile malinya bwana sifiwe kwa unane tutetera kuona kaire ngari shinganirite wena mantu yatina onda dene city popo ne kuo Meru county na kwa ukule kana kware udigo Meru county ukao udigo Meru county na bodongi
Honorable Speaker, you have seen the governor herself commissioning and launching the traffic marshals, and she has even gone ahead to hand them duties of the police. That is, she has created her own militia from nowhere because there is no office called traffic marshal, and also give them the role of policing within our town so that they can protect women from theft of phones and handbags. Which is a contravention of the law. Honorable Speaker. And finally,
Thank you, the leader of majority, for the clarification. You can continue.
Finally, Honorable Speaker, under that count, the governor herself, Honorable Speaker, out of her own inadequacy, has been always appointing people into offices in an acting capacity, Honorable Speaker. If you go around the government, Honorable Speaker, you meet more than 15 acting directors, 10 acting deputy directors, acting chief officers more than 7. And Honorable Speaker, through her actions, she has contravened the law because the law states that no one person should act in an office for more than 6 months. And Honorable Speaker, we already have four public officers who have been acting in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. That is one, Monica Kagwema, a chief officer for youth, Kome Muduri, director health services, Francis Mungai, CEO County Revenue Board, and Silas Babu Moguna, CEO Liquor Board. And Honorable Speaker, all these are key positions in the government that need a place for them to be able to execute their duties. But Honorable Speaker, you see the governor in contravention of the law has given them or has appointed for more than 6 months, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I go to count number 5 because I want to add up so that also my colleagues and maybe the Governor's Council can have time to reply to the counts, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, count number 5 is contempt of court, which is a violation of the law, that is Article 10 of the Constitution, 73, and Section 7 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Section 710 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Honorable Speaker, which all rotates around the rule of law, Honorable Speaker. And in absence of the rule of law, Honorable Speaker, anarchy reigns. And for us to prevent from this anarchy reigning in our county, we must be able to abide by the law, or if you break the law, abide by the convention of the courts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you find that the governor sent home people who are hired by the county government in various parastatals or bonds, and she sent them on compulsory leave. Indefinitely in compulsory leave, Honorable Speaker. They went to court, and the court's, Honorable Speaker, pronounced them. The court pronounced itself by issuing an order, which was issued by the Employment and Labor Relations Court on 7th October 2022, and 417. And Honorable Speaker, after they refused to abide by the court order, the same people went back to court, and a ruling was delivered by the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Meru on 29th September 2023, finding or faulting or citing the governor and other persons guilty of contempt. And that we have a copy, Honorable Speaker. And the order extracted from the ruling is also provided in the exhibits from pages 440 to 441, Honorable Speaker. We also have a video, Honorable Speaker, where the husband to the governor, Honorable Speaker, states that even if the courts pronounce themselves from here to Timbuktu or wherever, that him and other fellow hustlers will chase these people from office. And Honorable Speaker, in all due fairness, allow me to ask that that clip be played so that you can see how these people or the governor of Meru is treating even our courts, not only the county assembly and other offices, but even the courts of this land, Honorable Speaker. Kindly play that video for us.
Thank you. It's okay. You know, majority can proceed.
Wewe ndio tunafurusha. Hata koti ikisema urudi kwa ile ofisi, tutoiti sisi tunashikana na hawa maasura, tunakutoa pale. Tutoiti au takaribia ile ofisi, na pia Mberia aambiwa kwamba hiyo ofisi ya Mewas hata ikaribia.
That is already proved, Honorable Speaker. Toiti, the one that the first gentleman is referring to, is the CEO of Meru County Revenue Board, and Beria, the one is referring to of Mewas, is the CEO of Mewas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me proceed to count number 6, which is illegally naming a public road after husband. And Honorable Speaker, maybe someone see this as a maybe of no effect. But Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there is no small violation of the law. Violation of the law, either in small deeds or big deeds, is violation of the law, and the consequences are the same. That is punishment, because it will be proved that you have contravened the law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was privileged to be in this assembly, in the last assembly, the second assembly, and Honorable Speaker, we came up with a law, with an act, sorry, the Meru County Honors and Awards Act in 2018. And Honorable Speaker, the law of the act gives the procedure of honoring our heroes, honoring people who have performed exemplary performance. And Honorable Speaker, when the governor pronounced through social media pages, official, because it is even verified, that she has officially named a road after her husband, that is Murega Baichu Road. Honorable Speaker, we all wondered if the Meru County Honors and Awards Committee, which is a creation of the law, has ever sat down and received suggestions of naming that road, because that is the provision of the law, if they are verified and confirmed that this person is worthy of a road to be named after Honorable Speaker, and further proceeded to propose to the governor to continue and name that road after her husband, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, that has not happened, or that has not happened. But Honorable Speaker, you find it funny that even the husband now went ahead and accepted that this road be named after me, and if I get money, I'll even tarmac that road, Honorable Speaker, because it is named after him, maybe being because he's the husband to the governor. I don't know. I don't know if he has been or he has performed exemplary in any activity that he undertakes, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, nevertheless, what we are saying is the law has been contravened, and Honorable Speaker, however else more the violation is, the consequences should follow, and the consequences is removal from office of one Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the governor herself has committed a crime of the contempt of the assembly, Honorable Speaker. This is a grave crime, Honorable Speaker, because the assembly has been given powers by the constitution and by the law, Honorable Speaker, to summon any one person to come and either give evidence or produce information that they have on matters pertaining the county government, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, because the governor is the CEO of the county government, and in this position, Honorable Speaker, she is the bigger person, Honorable Speaker. When she received summons from the assembly, she defied those summons, Honorable Speaker, and wrote a letter through the chief of staff, and that letter also as the letter, Honorable Speaker, came from the chief of staff, and the chief of staff also handed himself another title of a private secretary, Honorable Speaker, and because I happen to know this person, I wonder where he undertook his secretarial studies so that he can call himself a private secretary, Honorable Speaker. But the letter was addressed to the assembly, Honorable Speaker, where the chief of staff alleged that or stated that the governor cannot appear here because the president of the republic doesn't also appear in parliament or is never summoned by committees of national parliament, Honorable Speaker. So here the governor is equating herself to the president of the Republic of Kenya, who is the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Honorable Speaker, whereas maybe our governor, we can only say she is the commander-in-chief of the defunct Meru Youth Service. Therefore, you wonder, Honorable Speaker, how will the governor equate herself to the president and decline to appear in the assembly committees, Honorable Speaker. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, you find that the county assembly powers and privileges, the county assembly, County Assembly's Yes Powers and Privileges Act 2017, section 1, this is the constitution, sorry. It is provided for in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and it is also provided for by the County Assembly Powers and Privilege Act. But part of the Constitution that provides for summons by the County Assembly, the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is Article 195, which states, Sub-Article 1, a county assembly or any of its committees has power to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. Honorable Speaker, from my understanding, the law doesn't operate on a vacuum. If the law wanted to state clearly that the governor cannot appear in the county assembly or cannot be summoned to the county assembly, it should have went ahead and indicated a county assembly or any of its committees has power to summon any person with the exclusion of the governor. But it has not stated that, meaning even the governor, when summoned by the county assembly, should appear here and answer to the queries from county assembly committees, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I want to state, Honorable Speaker, that through this impeachment process or through this special motion, Honorable Speaker, we are heeding to the call of the residents of Meru County, Honorable Speaker. And we, the representatives of the people, we have made a decision, Honorable Speaker, that we must bring back the glory, bring back the dignity, bring back the Meru County that we knew, Honorable Speaker, that was avowed and honored all over in this country and beyond, Honorable Speaker. Nowadays, Honorable Speaker, if you go to Nairobi and people ask you where you are coming from, you tell them you are coming from Meru County, they'll ask you, Meru County of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. And you see people astonished why, Honorable Speaker, because we have been exposed to shame, to ridicule, and to all things that we can't even think of, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are doing this for our motherland, and in borrowing ones from one person, Honorable Speaker, we say, if we win, we'll win for our motherland, Meru County, and if we die, we'll die for our motherland, Meru County. Honorable Speaker, have you seen that? Let me invite the minority leader to come and second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority, Honorable Evans Kawira. Honorable Member for Kidhi, Honorable Mwanda. The minority leader, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mwenda Idile, representing the people of Akede 1 and the Lino Minority Party. Mr. Speaker, before I second the motion by the Lino Majority Honorable Evans Mawira on the impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that today is a great day for Meru people. And I'm sure today is the day that Meru will be happy. They must be happy today. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to relieve Meru from this leadership that has become abandoned to Meru people. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that we as the County Assembly of Meru, we are the representatives of people, and we are the legislators. We are supposed to make laws in this house. We are supposed to oversight. And Mr. Speaker, what we are doing today, we are mandated to do it by the Constitution of Kenya. And we are supposed to correct the mess that has been happening in Meru County, Mr. Speaker. And even our people give their views through public participation, Mr. Speaker. And today, out of our own opinions, out of our own experiences, and out of the people's views, today, Mr. Speaker, we want to exercise our mandate given by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Governor Kawira Mwangaza has failed because, Mr. Speaker, Article 10, which talks about the national values and the principles of governance. This is where we find the governor has totally failed. Because, Mr. Speaker, we ought to see some governance in her leadership, but we can't see that, Mr. Speaker. And that's why today we are here as honorable members of County Assembly to correct the mess. Mr. Speaker, on county number 1 that the majority has talked about, or in the motion moved by the leader of majority, Honorable Evans Mawira, on county number 1, that is misappropriation of public funds. Mr. Speaker, we are the people in this county assembly who are supposed to ensure that public funds are utilized in the right manner and they are not embezzled or they are not stolen by people. Misappropriation of funds. Mr. Speaker, we have found in this motion whereby the governor's relative sisters, we have monies, we have funds channeled into the account. For example, in the account of one sister who is Rose Guantai. Mr. Speaker, we have found that through the motion, if you check in the exhibit, you find that in that account or in that to the account of that person who is a sister to the governor and the security officer, 2,769,648 shillings has been channeled into the account of that person, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a person who is a policeman, who is a policewoman, a security officer. We can't imagine, or we don't know whether this person has been contracted by the county government to deliver services, because, Mr. Speaker, this is not a salary. This is money being channeled to this account. And this is why we are saying that Governor Kawira Mwangaza has to be impeached, and she has failed, and she has embezzled the funds for Meru people. Mr. Speaker, we have found that in this motion by the majority leader, the governor or these are the people who have been suspended. They have been accruing funds from the county government. They have been getting full salaries, full benefit from the county government. Yet they have not delivered. They have not been delivering services to the people of Meru. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying the governor of Meru has to be impeached because of the embezzlement of funds in this county government. Mr. Speaker, I want to link that one to the law because we are here to prove. I want to link that one to the law. Article 201. Article 201, Mr. Speaker, on principles of public finance, where it says the following principles shall guide all aspects of public finance in the public. There shall be openness, that is part A, there shall be openness and accountability, including public participation in financial matters. Mr. Speaker, we have sought so many statements from this house, from the executive, but still these statements are not given to this house because there is no accountability, there is no openness, and don't want to surrender those statements to the county assembly. Also, the same in the same article 201, part D, it says public money shall be used in a prudent and responsible way. So, Mr. Speaker, on that account, why we are impeaching governor on embezzlement of funds? The governor, we are seeing the money is being embezzled into the account of those people, and we can't even know the services they supplied, or even, the services they did, or the goods they supplied to the county government of Meru. On account number 2, Mr. Speaker, where we have nepotism, and related unethical practices. Mr. Speaker, on this we find the relatives of the governor, whereby the leader majority has talked about these relatives going to benchmark in the country of China. We haven't had any technical expert who was in that team. Only the relative and the county executive member who is a pharmacist. Mr. Speaker, we have oncologists in this county. We have a cancer department in this county. Because these people had gone to benchmark on cancer machines, we could have seen the governor picking the technical expert from the cancer department and sending them to benchmark in China. But Mr. Speaker, we can say this is a trip whereby people had gone to enjoy themselves, whereby people had gone to maybe to visit the country of China, and maybe to spend the resources of the county government. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is account which we are holding on to ensure the governor of Meru gets impeached, because there's no way a PA or a security officer can have the knowledge about the machines, and even if they go and get the knowledge about the machines, they don't have the mandate to come and execute in the county government, because they have their roles, and they have the roles which they were employed to do in the county government of Meru. Mr. Speaker, on the account number 3, about bullying and the vilification of other leaders, And Mr. Speaker, you remember last time when we impeached the governor, I was a victim of vilification because I was a person who was told to apologize publicly. The governor demanded that I should apologize publicly. Mr. Speaker, on the same about bullying and vilification, I want to refer to Article 28 of the Constitution. Article 28 of the Constitution, where it says, it is about human dignity. It says every person has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. Mr. Speaker, on the same, we have seen the Deputy Governor of Meru being vilified, being humiliated in WhatsApp groups, whereby there are junior officers in those groups, and that's insubordination, Mr. Speaker. And on the same, I want to show the public, or I want to show the people who are following these proceedings on the screenshot by the governor in those WhatsApp groups, whereby she is demeaning the deputy governor and humiliating him. On page 166 of the exhibit, page 166, I'm sure honorable members have this document, the exhibit. On page 166, where the governor wrote on a WhatsApp group, and this WhatsApp group it has junior officers, it has ward administrators, it has all the junior officers who are under the deputy governor because he's the second in command in Meru County. The governor wrote, he thinks I'm the type of a person who can be scared by useless, childish, mannerless, mobilized group of people with threats. Kwanza nitafinya kieleweke. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't see how this one is supposed to come from a governor, a person who is holding such a big office, the CEO of Meru County, the person who is a unifying factor in this county, Mr. Speaker. But she's the one who is writing these ones and saying how or vile atafinya governor, because she wrote in Kiswahili, kwanza nitafinya kieleweke. So these are threats to the deputy governor, and these are humiliation. Actually, this is why, Mr. Speaker, you found that the chief officer could go into a television and say what he said about the deputy governor and defecating on the plate that he feeds on. Because if the governor had to threaten or to use the ones that are not respective to the deputy governor, then you don't expect the junior officers to respect the deputy governor, who is the second in command in this county. Mr. Speaker, on the same, page 190 of the exhibit, you find that the governor wrote, he is now claiming that pesa office of the governor to be split into two. Laughable. I now read in Kimeru, Oyo akaringwa imurungu, wengwa atitumene in Jesus' mighty name. May Jehovah God, who sees the motive in every move, deal with our enemies speedily in Jesus' mighty name. So, Mr. Speaker, on the where the majority has talked about the deputy governor being excluded in the budget, because the deputy governor has been fueling the government car that he has been using. He has been paying for his bills, which are supposed to be paid by the office of the governor, because the deputy governor is part of the office of the governor. They were elected conjointly, both of them. And so this budget that we approve here from this assembly, 173 million, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget to be used by both the governor and the deputy governor. But you find here the governor could write how he could blame the deputy governor for trying or for suggesting that this budget be split so that he can get something from that budget. So, Mr. Speaker, on this account of vilifying and bullying the other leaders or the people of Meru. On this account, Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that the governor will be impeached on this account, because there are several accounts. There are 7 of them. And if, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to prove even 1, even 2, even 3, then the governor will have to be impeached. Mr. Speaker, about on illegal appointment and usurpation of statutory powers, appointing the chief officers on acting capacities who are not qualified. We have seen them. I've heard the move of the motion, Honorable Majority Leader, talking about somebody who was the chief officer for trade tourism, Ken Mweti. And that person hasn't come to this house for vetting. Mr. Speaker, it is not a wonder that you find somebody in Job Group Unche is an acting chief officer in this county government of Meru. I understand some of them who got into employment in Job Group Unche. And still these people have been going up the ladders. Some of them have become chief officers, some of them have become directors, and yet they have not gone through public service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on appointing this person, I mean, they are the person, they are these chief officers or the persons who the governor has appointed in acting capacity for more than 6 months. This is against the law. This is against the law to have somebody in office with an acting capacity for more than 6 months, Mr. Speaker. And still you find in the department of, the same department, the Department of Trade and Tourism, you find, Mr. Speaker, we have more than, I think more than 4 chief officers who have acted for 1 year that we have been, the governor has been in office. Somebody acts for 3 months, then the person is transferred to another department. Somebody acts for 2 months, the person is transferred to another department. Even before the person settles in that department and gets to implement the plans in that department, the person is transferred. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, this person, I tend to think this person, because he or she fails to go in accordance to the wishes of the governor in that department, because the governor might have maybe she might have requested for some things that didn't happen, and then the governor thinks the best way it is transferring this person from that department, and the person is taken to another department. Mr. Speaker, about the traffic marshals, I've heard the majority talk about in the same motion that we have here. These people, I've seen letters of apology. These traffic marshals demanding apology from the matatu operators. They, when they get these matatu operators on wrong, they demand apology letters. They demand the fines. And so, Mr. Speaker, these people have been illegally operating in town, as a majority leader has said. Then, Mr. Speaker, about the contempt of court, here in Meru County, the governor of Meru County seems to be above the law. Because, Mr. Speaker, if the law directs something, if the court directs something to happen, and then the governor doesn't execute that thing, then it means here in Meru, we are in another country. We are not in Kenya, because there is a rule of law in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and this rule of law must be followed. When some people when the governor was directed by court to reinstate Dr. Ntoita and the rest, she refused, Mr. Speaker, and this contravenes the law. And this is the ground that we are studying on, that the governor of Meru should be impeached for contravening or for breaking the law, for not obeying the court. Mr. Speaker, on the contempt of the assembly, we have heard the governor refusing to honor the invitation, the official summoned by the assembly. And Mr. Speaker, the letter by the chief of staff explaining how the governor cannot come to the assembly and answer the summon. Mr. Speaker, these are against the law, this ignorance of the law, because the governor of Meru is not the head of state. she is supposed to come. Actually, she was supposed to come and answer or respond on the allegations that the deputy governor came and gave, because the deputy governor came here and explained on those mistreatment that he has been undergoing in that county government. So the governor was supposed to come and maybe respond on them and say that she did whatever maybe the deputy governor was saying wasn't true. But there's a reason why we are here, so that we execute our mandate as a county assembly, because she never responded. On the same, the contempt of the assembly, Mr. Speaker, we have requested so many statements from this house. Personally, I requested a statement on Impress account, which never came. We pushed, it never came. And even up to date, it has not come to this house, Mr. Speaker. So this contempt of the assembly, and we can't run this county government like this. When something is requested from the executive, it can't come to the assembly. And it is our mandate, Mr. Speaker, that we oversight and check the government. And now, because we cannot be able to check the government, this is why we are saying that Governor Kawira Mwangaza has to vacate the office, so that we may be able to execute the mandate given by our people, so that we may be able to check the government. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have somebody who is the governor, who is the deputy governor, who is the chief officer, who is the CEC, who is even the MC. She has taken even the responsibility of the MCs, Mr. Speaker. She is everything in this county. And so we cannot run the county with the knowledge of one person. And even if we follow the knowledge of this person, the count of Meru is perishing, and the count of Meru is drowning, Mr. Speaker. So this is why she has to vacate the office, so that somebody else who is listening, somebody else who is with the sober mind may take that office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I end and second the motion by the majority leader, I want to say this. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. With the MCs, we have also undergone mistreatment from Governor Kawira Mwangaza. This mistreatment, Mr. Speaker, we have had meetings to discuss development, but the MCs are denying they're excluded from those meetings simply because they are not praising the governor. And the mandate of this house is not to praise the governor. The mandate of this house is to do the three things by the Constitution: legislation, oversight, and representation, Mr. Speaker. But you find, because you are not praising the governor, you go for a meeting, you are excluded. Some of us, personally, I'm a victim. There was a development meeting that was supposed to happen with the elected leaders and the governor, and myself included, the deputy speaker, and some other 4 members. We got excluded from the meeting, Mr. Speaker. And this is the leadership you are saying that we must end today in Meru. That's why we are here, Mr. Speaker. Because if we don't attend those meetings, who is there on behalf of my people, the people of Akete 1? Who is there on behalf of the people of Jiawon, where the deputy speaker represents, Mr. Speaker? This is the leadership that we are heading today, so that Meru may see light, so that everybody else may feel part and parcel to give their views. Rumors are there, Mr. Speaker, but we are not here to give rumors. That even in those cabinet meetings, it's only the governor who gives our views, not anybody else, not even Waziri. It is only the governor who comes and she gives her views, and the meeting ends, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, today we are here to execute our mandate. We are here to tell Kenyans, we are here to tell even our people of Meru what has been happening. Some of Merians know, some of even the people from across the country know about the Meru County, and this we have gone viral as Meru County. And so today, Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer and the prayer of this house that the governor of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, stands impeached today, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, with those few or many remarks, I rise to second the motion by the leader of majority, Honorable Evans Mawira Karia, to impeach the Governor of Meru, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Akivi, Honorable Mwenda Idiri, Leader of Minority, and Honorable Members at the juncture. The motion having been moved and seconded, I now propose the question pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 54.1, which is Article 10 and 73 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 16 of the Leadership Integrity Act 2012, the Leadership Integrity Act, and the Sections 9, 10, and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, the Public Officer Ethics Act establish, among others, the rule of law, democracy, human dignity, courtesy, respect, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, integrity, professionalism, non-discrimination, protection of the marginalized, good governance, transparency, and accountability as part of the national values and the principles of government. 2. Article 10, 73 and 75 of the Constitution requires state officers at all times, whether in the public or private life, to behave in a manner that, among other things, 1, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office that a state officer owns. 2, ensures decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, or other improper motives. And 3, demonstrates discipline and commitment in service to the people. And 4, avoids demeaning the office that a state officer owns. 3, Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution and Section 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012, the County Government Act, provide for the values and principles of public service and establish an elaborate regulatory framework for the establishment of county public offices and the recruitment, employment, deployment, transfer, and dismissal of county public officers. 4, Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 3 of the County Government Act, and the Standing Order number 65 of the Standing Orders of the County Assembly provide for the impeachment of county governors for 1, gross violation of the Constitution, 2, gross violation of any other law, and 3, abuse of office, and 4, gross misconduct. 5, the governor has, despite a previous impeachment process and the warnings from the Senate, persistent in discrediting acts, the discrediting acts that singly and collectively amount to 1, gross violation of the Constitution, 2, gross violation of various national and county laws, 3, gross abuse of office, and 4, gross misconduct. 6, the discredited acts have exposed the office of the governor, the office of the deputy governor, the assembly and its leadership, and the people of Meru, the county, to national shame, scandal, embarrassment, ridicule, and disgrace. 7, the discredited acts have created a toxic environment in which the governor cannot be legitimately expected to or relied upon to work harmoniously with the deputy governor, county government staff, MCAs, and other elected leaders. 8, the governor continues to stay in office as persistently undermined effective and efficient services delivery and gravely hurt the interests of people of the county. And 9, the Assembly resolves to impeach the governor and at 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and the Standing Orders 65 of the Standing Orders of the Assembly on the following grounds. Count 1, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. 1. The governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10, 73, 201, 226, 5, 227, and 232 of the Constitution, sections 8, 12, 13, 1, 16, 17, and 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. The Integrity Act, section 55 and 66 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. The Procurement Act and the sections 45(2) and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the Anti-Corruption Act, by engagement, connivance, or complicity in the following. A, the embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sister, Rose Kinya Guantai and Miriam Guantai, brother Kennedy Guantai Murangiri, brother-in-law Nefat Kenywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, all of whom are from now on collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. B, the withdrawal of county funds and the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they are, i.e. the governor's relatives, are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county government. C, paying full salary and benefits for more than a year to Dr. Ntoit, CEO of County Revenue Board, Form Waki, CEO of Rika Board, Kenneth Kimathi Baye, CEO of Meru Microfinance, and Joseph Kidure Mberia, CEO Mewas, while knowing that those officers were not rendering any services to the county, and D, the diversion and misuse of county resources, including funds and motor vehicles, to run the governor's private charity, dubbed Korea, despite a previous promise to the Senate in previous impeachment proceedings to refrain from contracting official county operations and Korea operations. 11, evidence of the governor's engagement, canvass, or complicity in the preceding. 1, gross violations of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, a complaint by Turandira Sareshi Mutuma to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the EACC, dated 11th August 2023, and the attachment to it, a copy of which is produced on page 1 to 29 of the exhibit. B, a letter by the clerk of the Assembly dated end October 2023, requesting a certified copy of Meru County infamous records, a copy which produced on page 30 of the exhibit. C, a letter by the CCM for Finance dated 11th October 2023, declining to furnish a certified copy of Meru County infamous records on frivolous grounds, thus inviting an adverse inference against the governor in relation to the complaint raised by Mutuma Sareshi Durandera, a copy of which is produced on page 132 of the exhibit. D, payslips for Dr. John Toiti, Joseph Kidoremberia, and Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, copies of which are produced on page 33 to 41 of the exhibit. And he, the Maua Chief Magistrate Court Miscellaneous Criminal Application number E085 of 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 42 to 47 of the exhibit. F, charge sheets against Sadesho Munene Kanga, Araya Samaritan, and Isaiah Antolibi Keyoki, employees of the county government, relating to the violence that elapsed at the governors of Korea Rari at Makiri, copies of which are produced on pages 48 and 48 to 49 of the exhibit. G, payslips for Sadesho Munene Kanga, Araya Samaritan, and Isaiah Antolibi Keyoki, confirming their status as employees of the county, copies of which are produced on pages 50 to 51 of the exhibits. And H, A video recording of the violence that erupted at the Okorea rally held at Makiri on 16 September 2023, which is saved in the first disc presented herewith and the transcript of which is produced on pages 52 to 53 of the exhibit. Count 2, nepotism and related unethical practices. The governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, Sections 12, 17, and 24 of the Public Office Ethics Act 2003, 3, Section 13(1)(b), F 16 and 24 of the Leadership Integrity Act 2012, and 4, Section 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012, the County Government Act by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the following. A, fraudulently misrepresenting the governor's relatives as a technical team for purposes of travel to China to inspect and certify cancer treatment equipment while knowing that the governor relatives are not medical professionals. B, employing Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, who is a nephew to the governor's husband, as the CEO of Meru Youth Service, MYS, and acting chief officer of the Department of Finance. C, the designation of Nefat Kenywa, who is the governor's brother-in-law and the director of external linkages without transparent and competitive recruitment. And D, assigning diplomatic duties, namely engagement with foreign diplomats and dignitaries to unqualified sisters, i.e. Medium Guantai PA and those Guantai bodyguard. 13, evidence of the governor's engagements, connivance, and or complicity in the proceeding. 1, gross violation of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct. And 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, a letter by the ESCC to the governor dated 19th October 2022 relating to nepotism, cronyism, and other unethical acts, a copy of which is produced on page 54 to 56 of the exhibit. B, the governor responds to the letter alluded to in paragraph A and above, confirming the employment status of the governor's close relative, a copy of which is produced on pages 57 to 59 of the exhibit. C, letters in English and Chinese by Beijing Big Tech Company Limited, dated 25th April 2023, inviting the governor to China to benchmark cancer treatment equipment for installation at a cancer treatment center in Meru, copies of which are produced on pages 60 to 67 of the exhibit. D, a letter from the county government to the State Department for Devolution dated 26 May 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 68 to 75 of the exhibit. E, an internal memo by Kusa Asel to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Devolution dated 5th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 76 to 85 of the exhibit. F, a letter from the State Department for Devolution, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dated 5th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 86 of the exhibit. G, videos of the governor's relatives in trip to China, which are produced in the first disc presented herewith. H, a letter dated 6th June 2023, describing Nefat Kenywa as the director of external linkages, a copy of which is produced on page 87 of the exhibit. I, a short list and interview schedule for various posts in the office of the governor, dated 6 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 88 to 91 of the exhibit. And J, an internal memo dated 23rd August 2023, appointing Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, the CEO of Meru Youth Service, as the acting chief officer, finance, a copy of which is produced on pages 92 to 93 of exhibit. And K, the screen grabs of the governor's official Facebook post on 23rd May 2023, copies of which are produced on pages 94 to 100 of the exhibit. Count 3, bullying, verification, and demeaning other leaders. 14. The governors as grossly violated, among others, 1 Articles 10, 19, 2, 28, 73, 75, and 179 of the Constitution, 2, Section 9B, 19 and 24 of the Public Officers Ethics Act, 3, Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and 4, Section 32 and 3, Section C and D of the County Government Act by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in, among others, the following. A, exclusion of the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings and other official functions. B, bullying, undermining, and posting, insulting, and demeaning messages about the deputy governor in our subgroup, Sound Than Government 012, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the deputy governor. C, encouraging and condoning insubordination and the making of insulting and demeaning public utterances by subordinate staff against the deputy governor and other elected leaders. D, bullying, undermining, and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the deputy governor in our subgroup Sound County and Mean Services, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the deputy governor. E, encouraging and condoning the removal of the deputy governor by junior officers from official county WhatsApp communication forums. F, arbitrary suspension, dismissal, withdrawal, and frustration of the staff of the office of the deputy governor. G, illegally, irregularly, and fraudulently holding the deputy governor's staff out of office by purporting to accept their non-existent designations. H, arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation for legitimate operations of the office of the deputy governor. I, threatening to inflict bodily harm against the deputy governor orally and in WhatsApp chats. J, forcible breaking, entry, and sacking of the deputy governor's office. K, changing the locks to the deputy governor's office. I, arbitrary location of the deputy governor's office. M, arbitrary withdrawal of security from the deputy governor's residence. And N, persistently making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders, despite the same issue featuring prominently in the previous impeachment proceedings. O, making insightful, insulting, and demeaning remarks against other leaders by falsely accusing them of cartelism at a presidential Thanksgiving service held in Lare, despite this issue arising in the previous impeachment proceedings. And lastly, P, encouraging, conniving, and condoning husbands insulting and demeaning public utterances and musical performances against other elected leaders, despite this issue featuring in the previous impeachment proceedings. 15, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the preceding. 1, gross violation of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct, and 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, the answer of the meeting of the Secretarial Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion held on 29 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 101 to 124 of the exhibits. B, screen grabs from the WhatsApp group Sound Than Government 012 and account and admin services, copies of which are produced on pages 125 to 194 of the exhibits. C, correspondence relating to the appointment of Patrick Nkonga as the personal assistant, the deputy governor, a copy of which is produced on page 195 to 198 of the exhibit. D, a letter by the governor chief of staff dated 22nd May 2023, purporting to accept an non-existent resignation from Patrick Nkonga, a copy of which is produced on page 199 of the exhibit. The purported resignation of Patrick Nkonga on 19th May 2023 is a publication of the governor's chief of staff. E, a claim by Patrick Nkonga for withheld salary dated 23 August 2023 a copy of which is produced on page 200 to 201 of the exhibit. F, the appointment letter for Kambudo Paul Gikamati as the chief driver, the deputy governor dated 30th August 2022, a copy of which is produced on pages 202 to 203 of the exhibits. G, a letter by the governor chief of staff dated 19th May 2023, purporting to accept an non-existent resignation from Kambudo for Gikamati, a copy of which is produced on page 204 of the exhibits. H, a demand letter by Kambudo for Gikamati advocates for withheld salary dated 13th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 205 to 211 of the exhibits. I, a letter by the Deputy Governor, Personal Assistant, the Chief of Officer, Public Administration dated 14 July 23, a copy of which is produced on page 212 of the exhibits. J, correspondence dated 11 August 2023 to 11 September 2023 relating to repairs, services, and fuel for the Deputy Governor's official motor vehicle, copies of which are produced on pages 213 to 219 of the exhibits. K, an internal memo by the Deputy Governor, Personal Assistant to the Chief Officer Finance dated 29 August 2023, requesting facilitation to attend a Meru Readers meeting at the Nakuru State Lounge, a copy of which is produced on pages 220 to 225 of the exhibit. I, an internal memo by the Deputy Governor to the County Secretary relating to CEC meeting dated 25 August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 226 of the exhibits. M, correspondence between the Governor, Chief of Staff, the Deputy Governor, and the County Secretary dated 30th August 2023 to 12th September 2023 relating to the relocation of the Deputy Governor's office, copies of which are produced on pages 227 to 229 of the exhibits. N, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly relating to the office facilitation dated 30th August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 230 of the exhibits. O, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly relating to the exclusion from CEC meetings dated 30th August 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 231 of the exhibit. P, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Secretary of the County Public Service Board relating to the staffing of the Deputy Governor's office dated 30th August 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 232 of the exhibit. Q, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya relating to Constitution dated 1st September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 233 of the exhibits. Al, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Clerk of the Senate relating to an invitation to CEC meeting and office facilitation dated 1st September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 234 of the exhibits. S, a letter by the Deputy Governor to the Chairperson of the Council of Governors and the Chairpersons of the Deputy Governor's Caucus relating to reconciliation dated 1st September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 235 of the exhibits. G, an internal memo by the Deputy Governor to the County Secretary dated 11 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 236 of the exhibits. U, receipts evidencing the Deputy Governor's expenses on official motor vehicles after the denial of the facilitation, copies of which are produced on pages 237 to 242 of the exhibits. V, correspondence relating to the invitation of CECM for finance to appear before the Assembly to shed light on complaints by the Deputy Governor, a copy of which is produced on pages 243 to 248 of the exhibits. W, police OMB numbers relating to breaking in the Deputy Governor's office and forgery of his driver's resignation letter, copies of which are produced on page 249 of the exhibit. And X, a video recording of the governor accusing other leaders of cartelism at a presidential Thanksgiving service held in Lare, which is saved in the first disc presented herewith, and a transcript which is produced on page 250 of the exhibit. Y, Video recording of an insulting, demeaning, and insightful musical performance by the governor and the husband at Kyotene, which is saved in the flash disk presented herewith, and the transcript of which is produced on pages 251 to 52 of the exhibit. Then, video recording of the governor, chief of staff, making highly vulgar, insulting, demeaning, and insightful remarks against the deputy governor on Vita TV owned by the governor through relatives and proxies, which is saved in the flash disk presented herewith, and the transcript of which is produced on page 447 of the exhibit. And video recording of the governors, the sitting MCA and other elected leaders at a public rally and boasting of how she easily won previous impeachment proceedings, a copy of which is saved in the press disk presented herewith. Count 4, illegal appointment and usurpation of statutory powers. The governor has grossly violated, among others, 1 Article 10, 41, 201, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, Sections 45, 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act. And 4, Section 4 of the Public Appointment County Assemblies Approval Act 2017. 5, Section 34, 3 of the Public Service Commission Act 2017, and 6, Section 9(2) of the Meru County Revenue Board Act 2014, 7, Section 4(2) of the Meru County Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2014, 8, Section 11(2) of the Meru County Microfinance Corporation Act 2010, and 9, Section 18(2) of the Meru County Water and Sanitation Services Act 2014, by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in, among others, the following. A, appointing Kennedy Mwetiriongo as a chief officer without county assembly approval. B, sending Dr. Antwit, CEO of the County Revenue Board, for Mwaki, CEO of Rickham Board, Kenneth Kimadi, by managing director of Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kidore, Beria, CEO MEWAS, on an indefinite compulsory leave with the full salary and benefits, in the usurpation of the powers of the appointing authorities under the relevant Meru County laws. C, deploying other persons in breach of a court order to perform the functions of the persons alluded to in subgroup C above. D, appointing unqualified person, Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, Kennedy Mwetiriongo, and Gitobu Kanata as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. E, disregarding the criteria for the establishment of offices within the County Public Service by recruiting traffic marshals without the involvement of the County Public Service Board. F, usurping the powers of the County Public Service Board by creating offices of the traffic marshals, which is the sole reserve of the County Public Service Board. G, employing unbroken workforce, more than 100 personal staff in the office of the governor. H, irregularly designating and paying various cleaners as senior support staff, while having 16 support staff. I, appointing the foreign persons to own county offices in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. 1, Monica Kawira, Chief Officer Youth. 2, Kwame Muduri, Director of Services. 3, Francis Mongai, CEO, County Revenue Board. 4, Silas Babu Muguna, CEO, Rickham Board. Evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, L, complicity in the preceding. 1, gross violation of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct, and 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, documents relating to the staffing needs of the office of the governor, adverts and shortlisting of chief officers, copies of which are produced on page 235 to 294 of the exhibit. B, an internal memo by the county secretary dated 29 August 23, a copy of which is produced on pages 295 to 296 of the exhibit. C, summons issued by the Assembly Secretary Committee on Labor, Public Service, and Social Welfare on 26 September 2023, copies of which are produced on pages 297 to 310 of the exhibit. D, response by the County Secretary communicating the decision of the Governor, the Chief of Staff, County Secretary, CCM Finance, and the Fleet Manager not to appear before the Sector Committee of the Assembly, thus inviting an adverse interference against the Governor, a copy of which is produced on pages 311 to 312 of the exhibit. E, the answer of the meeting of the Sector Committee on Labor, Public Service, and Social Welfare held on 5th October 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 313 to 323 of the exhibit. F, the County Public Service Human Resource Manual 2013 and the Public Service Commission Human Resources Manual 2016, relevant extracts of which are produced on pages 324 to 334 of the exhibits. And I'll repeat F, the County Public Service Human Resource Manual 2013 and the Public Service Commission Human Resources Manual 2016, relevant extracts of which are produced on pages 324 to 334 of the exhibits. And G, internal memo dated 22nd December 2022 by the County Public Service Board to chief officers through the County Secretary advising on transfers, appointment, and establishment of offices within the County Public Service, a copy of which is produced on pages 335 of the exhibits. H, letters sending various officers on compulsory leave, copies of which were produced on pages 336 to 342 of the exhibit. I, circulars, guidelines from the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, the Transition Authority, and Salaries and Remuneration Commission on the staffing of the Office of the Governor, copies of which are produced on pages 343 to 353 of the exhibits. J, correspondence relating to the broadened workforce to the Governor's Office, copies of which are produced on pages 354 to 362 of the exhibit. K, payslips relating to some of the broadened workforce in the Office of the Governors, copies of which are produced on pages 363 to 382 of the exhibits. I, correspondence between the Assembly and the County Public Service Board on the appointment of chief officers and the employment and of various staff within the Office of the Governor, copies of which are produced on pages 383 to 408 of the exhibit. M, screen grabs from the Governor's official Facebook page relating to the appointment of traffic marshals, copies of which are produced on pages 409 to 412 of the exhibit, and a video recording of the Governor's flagging of traffic marshals saved in the first list presented herewith, and a transcript of which is produced on pages 413 to 14 of the exhibit. Count 5, contempt of court. The Governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10 and 73 of the Constitution, Section 7 of the Leadership Integrity Act, 10 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, by connivance or complicity in a contaminacious, stubborn refusal to obey law of court orders, evidence of the Governor's engagement, connivance or complicity in this gross violation of the Constitution of the law, gross misconduct, and 2, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, a video recording saved in the flash disk presented herewith, and a transcript of which is produced on page 415 of the exhibit. B, an order issued by the Employment and Labor Relations Court on 7th October 2022, a copy of which is produced on pages 416, 417 of the exhibit. C, a ruling delivered by the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Meru on 29 September 2023, finding the Governor and other persons guilty of contempt, a copy of which is produced on pages 418, 439 of the exhibit. And D, an order extracted from the ruling alluded to in the preceding subparagraph, a copy of which is produced on pages 440 to 441 of the exhibit. 6, illegally naming public road after husband. 19, the Governor has grossly violated, among others, Article 10 and 73 of the Constitution, Section 7 and 411, 11.1, C of the Meru County Owners and Awards Act 2018 by naming a public road after husband without following the applicable statutory procedures. 20, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance or complicity in the aforesaid gross violation of the Constitution and the law, gross misconduct and gross abuse of office to be found in A, as screened up from the governor's official Facebook page, a copy of which is produced on page 442 of the exhibit, and B, as screened up from the governor's husband official Facebook page, a copy of which is produced on page 443 of the exhibits. Count 7, contempt of the assembly. 21, the governor has grossly violated, among others, articles 1, Article 10, 174, 1, 185, 3, and 195 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the County Government Act 2012, and 3, Sections 18 to 22, and 27 of the County 3, Sections 18, 22, and 27 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017 by engagement, connivance, or complicity in the following. A, refusing to honor of summons to appear before the Assembly Secretarial Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion to answer questions on the matters raised in the preceding parts of this impeachment motion. B, the electing a chief of staff and a compliance and lucky in malfeasance to write a contemptuous letter to the Assembly in response to law summons to appear before the Assembly Secretarial Committee on Legal Justice and Cohesion, and C, in the refusal by a CCM Finance and County Secretary to furnish documents to the Assembly on the previous grounds that 1, an coherent audit process was underway, and 2, the matters raised by the Assembly were subjudiced. The latter previous ground being also deciduous and contravened when viewed against the fact that the governor has already been convicted of contempt of court. 22, evidence of the governor engagement and conveyance or complicity in the aforesaid gross violation of the Constitution and the law is to be found in a letter by the governor's chief of staff dated 11th October 2023, a copy of which is produced in pages 444 to 445 of the exhibits. Honorable members, before we begin the debate on the motion that is now, honorable members, before we begin the debate on the motion that is now before the House, it is my fundamental principle in law that an accused person has the right to be heard and to face the accuser on the allegations before them. Indeed, this is the essence of Articles 47 and 50 of our Constitution. To this end, I now invite Her Excellency the Governor of Meru County, whether by herself or by council, to take the floor and make a submissions of the grounds and the particulars of the motion before this Honorable Assembly for a period not exceeding 1 hour. And I have received a letter from one Dunstan Omari, who, as per the letter, is supposed to represent the governor because the governor is not with us. And council, I would wish to invite you this juncture to make your remarks. And Juan Omari, I know you come from the other side of the Meru, you are our cousins. And I don't want you to go back when you go to Kisi and says your cousins in Meru denying you time to make your contribution and defend the governor. In this case, I would ask you kindly, how many hours would you like me to grant you for the purpose that is ahead of you? Juan Omari.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes,
and
welcome.
honorable members who are brothers and sisters by blood. I have quite a monumental task to discharge, and I'll discharge it fairly well. 2.5 hours. Parliament has already asked for more time. Let me play well in my territory. My relatives cannot deny me to hear their son. I have others that are here 2.5 hours. And I'll structure it to allow all the councils. We have split because this is going to be the biggest debate that has ever been done in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, my big cousin and grandson Omari. You know, the Kizis and the Merus are the same. And I believe you grant the 2.5 hours that you want, so that when you go back home, you don't tell them ungood stories about the Meru and your cousins. Clerk, know the time. Clerk, please know the time, so that at that time, then we can proceed with that business. Council can continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as I said to all the members of Meru County Assembly and the citizens who are at the public gallery, my full names are Wakili Danstan Omari. I am going to lead a team to defend the governor of Meru County over serious allegations that have been put by the accusers. First and foremost, accept the apologies of the governor for her not being present today, but she's ably represented by a battery of 7 lawyers who are equal to the task. The first issue that I'll raise through the Mr. Speaker is to go back to the standing orders of Meru County and refer to standing order number 90. Standing order number 90, it is a standing order for Meru County Assembly. The import of that standing order has a bearing and a grave bearing to the proceedings that we have today. In the wisdom of the County Assembly of Meru, they made that law and gave it to themselves, that it shall bind the County Assembly. It cannot be run away from. It is the supreme law of this County Assembly. It has not been repealed. It has not been varied. It has not been deleted. It is currently the law of this assembly. What does it say? Mr. Speaker, sir, it reads matter sub judice or secret. And 91 says, subject to paragraph 5, no member shall refer to any particular matter which is sub judice or which by the operation of any written law is secret. We delete secret. It's no longer a secret question, it is sub judice. And the honorable members of Meru County Assembly defined what sub judice is in sub rule 2. A matter shall be considered to be sub judice when it refers to an active criminal or civil proceedings, and the discussion of such matter is likely to prejudice its fair determination. The wisdom of the members of the County Assembly said they will never touch any matter that is before a competent court of law. The reasons Parliament came up to that reason is that any determination before the Assembly is likely to prejudice a decision before the courts of law. And in the wisdom of Parliament, they extended it to cover both criminal and civil. These honorable members of Parliament of the County Assembly went in paragraph 3 to say, in determining whether a criminal or civil proceeding is active, the following shall apply. Very detailed. 1. 3A.
AJ Meru TV. Magic has hit your imagination of TV. A brand new
it shall be deemed to be active when arrangements for hearing, such as setting down a case for trial, having been made until the proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinuous. Today, before I came to this honorable house, were before the Court of Appeal. A judgment or a ruling is coming out on Friday over the same issues that are before this honorable house. Do we close our eyes? The governor has been charged for contravention of the law. The governor's allegations are an allegation of abuse of the Constitution. The governor's allegations against her are based on law. Do we ourselves close our ears from following the law? And we say we must defend the law against the governor, but the law cannot be enforced against us. Members of the county assembly, that is the question before the speaker and before you. Number D, appellate proceedings like the one we are today, whether criminal or civil, shall be deemed to be active from the time when they are commenced by an application for leave to appeal or by notice of appeal until the proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinued. The law, as you passed it, says an appellate appeal either from a magistrate's court or from a high court to the Court of Appeal, or from a Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, binds this assembly. Now the burden on the governor is on number 4. That whoever alleges, a member alleging that a matter is sub judice, shall provide evidence to show that paragraph 2 and 3 are applicable. We shall table all the cases that are alive in court, and those cases are touching all the 7 counts that the governor is facing. That in itself, in the question of law, is a preliminary objection on the question of law. Once that question is determined, I'll pack to leave to Nyamira, or I'll continue with the submission. Because if a question of law has been raised, a preliminary objection of law, that these proceedings, there is no jurisdiction to entertain this matter. Because the matters are active in a court of law. Do we reconstitute ourselves and close our ears and close our eyes and see a good case you have against the governor being thrown out at technicalities? Reconsider and let the matters be determined, that those matters that are in the High Court, let those matters in the Magistrates' Courts be determined, let those matters in the Court of Appeal be determined, bring a proper motion, remove your governor, because that is your right. It cannot be taken away by anybody. It is protected by 55 million Kenyans who passed the Constitution on the 27th of August 2010. It goes further and says, in paragraph 5, notwithstanding the standing order, the Speaker may allow reference to a matter before the House or a committee. The Speaker can only have a reference or a citation. So the question I'm pushing ahead, and my colleagues are pushing, is how did this motion of impeachment pass the threshold for it to be in the order paper as a subject of discussion? It was an error, and we simply agree that that error is not fatal. We stop this matter until when the law allows you to remove the governor. It is your right. I'm telling you, it is your right. Some of the matters my good friend Mutuma will raise are filed by the assembly. Can we move one step further? Second question. The question about public participation. A report has been tabled. A report has been tabled. When you look at the standing order 68, look at it. Standing order 68. Says the accused person needs to be given at least, and it is shall, 2 hours to read, to update herself, to instruct his counsels on what to answer. That report is only known to others, not to the person accused person. Is that the order that we need to be given that report? Look at it, at least 2 hours. We take instructions from the governor. We respond appropriately. Third issue on question of law. What does the law say on where public participation is supposed to be done? Is it in the sub-counties or is it in wards? Is there any elected or nominated member of the county assembly representing a sub-county? As we are here, all of you represent wards. Public participation is ward-based. It is not administratively based on the national government. It is an election-generated mechanism that allows people as constituted in the elective positions, elective places, they make decisions based on the wards. By identification of them being voters in that ward, being beneficiaries of government services from the county government of Embu, of Meru, to those wards. There is no national member of parliament here who represents a constituency. And that is why we are saying we needed to have that report and tell it that it is not proper. The public participation, if ever it was done on a wrong path, on a wrong locality. Lastly, on a question of law still, who was the public participation targeting? Look at the summons. The summons are in regard to a person called Notice of Motion for the Removal of the Governor Meru County, Honorable Bishop Kawira Faith Mwangaza. Who is that person? When my brother stands and gives you the documents of the true name of your governor, you were present. You were present when she was being sworn in by the judiciary. There was nobody sworn in by the judiciary called Bishop Kawira Faith Mwangaza. We have the judiciary certificate here. It is public knowledge. You have the deed poll that was sworn way back in 2012. Change of names. Public participation was done for a stranger. My full names are Dunstan Omari Mugak. If you do participation, public participation for Evans Omari Dunstan, that is not the governor. Are we properly? Public participation was targeting a stranger, total stranger. And that is why the standing orders cannot allow me to sit there. I'm a stranger. You have reserved fees for strangers. How do you discuss a stranger? Those 4 points, I'll allow Mutuma to reinforce them. Procedures and the rule of law cannot, shall not, will not be bent under my watch. I will not. And I've given those 4 points to show. Otherwise, if we do not follow procedure, then we will not be. Mr. Speaker sir has even told me that I can come and contest to be a member of parliament or an MCA from here because my blood is here. If I'm coming to contest in 27, let me contest when we have upheld the law.
Omari, please give Omari a bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
Yes.
Thank you.
You
I've
can
done
continue,
tremendous. I've done tremendous work. It's only that they cannot clap for me because they are my friends, all of them. We are even taking photos. I have nothing personal. But the governor should go home pursuant to the laws of the Republic of Kenya. Not any shortcut. For now, let us deal with the question of the process. Mwenda, you know you are a son of this area. Go slow.
Thank you, Omari. Mwenda, you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm Mwenda Kenywa, and I'll proceed from where our senior Omari has just ended. What we are saying is this is a very emotive motion, but the issue is on the timing. We have cases, as senior said, which are already in court of law. And this leads us to subdue this, as he has been mentioning. And you ask yourself, why this time, when we have few days to the determination of such matters. Some matters are even before state organs like EACC, and they are yet to be determined. As Dunstan has said, we have no problem with the impeachment, but the process should be justifiable. The process should be fair, and the process should be legal. I'll take you through a number of cases that are already in courts of law, most of which, as my senior said, we may be parties as county assembly members or even county assembly, and we know them very well. This, we have arranged them in according to the counts, and very fast I'll take you through the first one, which was on embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sister, Rose Kinya Guantai and Miriam Guantai, brother Kenneth Guantai, and the rest as per the move of the motion, who is a good friend of mine. The case that is in court, and we want to produce it in this forum, is there is a Meru constitutional petition number E016 of 2023. Who are the parties? Alfred Mutuma versus Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza and another, and County Assembly of Meru and another. County Assembly of Meru and another. That means this was in our books. It's an information that we have. There's a case going on. The matter is threatened to get the elections from the court on the 14th of November, 2023, just few days from today. On the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for the various supplies by the governor's relatives, there's a constitution petition that is in court. Again, that is the same. And I wish 16, I wish also to table the same, which is the same case. Meru Constitution Petition number E016 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table this as exhibit of the same. If you allow me, maybe I can finalize the list and then table them as package. Thank you, Speaker. Another one is on diversion and misuse of the county resources. We shall use the same matter that is in court as evidence of sub judice, and still the directions are to be given on the 14th of November. In regard to the complaints by one Duranera Saresio Mutuma to the ethics and anti-corruption, which I've just mentioned, we will use the same case of E016 of 2023, which still the matter is latent for the elections on the 14th. And this is the one. Regarding the letter to the clerk of the assembly requesting a certified copy of Meru County IFMIS records, we shall use the same authority, which is E016 of 2023, and still the elections are slated for the same date. The same on the allegation of, as regards to the letter by the CECM of Finance, that is dated that 11th October 2023, declining to furnish a certified copy of the IFMIS, we shall use the same case. Where we are waiting the elections in few days to come. On the pay slips for one Dr. John Toiti Joseph, John Toiti, Joseph Kedore, Beria, and Kenneth Kemadimbae, there is a case that is in labor courts, ERLC petition number 1 of 2022. Who are the parties in this case? We have Joseph Kedore Mberia and 3 others versus County Secretary of Meru and 2 others. The matter is slated for mention to confirm compliance on the 7th November 2023. Again, these are a few days from today. As seniors just mentioned in Order 90, Standing Order 90, about criminal matters, there is a charge sheet against one Salesio Munene Kanga, alias Samaritan, and Isayan Toribi Kiyuki, employees of the county government, relating to the violence that erupted at the Governor's Sokorea rally in Makiri. This case is in court, and we have the charge sheet, which we also pray that we produce as exhibit to this averment. This case is Maua criminal case number E1169 of 2023 and Maua case of E1174 of 2023. All are pending hearing and determination. The accused persons duly charged, and there are ongoing criminal proceedings. On the video clips of violence that erupted in Okolea rally held in Makiri on 16th September, we shall use the same case of E016, which we've tabled in this house, of E0116 of 2023, and the determination is, as I have mentioned before, the elections will be given on the 14th. The issue of employing Edwin Motuma Murangeri, who is a nephew, and we shall say purported nephew from the defense, who is a purported nephew to the governor's husband as the CEO of Meru Youth Service, MYS, and the acting chief of the Department of Finance, we shall rely on the case of Meru Constitution petition, which is ongoing, E14 of 2023, and the parties are Duranera Salesio and another versus County Secretary of Meru and 12 others. I wish also to produce the same as part of our evidence, E014. Mr. Speaker, we have this which we shall produce all together. The matter is slated for mention before Justice Cherere on 30th October 2023. Again, those are few days from today. There is an internal memo dated 23rd August appointing Edwin Motuma, and we shall use the same which we've played to produce as part of our evidence. Then we move to exclusion of deputy governor from the county executive committee meetings and other official functions. We shall use the ongoing case as our evidence to subjudice of Meru Constitution petition number E016 of 2023, and the elections are to be given on the 14th, as I mentioned. The same we shall use on the part of bullying, undermining and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the deputy governor in the WhatsApp group styled Third Government 0112, whose membership includes several officials who are also subordinate to the deputy governor. We shall use the same, and we await the elections on the 14th of November. The same case, we'll use it on the arbitrary reduction, suspension, withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. That's a case that also we are using as part of our evidence, sub judice. Another one is threatening to inflict bodily harm against the deputy governor orally in a WhatsApp group, forceful breaking entry and ransacking the deputy governor's office, all those together with arbitrary relocation of the deputy governor's office, all those we shall use the same case to demonstrate that this is a matter that is ongoing in our courts of law. Because of time, Speaker, sir, allow me to go to an internal memo by the deputy governor to the chief officer finance on 23rd August 2023, requesting facilitation to attend Meru leaders meeting in Nakuru. There is a case which we wish to produce. Meru Constitution Petition E018 of 2023, and the parties are Alfred Mutuma versus Her Excellency the Governor and 3 others. Speaker, sir, this is an authority which we shall table at the end of our presentation. The matter is slated for the elections on the 21st November 2023 at the High Court before Judge Chilele. The same we are using on the internal memo by the Deputy Governor to the County Secretary relating to the same, and correspondences relating to the relocation of the Deputy Governor's office and Deputy Governor requesting for office facilitation. We are still using the same E018. Then on the matter of sending one Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, Joseph Kidore Mberia on indefinite compulsory leave in usurping powers of appointing authorities, we are using the labor case that is petition number 1 of 2022, whose parties are Joseph Kidore Mberia and 3 others versus County Secretary, Government of Meru and 2 others. This matter is slated for mention on the 7th November 2023. Again, those are few days from today. There is a matter on appointing persons to odd offices in acting capacities for more than 6 months. We are using a case that I've already tabled to prove sub judice. That is Meru Constitution Petition number E014 of 2023. That is of Duranera Saresio and another versus County Secretary, Meru County Government, and 12 others. And as I said, the same is coming for mention few days from today, that is 30th October. Mr. Speaker, sir, without tiring members through the list of similar precedents that we've shared, I want to say this on behalf of our clients. It is a cardinal rule that justice should not only be done, but seen to be done. And for the same to be seen to be done, the means should justify the end and not the other way around. The end should not justify the means. My seniors agreed that it is your right to impeach the governor, but have we done as per the procedure? Means justifying the end means proper interpretation of the law. It also means proper interpretation of your own standing orders, proper interpretation of the Constitution, and proper use or usurping rule of law. I was happy to listen to the move of the motion, and several times he mentioned the aspect of rule of law. He said we should embrace it. As I finish, I want to ask a question. Why is it now? Why on this hurry? We have a right to impeach the governor if we follow the right procedure. But why should that come now when the process is not justifying the end that you're looking for? One of the celebrated writers said, a well-written constitution or a piece of law means nothing if put in a hostile environment, an environment where there is law, but there is disregard of the same. Allow me to say this, Speaker. The procedure that we've used is a clear depiction of hostility to the procedure of impeaching a governor. My seniors talked about the issues of public participation. When you look at the notice, the question comes, are we following what the Supreme Court has established on the procedure of public participation, whereby they said it should be quantitative and qualitative enough to satisfy even that villager from my village in Dagene who can say the procedure was followed. If you don't follow the procedure, then the court said, and allow me use that word, it is a mere cosmetic process. If you don't follow the procedure, it's a mere cosmetic process. Do we embrace that which we've put as a piece of law? We may have it very well written, looking so nice, but are we following the law to the letter? If we were doing the same today, maybe we could be doing still public participation so that we follow the law to the letter. The aspect of quantitative. Every time we talk about this, we say we are the representative of the word. And the question comes, you as a representative of the word, why didn't you use the same threshold to do a public participation in your ward? Look at the timing in the notice. It's between 10 and 1. Those are 3 hours. The question comes, can you do a qualitative public participation whereby it's based on the region? Look at the notice. It's region / sub-county. How many people were represented? And you ask yourself, in that deep village, did we have a representation that can quantify there was quantitative and qualitative participation? The exercise is not wrong, but the procedure is wrong. And that's what we are saying. Let's follow the procedure so that we reach to that end that you want to reach to. It will be justifiable if you say, let's wait for those court cases that this assembly has instituted against maybe the executive. And once these cases are done, then according to the determination of EACC, we can come and say, EACC has said this, we have authorities to support our motion. But until that is done, we may go all the way, but this can be challenged even in the court of law. I wish to call upon my brother, Elias Mutuma, to pick it from there as we proceed to defend our client.
Thank you, Mwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine will be on the substantive issues in this motion, but I'll not begin until we have a ruling on the 2 issues that have been raised by my seniors. So at this juncture, we seek directions on how to table the evidence that we have. And secondly, on how we get the ruling on the issue of public participation and the sub judice rule.
Mutuma, just a minute. You know, when our brother Meru was talking, he stated very clearly, there is a difference between the honorable members and your team. He mentioned about the division that is in the house, but himself, he can't go on that side. And any document that you want to table in this house, it must go through the House Business Committee for them to come on the floor of the House. And you can't do it when you are there. It must be done when you are in the plenary. So it's only another member who can bring a report in the House. The only thing that I can do to help at this juncture, Mutuma, is that we are going to make a reference to the answer systems because everything is being captured. So when you talk knowing that we shall only rely on the answer system. Thank you. You can proceed.
My understanding then, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we will not be allowed to table the evidence that we have. Just for clarity purposes.
Mutuma, how will you table it?
I just want you.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes.
I am asking you.
Yes.
Dancer normally said very clear. It's not me who said it. That there is a division that is there, and that's why you are sitting there. You cannot proceed on the other side. You didn't come through the main door. You came through this door. So now, Mutuma, how will you move to that where the miss is? If you are not an honorable member, you are not an MCA, not unless you tell me an MCA for occasionally, then I'll agree on that.
And that's my word, Mr. Speaker. Occasionally is my word.
Yes, but you are not the MCA.
But the question I'm asking is that you invited the governor to appear before you, answer to certain allegations and counts. She has evidence in response to your allegations. My hope was that you would guide me on how that evidence is supposed to be produced and utilized by the House.
Mutuma,
I am a stranger in this House,
Mutuma,
so your rules should be able to guide me.
Mutuma,
Yes.
Even the members, they cannot read that document when they are there and they read that document. That is the procedure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with all due respect, then I wish to be guided on how to provide.
We
the
have
evidence
said on Mutuma that we are going to rely on the answered system. So whatever presentation that you make, please ensure it is captured. And that's why I asked Dancer Normally, my good brother, how many hours do you want? He said 2.5 hours. That's a procedure. Please continue.
Thank you so much. May we then have the ruling on whether the matters are sub judice or not before we can proceed on the substantive issue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to finalize on that question of PO, look at the allegations of contempt against court orders. Does this parliament have, does this assembly have the powers to punish contempt of a court? Or the court that a contempt was committed?
Dunstan, I did allow you to be on the floor. I let Mutuma on the floor. I'm the speaker.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker, sir. Kindly allow me to finalize on that question in 2 minutes.
No, I need to answer Mutuma first and then you can continue. Mutuma, I cannot make a ruling on that issue, but the only way I can help you is that apart from the answer and system, you can leave. After this, you can leave the document with the clerk. I think that is acceptable now.
Yes, that's
thank you. You can continue then. Dunstan, now if you want to continue, you can continue. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was raising still on the questions of law. Article 165 creates the Judiciary to be independent of the Constitution. It gives it the power to punish by the law of contempt. It does not bestow that powers to the County Assembly. If there is contempt of a governor cited at the High Court or in any judicial tribunal, that court is the only court competent to punish.
And answer, let me ask you a very simple question, please. Resume your seat. I remember you said that the governor is not the one being impeached. And you are here as a team of lawyers. Who are you representing? I really also wish to understand that. Who are you representing? Because again, you have mentioned the governor. If you are governor, has no case in the assembly, there's no impeachment about then who are you representing and who has sent you? Please clarify on that so that it's very clear on who sent you and who is being impeached. Because if somebody is not being impeached, I don't see then how this person can send you. Answer if you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. The letter from the office of the Speaker, dated 17th of October 2023, reference number MCA/GC/1/Volio 1/19, addressed to Her Excellency the Governor, Meru County, dear Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. It is signed by Honorable Ayub Bundi Solomon, the Speaker County Assembly of Meru, which invited the person known as Honorable Kawira Mwangaza to appear before this assembly. She instructed us pursuant to this letter. Therefore, we are lawfully here on behalf of the governor, of the person called Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, and we are highlighting to this assembly that Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the summons for public participation, either erroneously or were not for her. The Speaker will make a ruling on that question. So we are representing Her Excellency the Governor. But we are not representing anybody called Frida, Faith Mwangaza. That is the distinction that I want it to be very clear that my team is representing Honorable Kawira Mwangaza pursuant to the letter of invitation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that.
Yes, thank you. Now you can continue. But I'll not make a ruling on that because it's not my right to do so. Then you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the question of purging contempt, I have said the County Assembly lacks jurisdiction to punish a contempt done in a court of law. The County Assembly has powers to punish contempt by the Speaker expelling a member of Parliament, by the Speaker providing sanctions under standing orders. That one is another legal question as we are raising for the honorable members of the County Assembly. Another issue, legal, that we want to ascertain is the question of the role of the governor in appearing before this. It is a legal question, a very legal question. Does the assembly have the power to summon the governor? It has done so. The answer I'm expecting it is. Is it provided for under any standing order? So that the mover could be telling us, under Standing Order 6, you can summon by name or by rank a governor. The rebuttal will come from you, and you show that issue. So that when the governor by law appears here, constitutionally, he appears under two laws. I know it is very emotive when a governor is summoned and she does not come. And an officer in our office writes that she cannot come because not even the president goes to the National Assembly. Let us look at the law on that question. And let us get a president of any county assembly that has succeeded to summon a governor to appear before it. Another legal question I'll raise is a question of utterances before a presidential function. Whether the county assembly can punish of offenses committed in the front of a presidential function, where the head of state is present, whether we are clothed with that mandate to punish on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Whether the presidential security team and the presidential guard, who never acted even in a breach of peace was committed, the county assembly acts on behalf of the president, the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Kenya. Do we have that power? Do we have that? Are we becoming the complainant? Are we crying harder than the president of the Republic of Kenya? Those are very legal issues. Very, very legal issues that we need to put ourselves to order. Mr. Speaker, could we, now that the chair, the speaker said, it might not give a ruling, will we talk for 2 minutes?
You know, Dunstan, I cannot make a ruling. You will make your contribution. The members will make a contribution because these are not a matter that we are determining at the moment, but the only determining people are the honor members when it comes to vote, but we cannot be able to make any ruling on the issue at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can respond to a few issues that were raised. The question about oversight. Nobody disputes the powers of the county assembly to oversight the executive, but within the confines of the powers bestowed for oversight. The questions raised about procurement. Are there technical officers employed by the government of Meru to deal with procurement? Is a governor a signatory to the tender process? Is a governor anywhere involved in the tender board? at the opening stage, at the evaluation stage, at the award stage, so that we are now saying, are we punishing for collective punishment or individual punishment? Issues about Makiri or Kolea rally. Mr. Speaker, sir, no evidence has been placed before you of funds procured or requested for the purpose of Makiri rally. And also the question, is a governor 100% per se executive? Does she also carry the cloth of a politician? At what stage do you say this is the executive governor and this is the political elected leader called a governor? It's a hard question. The employees that were arrested, who attended, issues were raised by the mover, that was an abuse of funds. They were charged individually. No charge sheet for the governor has been presented to you to show that she was culpable for any offense committed, if at all it was committed, at a place called Makiri. I'm sorry, the language of the video, I only have found 2 words or 3 words in Kiswahili that says, tutapambana kiroho. What offense does it petition anybody? I know she's a bishop. I represent religious people. Is it a curse for them? That is the only name I had there, tutapambana kiroho. If it offended anybody, I don't know. We move further. Then she says, tutapambana kisheria. Honestly, when the governor is telling you, use the law, deal with her, she'll also use the law to defend herself. Mr. Speaker, sir, it does not occasion any prejudice to any member of parliament. Stones were thrown. You look at those videos. Thank God I'm a criminal lawyer. Those videos are 2. They're not 1. The setting is different. The framing of the videos, the cameras used are different. Any attempt to make them one transaction cannot start. The rally is separate. The throwing of stones are in another scenario. Is the governor present where the stones are being thrown? Is there any evidence who those people throwing stones are, and they are under clear instructions to throw stones and spoil vehicles? The matter was reported to Maua Police Station. The mandate of the police under Article 244 and Article 245 is clear. It has not been donated to the county assembly. Constitutionally, the police are independent. They do their own investigations, forward the file to the DPP. The DPP will approve, and somebody will be charged. Mr. Speaker, sir, issues were raised about the responsibilities and the question of nepotism. Allegation that she has employed her relatives. There was at one time only one man and one woman called Meru. The genealogy and how the Meru, who are millions, came up, they started from one person. So all of you are relatives. There was only one Kisi, all of us are relatives. So today, when you are saying This is a relative to what level of it. Section 17 that has been used defines a relative to what level of consanguinity. To what level? I've told you, all of you are relatives. That's why you are called a Meru. So when we talk about nepotism, let us not narrow it because of circumstances that must be created to enable framing the governor.
And
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please, I would like you to clarify on this issue about the relatives.
Nepotism.
Because why am I saying that? Now, when you tell the Meru community that they are related, I still don't understand. There must at least a clear definition who is a relative.
A relative, from the anthropological and sociological definition, are people who have similar either blood relationship, marriage relationship, or any other filial type of relationship. Not money-wise, not business-wise, not commercial-wise. An ethnic community is bound by the blood relationship. It is bound by the ethnic language that brings them together. Is bound by the cultural practices of marriage, of death, of burial, of dowry that they practice together. The governor belongs into those social dynamics. Those social norms binds all these members of the county assembly as their Meru. If that Guantai was of another ethnic community, then the question could be, Mr. Speaker, if governor brought people from Kisi and employed them, the question these members of parliament will be saying, we must get our own children from Meru County being employed. The county assembly, the county nomination gives the governor power, at least 1 or 2% to be from outside the county. But the majority, they are her relatives, called the Merus. So let us not contextualize and put matters when it is convenient. When the war against the community is there, all of us join together and say we are brothers and sisters. But when the war is against the governor, then the governor is separated. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the basis of me saying that there is no nepotism involved in that matter. And to go further, the people mentioned are members of the National Police Service. They earn salary from the National Police Service. They are seconded. The county assembly wants the governor to get a bodyguard of their choice. A bodyguard is specific to a particular body. Loyalty, trust is number one. If governor trusts the sister, the message is she does not trust any of you. She trusts her sister who can carry food for her, who can do personal things for her. And that is why that sister was employed by the National Police Service Commission long time ago. Why is it not an issue when she was employed and went to Kiganjo? It is an issue now. That is the question we are saying, that let us not also look at these issues from that angle. Article 245 and 244 gives the National Police Service Commission the power to assess the risks involved. Members ask, they are told, we have assessed, we will give you 2 officers of your choice. It's procedure. Mr. Speaker, sir, count two, I've dealt with the question about the bodyguard, and I've also raised the question. The question was raised that these people went for a diplomatic mission. That's not true. The Chinese company is not a government invitation, it's a private company. As the mover responds, he'll need to clarify, was there any diplomatic engagement? Did those people meet the Chinese diplomats? Or they went to see a cancer, a business group that wanted to do a cancer. So there is no diplomacy involved, because any engagement under the Geneva Convention on diplomats, you cannot purport to be a diplomat from Meru, and the county government have no role for the function of diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been told that in that group there was one doctor, the CEC for health, the technical person. The letter read by the Chinese sent to us does not say the academic or professional qualification of the people required. The governor was told the people to be brought. That list went to the Ministry of Devolution. The national government approved. It went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The national government approved. The names went to NIS and other investigative agencies. They were cleared. What wrong did the governor do if all arms of government cleared those people? Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 236 of the Constitution was referred to, and the question that I beg the governor wants to know, was there any public fund spent or lost? No document has been proved to show a coin of public fund was spent on that trip. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question has been raised about the first impeachment. A lot of arguments have been used about the first impeachment. It is against the doctrine of natural justice. Somebody always to be tried on a matter that has already been concluded. In civil law, it's a matter that is res judicata. It is already determined. In criminal law, he was acquitted by the Senate. Why now you want to impeach her based on the failure to impeach him the first time? Is a question that begs a lot of questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the principle of double jeopardy. Because except governor survived the first time, and governor is going to survive the second time, and governor might survive the third time. We move on. Let us not be reminding governor that, you know, Tobacco senator warned you. Was it a resolution of the Senate? Was it binding? Was it a recommendation of Senate? At what position does one senator have the power to represent the position of Senate? Mr. Speaker, sir, the question has been brought about the demeaning of leaders. The demeaning of leaders, and especially the DG. Who is the DG? Is it the Director General or the Deputy Governor? Is DG a title specific to the Deputy Governor Meru? It's ambiguous. It can apply to any position in government called the deputy governor, director general, deputy, all those issues. So let us not carry all these things and heap to the governor because it is not specific by name who the messages were. Mr. Speaker, sir, issues were raised that junior officers were demeaning, bullying the deputy governor. No evidence was produced that they were acting under the instructions of the governor. Under the instructions of the governor. How do you link those junior officers? You are here. Your driver is outside there. She or he goes and purports to represent you. Not given those express instructions. Those who would be in the DG should deal with them, not as the government. Especially a question about on TV station, a chief of staff gave an address on the TV station. Nobody wants to say that that was the official government position of the county government of Meru. No minutes are brought here. Nobody is asking that chief officer who told you to say this, bring that in. We are now moving to mob lynching. And that is why I'm raising that question that let everybody carry their role of what they did. Otherwise, governor is being judged out of association. The words that are heavy, I don't know whether to use them, but about the vacating, I wouldn't want to go to that line because they were not spoken in English. Only my good friends could be there. A casual look at the Black's Law Dictionary on the meaning of that word, it's quite a lot. It is the question of context of usage of words. The context of the word, how it is used, can irritate, can please, can have a different meaning. What is the context? It was not captured. So, that word will be given a political meaning because of the urge, as I said, to impeach the governor, which is not true. Issues were raised that the manner she has held her office brings disrepute into the public confidence. The public confidence is a question of 2022 August, September. Who had or who has that public confidence? The voters in Meru unanimously accepted the manifesto of the border borders. The marshals was part of the manifesto that was sold to the voters in Meru. They elected the governor based on that manifesto. They did not elect the others who never talked about the border marshals. Her mandate is derived from that manifesto. And that is why her manifesto, as an independent candidate alone, she was elected. Where all the voters who elected the honorable members of wards voted for her. Now, the introduction is people of Meru made a mistake. And that is the mistake that is being corrected today. That is my honorable mover wrote that question. How do you deal with the manifesto that you want if you impeach her? Which manifesto? What referendum is that manifesto of whoever wants to come in. Will it have legitimacy? It will not. The question about the deputy governor being excluded from meetings, being assigned a new office that does not meet the stature and other issues. Show me the job description of the deputy governor by statute. It's not there. He will or she will be assigned duties by the government. The framers of the Constitution were very clear not to create two centers of power, so that it is the governor, it is the president who assigns their principal deputy duties. The deputy governor is craving for duties. When you meet as the caucus for MCAs, the whole nation, make the law to provide substantive duties provided. No executive order has been presented before this to show these tasks were assigned to the deputy governor. And now this executive order is being disobeyed. Assignment of duties. Assignment of duties that are not provided for in the job description rests with the governor. But an appetite to be the governor is the reason we are here. Mr. Speaker, sir. Issues about resignation letters were raised, and fake letters. I've run away from that and said it is premature because we have the National Police, we have the EACC doing their job. The question about a speech in the presence of the president and 10 people with matumbo kubwa was raised. President never raised that. And the context of that matter was that the governor was showing an analogy that the head of state came from nowhere to be the head of state. The dynasties were ganged up against His Excellency, the head of state. But who became the head of state? The governor is saying, I was also not in any formation, political formation, party. I was independent. Me and you, Mr. President, we share the same history. I know it hurts. Those who are the heavy machines, those who are the serious political parties, who expected to be governors, who expected to get that seat, will have to take that statement with serious thought. And that's the reason we're here. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor's private life has been raised. Serious private life issues. No tangible evidence has been produced to indict the governor. And as I said, this is the first monumental question where we have a sitting governor who has a sitting husband. And how do they deal with such a husband? It is a serious question. And it will be a determinant question. Do husbands of governors enjoy the same benefit first ladies enjoy? It is not easy. And coming from my brothers and sisters from Meru, I'm told none was elected as an MCA. The society.
Under council.
Or what?
That is not factual. Under council. That is not factual because we have one elected MCA who is a lady. Just for your information.
Thank you very much. Out of the many, one was elected. I leave it there. One was elected. Accepting that reality, and I'm appealing to my brothers and sisters, let us not be seen that the governor is facing what she's facing because she's a lady, but she's equal to the task. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question about illegal appointments of people without coming to the county assembly. The Public Service Board is still intact. The county assembly is still intact. You are admitting that you have passed a budget to pay somebody who has not appeared before you. That person is earning salary. You have not gotten the CEC for finance. You have not gotten the Public Service Board. You have not gotten yourself to internally ask yourself, what is your role when the law is? Madam Speaker, there are people that have been sent home and they are still earning. What is the human resource manual that was done by the Public Service Commission, Public Service Board that came to your approval? What does it say in terms of interdiction, in terms of suspension, in terms of what does it say? Where is the role of the county assembly on those issues? Was it ever brought here? The question about the court martial, the question about the court, these people called the marshals. The mover said the justification is that they have been created to ensure funds that were being stolen from women are protected. A noble idea to protect our sisters, our mothers, our aunties. Is it what you are going against? Is it what you want women of Meru to continue to be mugged and their phones taken? Assess yourself. Madam Speaker, the bloated workforce is that how does a governor sign letters other than the letters of the cabinet? No letter has been produced where a governor signed an appointment letter. They are officers, technical officers, who do needs assessment, who come out with the specifications of the qualifications, who recruit. Meru people watching know very well what Meru was in terms of traffic jam. Today, the county knows the input of those marshals. But the allegation against the marshal is that they are arresting. They are arresting and the police are there. Why can't the police arrest them if they are doing anything illegal? Because credit, and I'm telling you members of the county assembly, credit for those people for reduction of the jam in the town. As I said, let us assess. Do we need the jam to make Meru town a town full of traffic jam? Or do we want business to grow by making Meru a town where vehicle movement, traffic movement is easy. 5, allegation 5 was about the contempt of the court, which I dealt with, and that is clear. Then there is the Timbuktu video of the husband, where somebody, allegedly to be the husband, is threatening to chase the CEO. This is a country of the rule of law. You impeach somebody because somebody has said that we will chase somebody, not the governor herself say. There are no charges against the husband before this. On the question of the public road, I was told there is an act of 2018 on how to honor heroes. I totally agree with that. Is there the powers of the governor bestowed under what is called executive order? At the national level, it also goes to presidential decrees. Does the governor have the power to issue executive orders? Are the laws of executive orders subject to parliamentary approval? So the act is there, but there is residual power that is remained in the office of the governor. So that every time the governor is coming to your ward, you will ask, Governor, maji hapa, kisima ya maji. And the governor gives an executive order, the CEC water, put this thing. Does it come to parliament for approval? Don't take everything, because tomorrow you are going to be the governor. You will have no power left in that office. There's a reason why the governor can decide to name a road without coming before parliament. The contempt of the assembly, I have only 2 more groups, then I give my other. Contempt of the court assembly, the contempt of this assembly. I have laid bare that the governor comes here during the opening state and address of the state of the nation. He, she cannot come under summons to answer questions. The clear separation of power under the Montesquieu rules that there is the legislature and there is the executive. Once the legislature wants information from the executive, it summons the CECs. The CECs come and explain. Similar to Parliament. Standing orders of this assembly have not checked. If they have not been amended, they should amend the CECs to come and address issues from the executive, just like the National Assembly and Senate. But the constitutional provision on summoning the governor, my good friend Tuma will build. The question of bullying. My brother Paul, if you are bullied, I pass my apologies. Because if you are bullied, I pass my apologies. You had the remedy to take up under the Cybercrime Bullying Act. You could have taken to the police and pursued that. That you didn't. I take that was a political statement. Article 26, Article 28 is clear on human dignity. assembly must be dealt with human dignity. Completely, I agree. Are you dealing with the governor under the same Article 28 of human dignity? Let it not only be on one side, let it be on both sides. Have you produced any statements you've made against the governor? I'm sure none has ever made that statement. It is only the governor and her team who are making those statements. Are you in the group of politicians? Have you looked at the freedom of expression? The right for everybody to have association and the right of expression? Is the assembly trying to curtail the freedom of expression? Is it defamatory? That's why I said my brother could have gone for defamation. He's never gone. The threshold is so high. The Director General, the DG, is paying his bills. The DG is paying his bills. He has not been assigned duties according to the motion to impeach him. So he's incurring bills for what? If you are saying he's never been assigned duties, which bills then is he incurring? Because the bills are for the purpose of execution of his office mandate. Lastly, the question of statutory powers to transfer staff. Is the assembly required to approve transfer of clerks within the executive? That is our discretionary job. Lastly, on the question about the meetings that he has been excluded from sitting in those meetings, I have clearly defended the governor that that's not true. And if somebody was removed from not sitting in a meeting, it is discretion on the chair to convene and who to sit. I finally submit, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the motion for impeachment does not meet the threshold, both legally, factually, evidentially, to warrant it being passed by these honorable brothers and sisters of mine, by these honorable members of the County Assembly, because of how we have dealt that matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to sit and I allow him to conclude, if you allow me.
Thank you, Council Lanston Omari, for your contribution.
Thank you.
You can sit down. And also I've seen that we make arrangement for at least a sound so that the sugar levels can be okay. Yes, I'm not sure you can continue. Comment. Please make some arrangement for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable members of the House. I do not know whether to be happy or glad to be here. I think it breaks my heart, especially coming from this region, that we are here again debating on whether we should impeach our governor in less than 12 months after we had this motion. I would have wished that the circumstances were different, that we were discussing more serious issues that touch on the lives of the common people of Meru. And I say that as a voter in this region and as a person who expects service delivery from both the governor and the representatives of the people in the name of MCS. I will address 3 issues that my learned friend has touched on, just to clarify. Then I will go straight to my closing remarks because I think most of the issues have been responded to in a substantive manner. One is on the much hyped China trip, where the governor is being accused of sending her relatives, and in the process, funds belonging to the public were lost or misappropriated. Mr. Speaker, sir, your own document that has been tabled in this House by the mover of this motion is a letter dated 25th April 2023. That is the letter that was inviting the governor to the China trip. It was not an invitation for a technical committee. Let us be very clear on that, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a letter that was inviting the governor to benchmark. This is a letter that was inviting the governor from a private company for her to be able to visit China and form an opinion as to whether there is need for her to borrow a few good practices from there and import them to Meru. There is no indication in that letter that indeed she should be joined by a technical committee. If you may allow me read, Mr. Speaker, sir, paragraph 1 says, we are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members to visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-the-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru. Mr. Speaker, sir, the mover of this motion should have indicated what was the essence of this visit. If governor chose to go to this visit alone, it would have still be within her rights. There was no requirement for her to go with any technical committee. It was not a study, a trip. It was an invitation for the governor to go and witness what is happening there and come back and commence the process of having a similar project in Meru. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the second last paragraph of that letter is very clear on who was footing the bill in this trip and says, you are expected to visit us in late May and June for a minimum of 1 week. We will cover all your expenses, that of your entire delegation in China, including travel, hotels, and meals. So how then can we fault the governor for using public funds in a trip that was privately funded by a private company in China that wanted to come and invest in Meru? Surely, honorable members, we're not being fair. This cannot be a ground to impeach a governor accusing her of misappropriating funds when there were no funds allocated or even utilized in this trip. On the other issue, my learned friend has told you about the naming of one road after the first gentleman. For clarity purposes, my learned friend, Mr. Omari, has not admitted, and I want that to go on record, that indeed there was a road named under or in the name of the first gentleman. What he's saying is the governor, in our wisdom, is allowed to do certain acts. But in this case, we deny that there was any naming of a road. I was expecting the move of this motion to table evidence before this court that are in tandem with our statutes on how a road has been named. When I walk along the Meru streets, Nairobi streets, and any other streets, there are clear signages that indicate during Cheke Street, Moi Avenue, Tomboya Street. I invite the mover of this motion to show me one signage that reads Muregabaichu Road. None. So how is it that we are talking about naming a road that has not even been named at all? Where is that signage? Where is that instrument in the hand and seal of the governor naming that road, so that then we are able to accuse her of breaching the law? A Facebook extract is what was produced. The governor states that that was just a humorous comment on social media. Does that constitute an executive order? Does that constitute a government directive? It does not. So we cannot then rely on social media extracts and then accuse the governor of having done or not done a specific Act. Let that be clear. And I was expecting the move of the motion to be able to do that. The other issue that I want to address before I go to my closing remarks is the issue of contempt of assembly. And allow me to state this. This particular count does not exist under our statute. I was expecting the move of the motion to show us which particular standing order, which particular statute, which particular provision of the Constitution the governor breached by failing to appear before the House Committee. And at what point does failure to appear before House Committee amount to contempt of assembly? My understanding is that the governor was invited. She responded through a letter requesting for interpretation and proper application of Article 175 and 195, whether the speaker can indeed summon a sitting governor. There was no response from the speaker giving directions on whether it was provided for under the law that the governor could appear before the House Committee to answer to charges. In a proper setup, when there is a response to a summons, the person then who initiated the summons is expected to respond to that particular complaint or concern that has been raised. Yes.
Please allow me to inform you that the first letter that summoned the governor was cited by the speaker, and nobody else has the powers to write a letter to the governor except the speaker. In the first instance, the letter that I received from the governor stated very clearly that the governor was attending a meeting convened by His Excellency the Deputy President. A reminder that I wrote again the second letter requesting the governor to appear to the committee. She said that she cannot appear to the committee. So generally, she gave two contradicting letters. And I believe by the time she wrote the first letter, then she must have consulted the lawyer. So please bear with us on that. It is clear the way she wrote the letters, she knew that she's supposed to appear before the House Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. In my usual duties, when the court summons, you fail to appear, what they do is to issue a warrant of arrest. If you then respond to summons, giving an explanation as to why you cannot appear, then there is a determination on that issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, what then we expected is that once the governor raised the issue of interpretation and application of Article 175 and 195, the speaker ought to have informed the governor that indeed the opinion of the House and the speaker is that they have the powers to summon. Only then would the governor be in a position to seek further advice and make a decision on whether to appear or not. In any case, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us interrogate the contempt of assembly count, assuming that indeed the county assembly had the powers to invite the governor before it. How did this form the basis of the impeachment motion? The impeachment motion itself is dated 16th of October 2023. All the members in support of that motion signed the motion of impeachment on or before the 16th of October 2023. The records will bear me witness. The count that forms the basis for contempt of assembly is based on the report by the JLAC committee. That report was not tabled, debated, and adopted by the House until the 17th of October 2023. Indeed, The mover of the impeachment motion first tabled the impeachment motion, then thereafter, the JLAC report was tabled, discussed, and adopted. How then did a motion that had not been tabled before the House form the basis of impeachment in a motion that had been prepared a day before tabling? Mr. Speaker, sir, my humble submissions is that this is not a count that ought to have found itself in the impeachment motion. On that basis, it is defective. Having said that, I will go straight to my closing remarks so that the House can proceed to its next business. And I'll begin by just asking a question. Why are we here today? The members of the County Assembly, elected and nominated, council representing the governor, the Honorable Speaker, why are we here today? Now, the County Assembly, and I do not wish to lecture you on your mandate, you have three main roles. One is legislative, second is oversight, and the third one is representation. You are seated here today representing 45 wards of this great county. Therefore, whatever you say, whatever position you take must be that which has been given to you by your people. So as you sit here, ask yourself, am I speaking for and on behalf of the people who elected me? Or am I speaking on behalf of other voices? If you're not speaking for your people, then you have failed in your representation mandate. That is a question that I will leave for your conscience and interrogation. Of course, we are not here for any legislative business because we are not passing any laws. So I'll not talk about your legislative role. I will go straight to the other role, which is oversight. Oversight is a daily, it's a routine duty of a member of County Assembly. And today is one of those rare moments when a County Assembly exercises the harshest form of oversight. That is, discuss the impeachment of a sitting governor who has been elected in the same manner as you. Now, are we here to impeach the governor? Are we here to impeach the governor? I am glad that you've said that because it means you failed in your role. You are not here to impeach the governor. You are here to interrogate whether the governor is guilty or not. So if you came here with a formed opinion that you are impeaching the governor, and I'm glad you say, yes, you are here to impeach the governor, then how are you expected to interrogate issues fairly and render a just determination when you've already formed your mind that we are here to impeach the governor? It simply means that we have gone out of our oversight role and taken a stand when we are supposed to be a quasi-judicial body interrogating facts. My reading of Section 33 and 181 of the Constitution says that you shall look at the grounds for impeachment, that you shall interrogate the facts, that you shall give the governor a chance to be heard. Only then will you form an opinion whether you're going to impeach or not. So can we surely say that we came here with an impartial mind, sitting as an impartial court or quasi-judicial body? Are we ready to listen to the facts, interrogate them objectively? But your answer was that we came here to impeach the governor, which is not what you're here to do. You're here to interrogate, then render a judgment. Just to demonstrate that fact, and perhaps that will be my last bit. So then, what are you expected to do? You cannot take a stand as a house. The only person who is supposed to take a stand in this motion is the mover of the motion. Because him, it is expected. He has interrogated the issues and he is deemed to be the accuser. You're seated as a court. You have seen nothing, you have heard nothing until the mover of the motion talks about the allegations. Then you compare those allegations against the defense put forward by the governor, and then just like a judge, render your decision. At some point, you and I will face the judicial system in this country, either as a complainant or as a defendant. When you do that, I want you just to close your eyes for a moment and imagine appearing before a judge who has already made statements pronouncing your guilt. The first application you do is for that judge to recuse himself from the matter. When I hear what you're saying, honorable members, it is an indication that you have gone out of your way, joined the mover of the motion, and that whatever we are doing here is an exercise in futility, because you are not capable of looking at the matters objectively.
Council,
You've already taken a
Council
stand.
Mutuma,
Yes.
you have 30 minutes, but please be mindful of the language that you are using. You cannot tell the honorable members that what they are doing is work in futility. It's not right. These are honorable members, please, and let's them with decorum. Please, I gave you 2.5 hours with a lot of respect. Please respect the honorable members. And this is an honorable house. You understand that what I mean.
Thank you. Thank you,
Please
Mr. Speaker,
continue.
sir. Perhaps I can rephrase and then try to be a bit lenient with my language. The governor's feeling and position and perception is that a decision has already been made outside this walls of this assembly. So that a decision to impeach her was formed elsewhere and then transported into this house. I am merely communicating the sentiments of my client. You will forgive me for just being loyal to my client. Now, then, for you to be an impartial court, quasi judicial body, what do you need to do? Number one, you need not to have a stake in the proceedings. You cannot be seen to have interest in the proceedings. The moment you have interests that conflict with your impartial role, then you're not capable of rendering a just and impartial decision. As I move on to the next point, is that I expected members of this honorable house to put Honorable Kawira to task, to question him on the allegations, for him to produce witnesses before you, for you to be able to look at the issues and the allegations fairly.
Council Mutuma, in this case, Honorable Kawira is not the subject, because I see it in our document, a list of 64 members you signed. So these members signed. I don't think they signed a document that they not read. They must have read and then signed. So now how are you saying that they put the majority leader of the mover into task? Listen, let's move on.
Thank you, thank you. Perhaps you'll allow me to substantiate that thought a bit. Is that I took a lot of time to explain the composition of this house and the purpose that brings this house to sit in the manner it is. It is a quasi-judicial body. Quasi-judicial body means that you're sitting to hear charges, that you're sitting to hear the complaint from the complainant, that you do not take the face value of the issues. And that's why I said it would have been expected that the person who accuses, and in this instance is the mover of the motion, should be put to task to provide evidence. In law, we call that the burden of proof. I have not heard from the members, or perhaps maybe I'm here, maybe it's too early for me to make that determination, members of the county assembly demanding the mover of this motion to discharge his burden of proof, so that it is clear in our mind that we are sitting here as a quasi-judicial body. And the reason why Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Council, I gave you the opportunity after the mover moved the motion to also make a response. The next stage that we are going into is I'm going to allow the members to make their contributions. And then lastly, I'll give you another opportunity for you also to make your comments after the members have contributed. And then also lastly, I'll give the mover an opportunity to respond. Then we move on. So probably you can reserve those remarks now for 8 hours.
most obliged.
Thank you. Can continue.
Mr. Speaker, sir. So lastly, in the reason why Her Excellency the Governor of Meru, who appears before you as an accused person, feels that a decision to impeach her is not based on any merit, is not based on any facts, is, among other things, our observation of the conduct of the members of this House, outside this House. Allow me say this, because if I do not say this, I will not have discharged my duty as an advocate sent by my client. On 14th of October 2023 rather, a number of the members of this House were spotted, and it is captured on both print and electronic media, taking an oath to impeach the governor before the Njorincheke Council of Elders. That was on 14th of October. Ladies and gentlemen, this motion was brought to the House on 16th of October. So these members, Mr. Speaker, sir, were influenced at the expense of their lives and their families to take a stand on whether they are going to impeach a governor or not. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Speaker was in that meeting. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the move of this motion was in that meeting. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, sir, one Mwenda Ali was in that meeting.
Council Mutuma, I'm a senior member. Please resume your seat. You don't stand when the chair is talking. I'm a senior elder of Njorincheke and the former deputy secretary Njorincheke for 7 years. So there is nothing that can be done in the shrine. I must be there, not unless I'm out of the country. Please take note of that. And I believe also the members here are members of Njorincheke. So please, by the virtue of being there, they are members of the group. You can continue.
Thank you for that guidance and clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir, because then it confirms my allegation that indeed a number of MCAs in this sitting were present. What then I am concerned about on behalf of my client, and which my client has asked me to raise before this House, is the oathing ceremony, where she witnessed members of this House confirming that they will be part and parcel of the impeachment, and the person administering the oath giving even a warning that should you then backslide from this oath, you're putting your family at risk. Is that the motivation that brings us to this House today, to impeach the governor? If that is the case, then it is a sad story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Council Mutuma. Yes, Mwenda, you can continue, but I believe you have like how many minutes? Or are you through? Thank you. Then you can make your final remarks.
Final remarks. Mr. Speaker, sir, the members we are addressing, a grave issue has been raised. in the Muscali combo case, the question of the election petition being nullified was on the basis of administration of a shiruru, a traditional oath-taking. If that is true, because I don't belong to this community, have an hand towards the removal of the governor. Power is transient. It comes today, moves away. And have appeared for many. At that time, they were weak. Previously, they were strong. May the rule of law prevail. Let it not be Governor Wambura's 9-life story. Impeach, the courts return. Impeach, the courts return. But we respect the decision of the county assembly. But as my good brother has put it very clearly, let the decision be the decision of Parliament. Let it not be imposed or influenced. We have a full confidence in you. I have no doubt that those instructions given can be ignored when voting. And I appeal to members of the county assembly. No level of intimidation, no level of influence, no level of blackmail, no level of cajoling should be used on you. You are elected by the people of Meru to defend their rights. You are never elected by members of the executive to impeach another arm of the executive in Meru. The world is watching on you. Meru TV is live, Baite TV is live, all the other TVs are live. There reaches a time when the Meru County people are bigger than the leadership of the Meru leaders. Raise up to the many Meru people looking at you, your children looking at you, your voters looking at you. We rest our case, we wait for the verdict. But as we said, we still have hope that what Mutuma said, there must be an end to this drama in Meru. Business is stopped. Service delivery in Meru is at crossroad. We are busy fighting government. Mr. Speaker, sir, we rest our matter and we have full confidence that these members of the assembly, the leadership of the county, the county assembly will leave to the. But remember, avenues are many. And that's what my good brother is saying, that Wambura is a big story to be remembered in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please put off the mic. The end one. Thank you. Thank you, Council Danson Omari. And I believe we did as you requested us. We gave you 2.5 hours, and you have taken 2 hours. And at this junction of members, I allow debate at this time, and any member wishing to make a contribution can catch the speakers. By that one of members, let me question you that you'll have a maximum of 5 minutes. If you take more than 5 minutes, then one of members will have to cut you short. Please, what is it, Honorable Kirinya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, my name is Kirinya Mwanda. For the purpose of records, Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief in addressing the matters that have been prosecuted before us. And on a light note, Honorable Speaker, the choice of the council for the governor, who more often than not represent criminals, tells a lot on the matter that we are handling before us, Honorable Speaker. And number two, Honorable Speaker, the fact that
Honorable Kirinya, are you alluding that our council, our cousin is a criminal, or what are you really alluding to?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am saying that more often than not, the council for the governor represents criminals. So the choice of the council by the governor leaves a lot to be desired, Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable
Kirinya, those are not good ones. He is a professional lawyer. It's a career. Please withdraw those ones and then continue, please.
I will withdraw, Honorable Speaker. And number two,
and yes, your father. Yes.
Number two,
his age and your age, I'm sure he can be a father. So please make choice of the ones that you use.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm guided.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
And number two, there was an issue, Honorable Speaker, that was brought before us about prosecuting an impeachment motion for a stranger. And the continued stay of the councils prosecuting the matter, Honorable Speaker, shows that the motion for impeachment by one Honorable Kawira Carrier was correctly filed, and it is the motion that is being prosecuted here, both by the members, by Honorable Kawira Carrier and the councils for the governor. Therefore, we are very well constituted, and I thank the Council Mutuma for alluding to the fact that this is a quasi-judicial exercise. And number three, Honorable Speaker, there was an issue of standing order number 90. I would like to clarify that the standing order number 91, number 92, 93, and 94 all are subject to standing order number 95, where it says that notwithstanding this standing order, the Speaker may allow reference to any matter before the House or a committee. Therefore, the Honorable Speaker allowing the motion to proceed and looked into all the matters that were presented. And the other thing I would like to dwell on, Honorable Speaker, is the fact that there are quite a number of issues that the councils have misled the people. And one of the issues is to actually mislead the community that all Merus are relatives. I am happy that the council alluded to the fact of consanguinity. I am a scientist, and the consanguineous marriages are not encouraged because of genetic disorders, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, The council should not mislead our community that we are all relatives. We will end up not getting marriages from Meru because people will fear that indeed they are all, relatives. Therefore, that misleading statement should not be taken seriously by members of this house or members of our community. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that even the council talked about on Wambora case. And the Wambora issue, there was even a case law about Justice Kariuki Mate and Martin Wambora, Honorable Speaker, that you cannot stop a county assembly from exercising its constitutional powers under Article 185. Therefore, he is right to admit that indeed the matters that we are discussing here are not sub judice to whatever the process that is going on in the court. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, there is another misleading statement from the council that when impeaching a governor, the process must be followed to the letter, shall be followed to the letter, will be followed to the letter. But again, Honorable Speaker, the council goes on to eat the cake and still want to have it by saying that one must not follow the law when naming a road after any other person. Therefore, it is either we follow the law to the letter when impeaching the governor and also when naming a road, or we don't follow the law. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm kindly requesting that the councils should not make misleading statements that are meant to mislead members of the public and also members of this honorable house. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kirinya. Yes, Honorable Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Jim Ochui, representing the great people of Adwana and the majority whip in the County Assembly of Meru. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that today is really a great day for the people of Meru. And I am happy that when the council, Trans Amari, started speaking, he alluded and agreed to the fact that the grounds for impeaching the governor meets the threshold, but the problem is the process. Now that, because I know by the end of this will be absorbed the issue of process, because I know our case has no problem with the process, then I don't think they'll have any business. In an event to import the Senate, I don't think they'll have any business going to the Senate to defend the case, because we'll have sorted the issue of processes, and I believe by the time we finish, they'll agree with us. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I have also learned something new today, that we are all relatives. And maybe through the speaker, I would like to ask the councils, now that I'm married from Meru, whether I have, whether that is incest or what is incest. I would actually like to ask them whether there is anything like incest, because I might have married my sister, and I don't know. And we have a daughter, Madam Speaker, so it's good to be guided on that.
Honorable Jim, do you look the same with your wife? What do people say?
Mr. Speaker, you have also seen my wife, so you can also guide us on that. Mostly I see her in the evening.
Thank you, Honorable Jim. You can continue.
Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, many issues have been raised. And as Honorable Kenya has stated, I'm still a little bit maybe confused, because the council is arguing that the client that is mentioned in the impeachment motion and also in the public participation is not the one they are representing, and they went ahead to come with a letter. I expected the councils to come and read the letter and they say that their client has been wrongly mentioned, or the letter was written to a wrong person, and then leave us discuss the stranger. That's what I expected, Mr. Speaker. But coming with a letter and saying that this is not the person being impeached, and then you go ahead to defend a stranger who has not given you instructions, then that shouldn't get into Guinness Book of Records, Mr. Speaker. So it's indeed a great day, Mr. Speaker, because I have heard a very vague argument that I've never heard from a council about the issue of the trip to China. I want to refer the members and also our councils through the speaker to page 68 of the evidence document. And there is a letter. There is a letter written by the county secretary of Meru to the principal secretary. And the letter is referenced, China visit from 7th June to 17th June 2023. Allow me to read some parts of the letter. It is done by saying, following the invitation of the governor of Meru, counted by
Honorable
Beijing.
Jim,
sorry.
please read the letter.
Okay. Following the invitation of the governor of Meru, counted by Beijing League Tech Company Limited of Beijing City, the following technical team is hereby released from 7th June to 17th June 2023 to prepare and guide on the following. Mr. Speaker, up there, I read the whole letter, finally. I heard Council Mutuma say that this was not a government issue, it was a private issue. And I see Council Secretary writing that they were released. Now, the question I've been asking myself, Mr. Speaker, were they released by their mothers or by their fathers to go and benchmark, or who released them now that it was not a government issue? Number two, Mr. Speaker, maybe I read now number one, they were supposed to visit Lanak Oncology Plant for the manufacture of radiologic unit for cancer treatment. Also, DRX Ray units assembly plant and the CM units. Number two, what they were supposed to go and do, Mr. Speaker, low cost affordable housing company with a capacity of 10,000 units in line with the Meru County government plan for low economy housing. Number three, they were also supposed to visit Futong guided agricultural machinery development and the value addition tools as noted in the university to be visited, and what international cooperation of Zongnofton can offer to Kenya. Actually, you can offer to Kenya. They went actually to represent even the country, the whole country, because they were to find out these things can help Kenya. And now, Mr. Speaker, when Council Mutuma argues that, now, when these employees of the county government went there, and he wants us to believe that it was a private maybe visit. Was it a private visit between the governor as a private citizen or between the county government of Meru? Then is county secretary a private secretary to the governor? He's the county secretary for Meru County, Mr. Speaker. And now, about these other the things they were supposed to benchmark about. Was the governor supposed to go to come and sell her cows so that now she can come and support these programs they were benchmarking about, so that now it can be private? I would really want to hear that question from our council, so that now we can consider this thing as private. Number two, Council Mutuma saying that it was not funded by the county. Actually, I would state in this house, that's an insult. It is spitting in the eyes of the cancer patients in this country. And that thing should stop, Mr. Speaker. Because the issues they went to, especially the issue of cancer, were they supposed to go to benchmark on equipment to go treat the governor or the people of Meru? This was a donation to the people of Meru by this private company. And it was messed up, it was misused, it was mishandled by the governor trying to please our relatives or to reward our relatives. We have allocated this house in the office of the governor a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, a tune of 170 million. Why would you joke with the lives of people, taking your people out for a tour on very serious matters? And actually, he said there was one director. I want to inform our council through the speaker that Dr. George Mungani is a pharmacist. is a pharmacist, is not an oncologist. How do you go benchmark for a cancer treatment machine without a single oncologist when this county has so many oncologists, Mr. Speaker? How? How do you go and benchmark on low affordable housing without a single person from the Department of Housing and the department concerned, Mr. Speaker? How do you go and benchmark on issues of agricultural machinery led by a pharmacist and the security officers, Mr. Speaker, and a PA? Now, even if let's assume they go and learn a lot of things there, then in terms of systems, these people are nowhere in this department, so that now they can come and implement these things. Were they supposed to come and implement in the security department, Mr. Speaker? So this is a big joke. So Mr. Speaker, I want to Mr. Speaker, another thing that really has shocked us, the governor, and I don't know whether our councils know this, the governor did not go to China. And if she went, our councils will tell us that. She was not among the delegation. Now, the governor was invited. How do you send your PA out there? How do you send your security officers there? And you are left in Kenya to go and benchmark for a cancer treatment machine, Mr. Speaker? If the governor went to say, maybe China is so insecure, she's feared for her life. So, Mr. Speaker, this is misuse of public resources. It's a very high level of nepotism. And then she terms them as a technical team.
Honorable Jim, please. I'll grant you 3 more minutes because you are senior member of this house. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, and the county secretary refers them as a technical team. And I also had, that's why Mr. Speaker, I started by saying I've never heard in my life such a vague argument from a council, because I heard also Council Danson Omari say that these people were approved by the department, by the Foreign Affairs Department and all that. Did the council secretary them saying that they are relatives, they are sisters and brothers to the governor? Did he tell them these are security officers? They wrote them as technical team, and that's the department approved them as technical team. And these are criminals, Mr. Speaker, because they even lied to all those departments up to China. Wherever they passed, they lied that they are technical team. I also hear someone was making a joke. I don't know whether it's a joke that one of them went disguised as the chair held the committee in this house. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that because I have very few minutes.
Honorable Jim, can you verify that information that somebody went disguise himself as a chair of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I said someone was making a joke, so I don't know whether it's a joke or not.
Jim,
I only said that.
Then we withdraw that one and move on.
Okay, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this county, we have had a serious issue with cancer, and many studies have been done, and they have shown that Meru County is leading in the cancer prevalence in this country. And actually, in the world, Meru is one of the leading areas with cancer in the world, stomach cancer. And Mr. Speaker, when you see a county CEO who jokes with such an issue when they are affecting their county, the question we should ask ourselves as a house is this: how then can a county CEO who misuses?
Honorable Jim, you know I don't want to cut you short because you are a senior member of the house. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, the question of this house, as even we go towards concluding this, I want this house to ask themselves this: how then can a county CEO who misuses every opportunity from a donor to help our cancer patients be trusted to make interventions on the prevalence of cancer or manage the cancer prevalence, but through allocation of resources and also through policy interventions? The answer is that our governor cannot be trusted with the health of Meru people, and I beseech the members of this house to make sure that we deal with that so that we can have someone who can really guarantee the health of members of this county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jim. And didn't say that if you are supporting or not.
I support the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jim. Now, honorable members, please, you know, when my deputy hands is up, I have to give him the next opportunity. And then I will come to the whip, Honorable DMK, the senior members of the House, then I'll give further directions from there. Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For the purposes of record, I'm Hali Mwenda, representing Gia Ward and the Deputy Speaker of this Honorable Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I'm standing to refute some claims and assumptions that the lead counsel for the governor have really put across, and I'll pick one by Council Danson Omari on freedom of expression. That is Article 33 of our Constitution. And it says every person has the right to freedom of expression, which include freedom to seek, receive, or impart information or ideas. That is one. Two, freedom of artistic creativity. And three, academic freedom and freedom of scientific research. So the same right now, this one now, the council now got it wrong. We may be not lawyers, but we understand law. Now this one now, the same article 33, and it two says, the right to freedom of expression does not extend to propaganda, to war, incitement to violence, hate speech, advocacy of hatred. Now this one now includes ethnic incitement, vilification of others, or incitement to cause harm. Now, Honorable Counsel, now you say,
Honorable Deputy Speaker, please address the chair, not the council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, when the council says that now the governor is enshrined to freedom of expression, including vilifying, bullying, demeaning other leaders, how do we take now that one? There is a misleading statement from a senior counsel, and I think on our accounts, on the impeachment of the governor, vilification, bullying, demeaning is one of the count that we've put in our motion. Now, Honorable Speaker, that alone warrants us as an assembly to impeach the governor. In the last one now, that is Council Mwenda. Now, Mwenda says that when we did public participation, we didn't factor it at one level. Now, Honorable Speaker, I guess it is in common knowledge that the advert that we forwarded, in fact, we forwarded public participation factoring at the world levels. And we have the Meru County Public Act, that is Act 2014 on public participation. And we have levels that are enshrined in this act on how we can conduct public participation. It can start at the county level, sub-county level, ward level, village level, or town levels. Now in our act again, we didn't factor all these things. And as per the announcement that have been going on, we factored public participation at the ward level. Now, Honorable Speaker, much has been said around, but now the council again says that we are impeaching Faith Kawira Mwangaza. And they go ahead and say she's not the governor of Meru. We members of this assembly, Honorable Assembly, we are impeaching the governor of Meru. We are impeaching the governor of Meru. Whether she is Faith Kawira Mwangaza, she is Kawira Mwangaza, Mwangaza Mwenda, Mwangaza Baishu, we are impeaching the governor of Meru County. And that is the business we have here as this Honorable Assembly. So with that, Honorable Speaker, and the last one now to Honorable to Council Mutuma. Hi, Hali Mwenda. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Gia Ward. And in fact, I've been a victim of a lot of bullying, vilification, and I guess my sentiment here as I speak, are the representative of the people of Gia Ward. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, I give directions. Honorable members. Yes, Honorable DMK, who is a senior member of the House. Honorable Murangiri. Honorable Tururu. You know he's more senior than you, and you cannot talk before him once his hand is up. That is the law, not about the speaker. Thank you. Continue, Honorable DMK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Kawira DMK, MCA for Abogeta West, and the Minority Party Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the impeachment motion of one Governor Kawira Mwangaza, and I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, based on the various allegations that the mover of the motion has alleged against the Honorable Governor of Meru County. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to attack some legal issues that the Council for Governor,
Honorable DMK, you attack or you respond?
I want to respond, Mr. Speaker, on the various half-truths, Mr. Speaker, that have been issued to this House by the Council for the Honorable Governor. Mr. Speaker, first I want to congratulate the Honorable Dustin Omari for acknowledging that we have a very good motion against the governor, a very strong motion indeed, Mr. Speaker. I know he feels the weight, Mr. Speaker, and that's why they have been running to court, Mr. Speaker, and they have been trying to get orders against this motion, and all the orders they have sought have been denied, Mr. Speaker. The first issue that they have raised, Mr. Speaker, is that there are issues in this motion that are matters that are pending in court. Mr. Speaker, standing on number 90 that they are relying on to say that some matters that we are discussing are sub judice, Mr. Speaker, is negated by studying on number 95 or that the Speaker can allow certain issues to be discussed. And in any case, these people who have gone to do these lawsuits in the court are the proxies, Mr. Speaker, that we suspect are acting on the governor to try to frustrate any attempts to impeach her, Mr. Speaker. And in any case, the first instance this House started investigating is the letter that was brought to this House on the 30th of August by the Deputy Governor of Meru County complaining about his mistreatment. So these people went to court after we started our investigations, Mr. Speaker, that have led to this impeachment. It is they that are in sub judice of this House. It is they that have gone to the courts to try and suppress what might come, Mr. Speaker, out of this Mr. Speaker House. And Mr. Speaker, they have said that they have attacked almost every item that has been averred against the governor of Meru County by tying it to that particular case, Mr. Speaker, that is at the court of pending at the High Court, Mr. Speaker. But the people who went to the court went after we started our investigation, so we are not bound, Mr. Speaker, by anything that they do at the court after we started these proceedings, after the letter arrived in this assembly on the 30th of August. They cannot produce any case, Mr. Speaker, that is before the courts that can be dated before the 30th of August of 2023. They cannot, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, trying to tell us that we are discussing matters that are before the courts, then they go ahead to defend those matters, Mr. Speaker. They shouldn't even stop defending them and go home, Mr. Speaker. Because if at all these matters are before the courts, why are you defending them, Mr. Speaker? Number two, Mr. Speaker, they have told this House, Mr. Speaker, looking at the orders that have been given the courts, but they are telling us the matter where the governor has been quoted for, has been cited for, Mr. Speaker, among others, refusing to act on court orders, Mr. Speaker. They are telling us that these are matters before the court, but the court has pronounced itself that the governor is in contempt of court, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, someone who is in contempt of justice cannot purport to come to this House looking for justice, Mr. Speaker. The maxims of equity dictate that equity does not allow a wrongdoer to profit from a wrong. He who seeks equity must do equity. He who comes into equity must come with clean hands, Mr. Speaker. And the hands of our governor, Mr. Speaker, are not clean. This is someone who has refused to return people to office against the orders of the court. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons the courts have denied all the way to the Court of Appeal to listen to her, Mr. Speaker. Because of these simple maxims, Mr. Speaker, that our hands are not clean, even before the justices of the honorable courts. Number two, there is an allegation that the person who is being impeached, Mr. Speaker, should not have the name Faith. Mr. Speaker, even if we remove the name Kawira, Mwangaza, and Faith, and remain with only the governor of Meru County, there are no two governors of this county. There is only one governor, Mr. Speaker. So we can impeach the governor even without talking about the name. You have told us that Faith is a former name that she dropped in 2012, Mr. Speaker. This is our former name, so we can include it, and any alias that she may have used, including, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be Komboko. We can even quote it there if we wanted. But, Mr. Speaker, there is the fact that there is only one governor of Meru County, Bishop Faith Kawira Mwangaza, Mr. Speaker. She has been using the name Bishop. We don't see it in any ID so that we recognize her as a bishop, Mr. Speaker. So we can also say that the use of the name Bishop before her name, even on the placards that she uses to launch projects, Mr. Speaker, is all an exercise, Mr. Speaker, of the wrong person opening projects in this county, Mr. Speaker, because the one Bishop does not even appear anywhere on her name. Mr. Speaker, there is an allegation that the public participation was a one-day exercise and that the members of the public were granted a few hours. Nothing can be further from the truth, and this is a lie, Mr. Speaker. Public participation has been happening for 7 days, Mr. Speaker, from the time the notice was laid on this honorable house. And it has been happening via email from the advert that went out to Daily Nation. Hundreds of emails, Mr. Speaker, of which majority in support of this motion, Mr. Speaker, have been sent to this house. So you cannot purport that public participation has happened for only one day, for I don't know, 4 hours. Mr. Speaker, public participation ended even the day after. That is yesterday, Mr. Speaker. That is when public participation ended. And public participation was done at the ward level. And that is what the Public Participation Act of this House of 2015 says. It's only because of challenges of logistics that several wards within one constituency met at one place, and your perusal of the public participation report will make you drop that allegation that public participation was happening for just one day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue, Mr. Speaker, of Jorincheke oathing, the Council for Governors has alleged that the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, took an oath at the Jorincheke shrine. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious insult, Mr. Speaker, because the council, the Jorincheke Council of Elders, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, the council is a Meru. He knows better that, Mr. Speaker, we have traditional prayers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the moment the members appeared before the Council of Elders to be prayed for traditionally, it cannot be treated as an oath. On Sunday, Mr. Speaker, I normally go before a preacher to be prayed for, Mr. Speaker. Let me say that I'm taking an oath. If I am partaking to Christian prayers, I can also partake to traditional prayers, Mr. Speaker. And what was happening at the Jorincheke shrine, Mr. Speaker, are traditional Meru prayers, Mr. Speaker, whereby they prayed for us the way Meru used to pray traditionally to the God of Nyambene and Kirinyaga, Mr. Speaker, and Kirimara, Mr. Speaker. You cannot subject Africans, Mr. Speaker, to only Western traditions and Western Christian traditions, Mr. Speaker. Some of us here, Mr. Speaker, even married through the customary law. Others are married through the Christian law, Mr. Speaker. Some members here, Mr. Speaker, have more than one wife. We cannot castigate them and judge them based on our Christian values of having one wife, Mr. Speaker. Theirs is a different belief from ours. The elders pray that way, Mr. Speaker, and it was in order for the members to go and get prayed for by their elders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this constitution is what we are using, Mr. Speaker, to impeach the governor. And I would like to bring the council for governor, Mr. Speaker, that
which
article,
which council about the MK? There are three.
All of them, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to them as council for governor because, Mr. Speaker, they are here on our behalf. They are not here on behalf of themselves or anybody else, but on behalf of the governor of Meru County, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, I thought you are making a reference to one.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to them as a team.
Continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, Chapter 6 of the Constitution states as follows, Mr. Speaker. Article 75 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons in a manner that avoids 1, any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties. 2, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest, or demeaning the office the officer holds, Mr. Speaker. The governor of Meru County has made us not to be proud of to be Merus anymore, Mr. Speaker. Not very many people, Mr. Speaker, want to be mentioned in the same line with being Merus. You're being asked, are you the ones who elected this guy, who is insulting everybody? The governor of Meru County has broken this constitution by demeaning that office. Our conduct is not the conduct that is expected of someone who holds that office, Mr. Speaker. I know various issues have been cited from verification, Mr. Speaker, from Mr. Speaker, naming roles after the husband, Mr. Speaker, which can be both be put together to be gross, Mr. Speaker, and qualified to be grounds of impeaching the county governor, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious ground, and we cannot be, Mr. Speaker, be misled to think that the governor of Meru County, Mr. Speaker, has a right to behave anyhow she wants. She has, Mr. Speaker, someone, the Council for Governor Motuma, Mr. Speaker, said that the governor was joking when naming a road after the husband. Mr. Speaker, the voters of Meru County did not elect a comedian. The voters of Meru County did not elect a joker. The voters came out in August 2022, Mr. Speaker, to elect the CEO of this county, the governor of Meru County. She is expected to carry herself as the governor of Meru County, not a comedian, to be naming roles after the husband, to be sending the family, Mr. Speaker, on official duties, pretending they are private business, Mr. Speaker. And the council goes on to tell us, Mr. Speaker, that this was a private invitation to benchmark. There cannot be benchmarking in a company that manufactures machines. This is a company that wants to bring machines here to be used for cancer patients. They never went to China to a hospital so that they can benchmark. They went to a limited company that makes machines that are supposed to be brought to this country, Mr. Speaker, to be used and utilized to treat cancer, Mr. Speaker. So they cannot be sent to be a private trip to benchmark, Mr. Speaker, to see, I don't know, to visit. This was an invitation to see the technology that we have right now for treating cancer. And Mr. Speaker, someone who carries a pistol, who is a trained officer, Mr. Speaker, to protect the governor, cannot tell us they went there because they are the governor's security and the governor was not there. Let everyone stick to their profession. Let the oncologists be the ones be sent, Mr. Speaker, to benchmark. You cannot use public funds, Mr. Speaker, even to travel to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Maybe even their trip in China was funded by China, Mr. Speaker. But you find claims that these officers use money. That's why they were looking for these approvals, Mr. Speaker, for their local travel to, and when they were coming back, Mr. Speaker. So you cannot use a coin of public funds, Mr. Speaker, not even to buy a biscuit, Mr. Speaker, without following the due process. Mr. Speaker, the Council for Governor, that is one Dustin Omari, Mr. Speaker, I've heard something before this honorable house that we passed the budget, the governor, the office of the governor is using to illegally employ people, that we are guilty, that we should be guilty as a house, Mr. Speaker, because we passed the budget, Mr. Speaker. It's like telling a parent, Mr. Speaker, it's because, Mr. Speaker, it's like telling a parent, Mr. Speaker, because you sent your child to school and the child was hit by a bus, that is your mistake. We passed the budget, we gave it to the governor. In one instance, we gave her even directions to give us, Mr. Speaker, policy directions on how she's going to buy live animals. She never brought them. She started doing okolea, Mr. Speaker, with money meant for buying live animals without any policy. We gave her money to pay the required number of staff who are that 8 in our office. She used this to stretch and pay people peanuts to employ many without going through the service board. Then she employed, Mr. Speaker, 103 people masqueraded as senior staff, others as cleaners. Then she employed them, Mr. Speaker, and on further interrogation, some of them are mother-daughter, with birth certificates attached, without any shame. And then you tell us we are guilty because we passed the budget. as if we should not deny the office of the governor budget for staff. She goes and overstretches. Then we are told not to do oversight. What we are doing is the oversight for the funds we allocated. And that oversight includes impeachment, Mr. Speaker. One of the duties allocated to this House by the Constitution is oversight, legislation, representation, Mr. Speaker. And the fourth one that is not very pronounced, impeachment, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we are here today. The question of gender that was brought by Dustin Omar, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the council to stay and see how the female members of this House will vote. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the voters of Meru were not gender sensitive when they were electing a female governor. And like I suggested to someone who called Mr. Speaker to suggest that we are impeaching the governor because of her gender. And that county as a female governor, I told them to give us theirs, we give them ours. Mr. Speaker, traffic marshals. The Council for Governor Wanda Sinomari said that the traffic marshals have solved so many problems, and we should not be talking about them, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we are not talking about them. Mr. Speaker, there exists an enforcement unit that has been hired regularly in this county, Mr. Speaker. Just because it's not the governor who hired them, she pushed them aside, created officers called traffic marshals, bought some bikes, hired people. She wrote first of all to the County Public Service Board. The letters are here. The Public Service Board refused to create those offices. She negated that advice. She created them herself, then masqueraded them in the payroll as cleaners, then gave them bikes. Of course, they are doing all these arrests or the arbitrary arrests and everything, and to make us up. What was the procedure of employing them? Why not use the existing enforcement officers in this county, Mr. Speaker, who are now jobless because their jobs have been taken over by bouncers, Mr. Speaker, in the name of traffic marshals, who are harassing even people in town. Because if you listen to what the governor was saying from the video is, Mr. Speaker, she was saying, we want to use them to oversight county employees. They're even harassing county employees. We want to use them to oversight people who are collecting revenue to see whether they are eating the revenue. Mr. Speaker, she has her own oversight when she is supposed to be oversighted. Reverse roles, Mr. Speaker. The role of oversight is not ours. It's not for her to create traffic marshals to oversight county officers. It's for this House, Mr. Speaker, to oversight everybody who is employed in this county, Mr. Speaker. The governor, Mr. Speaker, the other lie we were told is that the deputy governor is claiming to have used money, yet he is claiming that he has no roles, Mr. Speaker. It's not up to the governor to decide when the deputy governor has roles. These roles have been allocated by the Constitution. When we went for the Nakuru meeting of all the leaders of this county, Mr. Speaker, the deputy governor could not have been left or go to seek for permission from the governor, because this is one of the instances where he spent his own money to facilitate his staff, to get them where they're going to sleep so that we can attend the State House meeting in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker. Since he was not in speaking terms with the governor, Mr. Speaker, he fueled his car, he did everything on his own. Whereas he should be facilitated as an officer, Mr. Speaker, who came to office through the Constitution. So when the lawyer tries, Mr. Speaker, to give us half-truths, that it's up to the governor to decide what the deputy governor does, Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Then the lawyer went aside to tell us, Mr. Speaker, that the governor of Meru County delivers a mandate, Mr. Speaker, from a manifesto. I never saw her swearing in holding the manifesto, Mr. Speaker, when she was sworn in. I saw her holding the Constitution and promising to abide by it, Mr. Speaker. So we are going to subject her to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, not to the manifesto, Mr. Speaker. That is a foreign document to this House. The voters elected the manifesto of creating marshals, Mr. Speaker, like they are varying, Mr. Speaker. Nothing can be further from the truth. And Mr. Speaker, this issue that the governor of Meru County, our actual name is just Kawira Mwangaza, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name on my ID used to be Dennis Kiogora Peter. But Mr. Speaker, I changed my name to Dennis Kiogora DMK. Mr. Speaker, I do not get offended whenever I see documents in this House referring to me still as Dennis Kiogora Peter, because that was still my name, Mr. Speaker. And to continue, even my bank accounts, Mr. Speaker, my certificates, Mr. Speaker, like that, and I use them and they get accepted, Mr. Speaker. And I know you know very well, learned councils, that these are the things in the law that are called, Mr. Speaker, de minimis non curat lex. The law does not concern itself with trivial things, Mr. Speaker. These are just trivialities that cannot be admitted in this house, that cannot be admitted to be part of the motion, Mr. And if at all they believed it's not always been impeached, they should not even have bothered to go to the courts, filing numerous lawsuits that have been thrown out all the way to the Court of Appeal, Mr. Speaker. Even as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the Learned Counsel, Dustin Omari, Mr. Speaker, lied to this house, Mr. Speaker. The governor cannot be, Mr. Speaker, penalized through impeachment, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, says that anyone who breaks any part that I read in Article 75 is to be removed from office, Mr. Speaker, through the prescribed process. Then he tells us the governor cannot be punished for the acts of the juniors, Mr. Speaker, of the county secretary. Whereas we have seen letters where the county secretary signs, and down there he says for the governor. Just because the governor has allocated the responsibility of writing documents that they discuss or they agree on. For example, the ones of hiring 8 more chief officers, Mr. Speaker, without the approval of the County Public Service Board, it is signed by the county secretary for the governor, Mr. Speaker. She will be punished for what she did and what she never did. If the county governor, Mr. Speaker, is not the one who is responsible for this, then she should have fired the county secretary. Because the county secretary is still at work. So if at all is doing things without consulting the governor and appointing people left, right, and center and transferring people, Mr. Speaker, then the governor ought to be punished for leaving her office, Mr. Speaker, naked, so that somebody else can be put into that office who is going to see what is happening, Mr. Speaker. So whether she omitted, Mr. Speaker, acting, or she committed by acting directly, Mr. Speaker, she is guilty as charged. Then, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote what the Supreme Court judges gave as an authority. And they have quoted Wambora here, Mr. Speaker. What they should know is that the Wambora case has been vacated. It's no longer an authority, Mr. Speaker, to be quoted anywhere, leave alone by senior counsels, Mr. Speaker. They need to know that, Mr. Speaker. The authority that we can rely on is the Sonko case, because that one went to the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. And it has learned that any other ruling on impeachment, Mr. Speaker, dead law. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable judges of the Supreme Court ruled as follows, Mr. Speaker. The removal of our governor is both a constitutional and a political process. The mandate of the courts is restricted by the doctrine of separation of powers to determine whether individual rights, dignity, and fundamental freedoms have been preserved and protected in the process without usurping the powers and functions of the legislative branch of government. During the process of removal, the right to fair administrative action under the Article 47 and the right to fair hearing under Article 50 of the Constitution all accrue to the governor. And then 7 says, Mr. Speaker, 7, Mr. Speaker, the removal of a governor relates to accountability, political governance, and personal responsibility, and is not necessarily about criminal responsibility and capability, Mr. Speaker. The grounds for impeachment and removal from office must be substantiated. The standard of proof is immediate. That is above a balance of probability, but below all reasonable doubt. Below all reasonable doubt. And the proof of any one of those charges is sufficient to discharge the burden of proof. So, Mr. Speaker, unlike them, whenever, Mr. Speaker, whenever we are referring to authorities, Mr. Speaker, to impeachment, to always remind ourselves that Governor Sonko and Governor Waititu were removed from office, Mr. Speaker. And the Governor Sonko case is the authority that can be relied on, Mr. Speaker, because it's going to guide the courts. If this house goes ahead and impeaches the governor and the Senate does that and the governor goes to court, this is what will guide the process. We are standing here guided, Mr. Speaker. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, pretend that we are not subject to that Supreme Court ruling, Mr. Speaker. I want to And Mr. Speaker, there, by urging this Honorable House to look at these, Mr. Speaker, issues, the generality of them, the summary of them all, Mr. Speaker, they are so gross, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, that they have to be relied upon by the members when deciding to impeach the governor. And I would like, Mr. Speaker, right, to remind the Honorable Counsel, Dustin Omari. He said we should not refer to the previous impeachment, Mr. Speaker. I would like to update him a little bit on the County Governments Act, Mr. Speaker. Article 33, Part 8, it says, if a vote in the Senate fails to result in the removal of the governor, the Speaker of the Senate shall notify the Speaker of the concerned county assembly accordingly, and the motion by the assembly for the removal of the governor on the same charges may only be reintroduced on the same charges, may only be reintroduced to the Senate on the expiry of 3 months from the date of such a vote. Mr. Speaker, this motion can fail at the Senate, and after 3 months, we go back with it the same way it is, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the honorable members are right to refer to the previous impeachment, Mr. Speaker. We couldn't even have used it, Mr. Speaker, to impeach the governor without even the new motion, Mr. Speaker, because the law allows it, Mr. Speaker. So the law of double jeopardy, Mr. Speaker, does not apply in this matter as the law stipulates. I beg to support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable DMK. Aurelio, I'll give you 5 minutes and then go to another second before I'm also accused of being an agenda sensitive.
Thank
He has
you.
been raising his hand. Yes, continue. Represent the people of Mudara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For purpose of records, my name is Murangeri Aurelio Kiramana, representing the great people of Mudara. And I stand to support the impeachment motion against the governor of Meru, Kawira, Mwangaza. And let me refer to Dunstan Omari Council. I'm happy that, as my friend stated, he said that the allegations are serious. The allegations before this house are quite serious. But he also went ahead to say that this matter is sub judice. I would want to take him to page 441, whereby there is a ruling by Justice Onesimus N. Macau, and one of the things that he stated is that until the contempt is purged, the respondent, who is one and none other than Governor Kawira Mwangaza, will not have any audience before this court. I want to say that she has been in contempt of court for so long until the courts are tired of her. And that's why they took that direction. I want to say that this assembly today is doing the Meru residents a favor to discuss what the courts have refused to discuss. They have taken the higher route to go ahead and discuss the malpractices that our governor, Kawira Mwangaza, has been day on, day in, day out, perpetuating. And I want to say that on that one, I believe that, again, you say that this assembly is, or whatever process is happening today, is a quasi-judicial process. And in that matter, it means that this court today, which is also anchored in the Constitution, has the same powers as those of the High Court in this country. So whatever the decision that this court, this assembly makes today, is not going to be any less by law, because there is something that is waiting in court to be discussed. So I want to say that on that matter, I don't think this motion that we are discussing today is sub judice. Now, I want to mention that there is the case of the China issue, whereby we had employees going to China. I want to say that if you go to Article 10(2) of the Constitution, whereby we have the national values and principles of governance, you will realize that the rule of law is one of them. It says the maxim, it's anchored on the maxim that no one is above the law. Further, the law is allowed to punish anyone who breaches it. Further, it is contained in the Civil Procedure Act. And that's why I think even the court went ahead to pronounce itself on the contempt against court orders by the governor. I want to say further on the principles of governance, we have good governance as one of them. It further says that decisions should be made and implemented through consultation to further proper management of public affairs and resources. And further says that collective decision making and implementation of such decisions should be made. I want to say that in this case of the China, whereby we had employees going to China, or rather relatives of the governor going to China, I want to ask just a simple question. Did good governance play in that decision? Was there consultation for it to be decided and implemented? Again, you say that this was a personal invitation. I want to take you to page page 69. The invitation. It is to Her Excellency. The name Her Excellency came about by the fact that she's a governor. Let's start from there. Her Excellency Kawira Mwangaza, Governor, County Government of Meru, PO Box, that address, which is a county address, not a personal address. So it was addressed to the governor in our official capacity as the governor. Secondly, we go ahead and read invitation for a visit to China. We are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members. I want you, maybe in your response, to describe who these distinguished members are in respect to Meru County, which the governor is the CEO. To visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in reference, underline the word reference, to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru. I don't think the governor has got any cancer treatment center of our own. It belongs to the people of Meru. It belongs to the county government of Meru. And everything that was happening in this trip was official. Further, I want to take you. You mentioned that in Meru, we are all relatives. That's what you said. And her taking her sister and the brother and the husband to the sister cannot be nepotism. Should I ask this? That now that we are told from the Bible we all come from Adam and Eve, are we all brothers and sisters in that manner? Are we all related in that manner? That we all came from Adam and Eve. Secondly, I want to ask, what about those who don't believe in the mythologies that you give? We are not all Christians. We have Muslims, we have Buddhists, we have people who are in Meru, but they don't believe in that analogy. So you must be lying to these people and to the great people of Meru. Again, I want to say that if you check on the issue of nepotism, it is clearly mentioned it is mentioned that you cannot use your position, you cannot take advantage of your position to give undue advantage to any member or even to yourself against the interests of the public. I want to ask something, that now that you say that these a government, the guards or the bodyguards belong to the National Police Service, and they are not even employed by the county, they draw a salary from there. I want to ask you, the governor was not going to China. What were they doing in China, representing the people of Meru in China, whereas their assigned duty from or before they were seconded, or the reason they were seconded is to protect the governor of Meru. Can we say they even left the governor of Meru at a risk of being harmed by not having protectors or the guards who are assigned to her legally? Again, if it is all about, sending a soldier or sending someone who is a police officer in this Meru, can we not have any other police officer sent? It only has to be her brother or her sister. Could these other officers not want to go there? So there is clear conflict of interest in the manner in which she carried out herself on this matter, or rather in the manner in which the county, whether it is the county secretary, whether it is the governor, in which it was carried out. And we cannot really go to look far, whereas we know that these are the brothers and sisters, and ask who say that they go. That is what I want to say. And I want to say, there are so many things to say, but there are so many members to say things. And there are many things to say. There is one word that has been used in this motion severally, the word conniving. The word conniving is trying to hide from the facts using very slippery methods. And I think the governor has been doing that. And I think the counsel to the governor is also following suit, trying to lie to the people of Meru and trying to lie to this county assembly on so many aspects. And I want to say this, that alluding to the story of Jonah in the Bible, that when the boats left and Jonah had been sent to Nineveh and he refused, what happened is that the boat was rocked by very strong winds. And unfortunately, when the people realized there was a problem, Jonah himself came out and said that I, Jonah, is the one at wrong and I'm the one causing this. Throw me at sea. But the people could not believe it. They didn't want to harm Jonah. They didn't want Jonah to die. They continued praying to the Lord to stop the strong winds so that they could sail on. Unfortunately, it could not stop. Finally, they believed, but they repented before throwing Jonah into the water. They say that, God, we pray that you forgive us for this action that we are about to do. And they threw Jonah into the water. It has come for a time in Meru County, whereby we will not let the whole boat, Meru County, to capsize. Let us throw Jonah into the water. Let us have Jonah. God will help Jonah along the way, and the boat will be safe. That is what I want to say. And I want to say, in the last motion I said, Meru needs a radical surgery. It doesn't need first aid. What you people are giving us is first aid, and it will not heal. It is a cancer that is slowly eating Meru, and we hope that this time round we'll have a radical surgery on this county, and this county will prosper. And if it doesn't, I want to quote Che Guevara. He said, if injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. It will be the duty of this assembly to do exactly that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion to impeach the governor, Kawira Munga.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Morangi. Honorable members, I gave instructions and directions. Honorable Secondina, please take the floor. If you don't use that one, you can use the mic at the front.
Thank you.
You can come at the front, Honorable Secondina. Kanini Bundi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For purposes of record, I'm Secondina Kanini Bundi, member of this honorable house, nominated by Bas Party. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the impeachment motion. And Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, I heard one of the councils trying to talk about gender. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm a woman, I'm a member of this house. Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this motion, and I'm supporting not because the governor is a woman, I'm supporting it because of the governance issues pertaining the office of the governor, and the people of Meru voted a woman already to be the CEO of this country, of this county, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we are impeaching the governor, we are not impeaching her because she's a woman. Mr. Speaker, we are impeaching her because she's the governor and she has been able to govern the county government of Meru. Mr. Speaker, one of the councils, I think it's Council Omari, I've heard him say that we have no mandate as this house to petition or summon the governor. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer him to Article 195 and Article 185. Article 185.3 says this: a county assembly will, respecting the principle of the separation of powers, may exercise oversight over the county executive committee and any other executive organ. Article 95.1 says a county assembly or any of its committees has power to summon any person, and underline the word any person, to appear before it for the purposes of giving evidence or providing information. For the purposes of clause 1, an assembly has the same powers as the High Court to 1A, enforce the attendance of witness and examine them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. Compare the production of documents, and C, issue a commission or request to examine the witness abroad. Mr. Speaker, I was referring to that because Council said we have no powers to summon a governor. Unless you tell us a governor is I don't know God or who, he is anybody, he is a county officer who we can summon to this county assembly, to any committee or the full house, Mr. Speaker. So I want them to argue that whatever he said we don't have powers, we have powers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 39 of County Government Act 2012. They have said also the governor cannot be asked a question on behalf of the CECs or something. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Section 39, accountability of the executive committees. The members of the county executive committee are individually and collectively accountable to the governor. Because, Mr. Speaker, the governor is the appointing authority. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is no way the governor can run away from his executive team, the CECs, because he is the one who has appointed them and they are acting on our behalf, Mr. Speaker. And I believe there is nothing the executive, members of the executive of the governor does without the knowledge of the governor. Therefore, the governor is culpable and he is responsible for any mismanagement, for any misrepresentation, which is done by his executive members. Mr. Speaker, I've heard one of the council saying that there is no county assembly in this Kenya which has ever summoned a governor to the assembly of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them we can set a precedent. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them that we don't work under any influence of any county government in this country. We are a devolved function and we are fully here and we are there to exercise our duties and we know our roles very well. Therefore, I want to tell them that we are here even to send a precedent. Even the other counties should be coming to benchmark from us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary Nabundi. Yes, Honorable Spora. Then I'll give further direction from there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For purposes of records, Zipporah, popularly known as NK. I'm also the de facto chair of oversight in this house. And I rise, Honorable Speaker, to support the motion that is on the floor of the of this honorable house. And I would want to start by congratulating the councils for the governor, because actually the council done stand Omari has really addressed non-issues, and he has really convinced me on the side that I should vote. Because I expected the council to address the issues that have been raised, but he did not address the issues. He ran away from the issues and addressed non-issues to me. Then number two, to the other council, Areas Mutuma, thank you very much too, because the council has just preached to us. Today it did not address any issues. I think the council decided to do some conversion through preaching, and I think council, you have done very well. And what I'm saying is that to me, the presentations of the councils has really convinced me, Honorable Speaker, that we have a very strong case against the governor, and that is the reason as to why I support the impeachment of the governor of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza. And I really want to concentrate on the allegation number 4, allegation, or the count number 4 on the illegal appointment of county government officers by the county government of Meru. And Honorable Speaker, I would want to note that the governor of Meru can never run away from anything that happens in the county government of Meru in terms of governance, as long as she is the governor of Meru. She cannot run away because she is supposed to be responsible and accountable for every and each deed that is carried out by the officers that she supervises on daily basis. So I would want to note that in that regard, Honorable Speaker, I would want to note that we have had very serious allegations that have been raised by the mover of the motion on illegal appointments on the chief officers. Honorable Speaker, it is only in the county of Meru you will find a ward administrator at Job Group J is appointed to act as a chief officer to supervise directors in Job Group R, to supervise deputy directors at Job Group Q, to supervise other officers going down the randa. I would want to say it happens only in the county of Meru. That is where it only happens. Mr. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to bring to the attention of this House, we have a director of enforcement, acting director, who is in Job Group C. Job Group C is not even an entry grade for the certificate holders, leave alone the graduates. So, Mr. Speaker, I really wonder how that director at Job Group C will supervise the officers in Job Group R, Job Group P, Job Group Q, going down the randa. It only happens in Meru County. Honorable Speaker, I would want to say that in the, I want to refer the council on the Human Resource Manual 2016, Section 15(3), that stipulates officers shall not be called upon to act more than 2 job groups above their substantive grade. This has seriously been violated in Meru County. We have very, very junior officers, Honorable Speaker, that are acting in very senior positions. And I want to say, I want to tell the Meru County residents, the Kenyan people, that Meru County public service has seriously been compromised. I would also want to note, Honorable Speaker, that the same government has been appointing officers to non-existent vacancies. You find that, Honorable Speaker, there is a substantively appointed officer in an office, and then somebody else is appointed in acting capacity. And this one is also a contravention. It is a contravention of County Government Act Section 69(2), where it says, Honorable Speaker, a public officer shall not be discriminated to hold office that is not vacant. So we have many directors, Honorable Speaker, that have been appointed on acting capacities in positions that have substantive holders, and I've always wondered where those substantive holders are. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I Zipporah, I sought a statement from the county government of Meru on the status of deployment of directors in the county government of Meru. Since June, I have not gotten a response. Council Omar said that we have not been doing anything as a house, but I would want Honorable Speaker to report to this house. We have sought statements in regard to deployment of officers in the county government offices, and they have not been forthcoming. We have summoned the county secretary in this to come here, Honorable Speaker, and all these are not forthcoming. And then, Honorable Speaker, the council also said the public service board has not done its work, or they have not been doing their work. In the extract on exhibits, page 3.5, I have seen a letter from the Meru County Public Service Board advising the county government of Meru against usurping the powers of the county Public Service Board. And Speaker, if you can allow me, I can read this letter because it's a serious contravention.
Please do as you conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is an advisory on transfer and appointments from the Meru County Public Service Board to all chief officers through the county secretary and the head of public service, dated 22nd December 2022. And I want to note, Honorable Speaker, this is exactly the time when we were impeaching the governor of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, the first time. And despite all these communications, she did not take notes. Reference is advisory on transfers and appointments, and reference is made to a memo reference CGM/CS/IM 3/3/286 of 6 December 2022. This advisory is to emphasize the message by the county secretary that arbitrary transfers without due consultation with the CS's office is discouraged at all time. Transfers and deployments should be done as a form of reprimand. Staff transfer should address issues such as staff service balance, leave relievers, and staff development, among other positive reasons, as guided by the Section 43 of the PSC Act 2017, Section 36 and 40 of the Public Service Regulations 2020, and the PSC HR Manual 2016. With respect to establishment of offices, appointments, including acting appointments at all levels of staff, please note that it is the sole statutory responsibility of the county public service board as guided by the Section 59, subsection 1, A and B, 63 and 64 of the County Government Act 2012, read together with sections that 4 PSC Act 2017 and section 16 and 23 of the PSC Regulations of 2020. Any other appointments done outside this is deemed null and void. To conclude, Honorable Speaker, that is from the Secretary, Public Service Board, CPA CS Virginia Kawira. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, because the county government of Meru under the Governor Kawira Mwangaza is not ready to adhere to any advice from anybody that is mandated to run this county, I'm saying the public service is in total mess in Meru County, and I want to say because of that, Kawira Mwangaza must go. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sandikei. But initially, when you are making a contribution, you refer to Council Mutuma and the Council Dunstan as having done some preaching. Please, they are not. Those are professional lawyers, and let's respect those brothers of ours. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Muri.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu ya kumbukumbu za rekodi nafahamika kama Mheshimiwa Mredhi nikiwakilisha wadi ya Gebest. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni siku ambayo ni mura sana ambapo ninafuraha mpito kumwona mwalimu wenzangu na pia wakili Dunstan Amari. na kile Mheshimiwa Spika ningependa kusema nama kuanza tu, sisi alipoanzisha utangulizi wake alisema kwamba tunajikita katika umenke ama kifeministi. Sisi hatuna umenke kwa sababu tunawaheshimu sana wanawake ama wale ambao waliteuliwa katika vitengo mbalimbali vya uongozi. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kile ambacho tunashughulika nacho ni uozo wa kimaadili wa kuendesha katika ili gatuzi la Meru. Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mheshimiwa Spika, nikirejelea haya nikisema kwamba hatujikiti katika umenke, unaona kwamba sisi hatudhalilishi jinsia ya kike. Mheshimiwa Spika, ili hali gavana ndiye anatumia fursa hii kujidhalilisha mwenyewe. Mathalan, Mheshimiwa Spika, unapoangazia wale ambao wametumika katika kufuja fedha, hali maarufu Kadhure Rukaria Catherine ambaye ametumika na kile kitengo kufuja takriban milioni 29, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wa jinsia ya kike. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ukiangazia Lucy ambaye ameteuliwa na gavana, Mheshimiwa Spika, ametumika vile vile. Tumeona kwamba takriban milioni 6.8 zimefujwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Rose Gwantai, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambaye ni mnuna, ambaye ni umbu. Mheshimiwa Spika, huyu ni umbu ambaye ni umbu wa Mheshimiwa gavana, ambao pia ni ndanda watoka nitoke. Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni wa jinsia ile ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukimwangalia pia Jane Karemi Kaheri, Mheshimiwa Spika, takriban milioni 3.8. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa ndipo nauliza, sisi ndio tudhalilisha jinsia ya kike tukileta ufeministi, tukileta umenke, ama ni gavana mwenyewe ambaye anaendesha haya mambo? Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba sisi ni wa Meru na hivi kwamba tunaheshimu utamaduni. Mheshimiwa Spika, Njuri Ncheke ndio wanatumiwa pale ambapo kuna mitafaruku, pale ambapo kuna migogoro. Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo inafaa kuzoa ile migogoro. Ikizindi zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika, ndiposa mtu anaenda kotini ama anakuja katika kitengo hiki. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, gavana wetu angetia masikio kama hakutia masikio yake mtaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hakutia masikio haya pamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, angesikiza hawa washauri na asikize maoni ya Wameru. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya mambo yangefika hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndiposa nasema kwamba kwenda katika kile kitengo cha Njuri Ncheke, sisi hatukulazimishwa kula kiapo, lakini tunawaheshimu sana wale wazee, maana wako na maarifa na tajriba ya uongozi katika hili gatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba ni gatuzi la Meru peke yake ambalo nimeona kwamba gavana anajitoa moja kwa moja, anajirusha katika gari Mheshimiwa Spika, na anaambia askari sema pole. Sijaona hayo mambo kwingine Mheshimiwa Spika, vile ambavyo Ndastani alisema kwamba sisi hili gatuzi hajaona gatuzi ambalo limemwita gavana. Wacha nimjuze kwamba gatuzi la Meru ndilo liko na wasomi, liko na vijana na ambao wako na ruya ya Ibra. Wako na ruya ya Ibra vipi? Leo miaka 30, kesho miaka 50 40 kuwa mwakilishi bunge, kesho kutwa kuwa gavana, mtondo kuwa seneta. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ruya ya Ibra Mheshimiwa Spika haiwezi timilika tu tukinjikita tukataa kusoma haya mambo alafu tuelekeze Wameru jinsi ambavyo mambo yanafaa kwenda. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwana ufuate kisogo cha nina. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mtu uende ila kwa nyenzo. Mbona nikasema hivi? Ukimuona Kiambi Adhero ambaye ni katibu mkuu aliitwa katika hili bunge, hakuja. Ukimwangalia pia Nchamba Mbele aliitwa katika hili bunge, hakuja. Sasa bwana Ndasa, utatuambia kwamba sisi gavana kwa mtindo ambao wafaa, ili hali wale ambao ni wandogo wake, ama ili bunge alifai kuwaita wale waje? Naona kuna uwezo Mheshimiwa Spika, na tukikataa kusema hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, Wameru watajua ukweli. Mheshimiwa Spika, hebu niseme hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuboresha hadhi na heshima ya Meru Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuboresha rasilimali na miundo msingi ya Meru Mheshimiwa Spika, ili mtoto wa Meru awe na raha Mheshimiwa Spika, ili awe na raha mpito Mheshimiwa Spika, na ili Mheshimiwa Spika kumaliza uozo na maadili katika gatuzi ili Mheshimiwa Spika, Kawira aende Mheshimiwa Spika. Sisi tulimpenda sana, sisi tulipenda Kawira sana, lakini huyu mswanda ukampenda zaidi. Huyu mswanda ulimpenda zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndipo tunamtakia kila laheri. Mungu amweke pema kwa viongozi wa vikundi kule vijijini. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na kauli na Mungu amponye.
Yes, before I'll give everybody, those members raising hands to make a contribution. Honorable Kidenje Daiba, please make your contribution. And before Kidenje makes a contribution, please, honor members, restrict yourself to at least 3 minutes. If you can be able to do that, then we will save on time. Thank you. Honorable Kidenje Daiba, senior member of this House from 2013.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is John Kidenje Daiba, representing Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this impeachment motion of the Governor, Meru County, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Kidenje, please use the mic at the front so that the cameras can use it to capture you. I can see they are streaming.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is John Kidenje, representing Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to support the impeachment motion of Governor of Meru, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Mr. Speaker, this is a great day for Meru County, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, for the last 1 year, Meru has not experienced any peace. Mr. Speaker, sir, although we are told that Meru is getting happy, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Meru has been very sad. Mr. Speaker, it is today, through this impeachment motion, that we want to make Meru happy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to interrogate some of the issues that have been raised by the councils representing the governor, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, today it is very sad for the young generation, Mr. Speaker, especially who are following these proceedings, Mr. Speaker, because if a council can stand here in this honorable house and say that this county assembly has no power to summon a governor, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, that is very sad because, Mr. Speaker, last year, to be specific, on 7th of October 2022, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court, through a court ruling, Mr. Speaker, gave a ruling, Mr. Speaker, which I want to read poverty, Mr. Speaker. The court also ruled that the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, have the power for oversight of a county government. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the county assemblies are the same powers. Sorry, I've read Article 195. I want to read the Supreme Court ruling, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court on Friday, 7th October 2022, declared that the Senate, let me read the Senate page, Mr. Speaker. I want to read about the county assemblies. The court also ruled, Mr. Speaker, that the county assemblies have the power of entire oversight of a county government revenue, whether nationally allocated or locally generated. This means that the county assembly or any of the committees has power to summon any person, and like that, any person, including a governor, to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our constitution, Mr. Speaker, was done by senior lawyers who are in this house this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, and they say that the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, have no power, Mr. Speaker, it shows, Mr. Speaker, that they also acting against the constitution, Mr. Speaker, which is very bad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, I want to dispute the argument by counsel Dansan Omari, Mr. Speaker, who was trying to convince us that we are all relatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that can't be far from the truth, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot say that we are all related, which means then all our marriages, because we are married our sisters, we are married our brothers, all these marriages need to be nullified because we are married our sisters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to explain to Council Omari, Mr. Speaker, about nepotism, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to a Google explanation, Mr. Speaker, because Google is one of the authorities, Mr. Speaker, that we rely on nowadays, Mr. Speaker. And it says, the practice among those with the power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the nepotism that we are talking this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, about a governor taking a sister, two sisters, actually, Mr. Speaker, the brother-in-law, Mr. Speaker, to China. This is the nepotism that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't buy that argument by the council, Mr. Speaker, and the argument, Mr. Speaker, is analytic. Mr. Speaker, I want to hand out my argument there, Mr. Speaker, or my support there, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion with all my heart. Kawira must go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kidenje. Yes, Honorable Tururu. Honorable Kangwana will give you an opportunity to make your contribution. Relax and reserve your energy. Yes, Honorable Tururu. 3 minutes. Just Honorable Kidenje has said the first. Please let and add to that before I cut you short. Be precise so that you make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for purposes of record, my name is Patrick Adorima Tururu, representing the great people of Timor West. And Mr. Speaker, I rise here to support the motion of impeaching one Governor Kawira Mwangaza. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but I have common sense. And Mr. Speaker, we are guided by...
Honorable Tururu, you mean lawyers don't have common sense, or what are you alluding to? Please clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that probably the jargon of law that has been used in this house, Mr. Speaker, and the good English, Mr. Speaker, does not amount to changing what the Constitution, what the law defines as the principles that we should follow. And so, Mr. Speaker, having read the...
Honorable Tururu, you are very young. You can join the profession.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so that you can also be able to speak the English that we are talking about. Please continue.
Most obliged.
And they can be your mentors.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker. And it's good to see Senior Counsel Mutuma and Counsel Mari, because Mr. Speaker, I've been used to seeing him on TV, and now today I have the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, mine is just a simple one. Counsel talked about the public participation, and Counsel Omari alluded to us as if we are going to get people from their homes and take them to the venue of public participation, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this is not the case. All that was supposed to be done for the public participation, Mr. Speaker, was done. And being a democratic country and a democratic process, Mr. Speaker, we respected the rule of law, and the public participation, Mr. Speaker, went on well according to the law, according to the set guidelines. And so, Mr. Speaker, we wish them all well as they try to argue about the public participation. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we are not fighting the governor. Counsel Mari said we most probably be fighting the governor. But Mr. Speaker, we are fighting incompetence. Mr. Speaker, we are fighting nepotism. Mr. Speaker, we are fighting bad governance. And for this case, Mr. Speaker, that's why we are gathered here. Mr. Speaker, and I'm urging my colleagues, so as for Meru County to get sanity, let us do the necessary by impeaching the governor of Meru County, Kawira Mwangaza. And Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I want to quote one German pastor, a renowned German pastor. Mr. Speaker, during the Nazi Revolution, Mr. Speaker, he said that when they went for the communist, he kept silent because he was not a communist. When they went for the socialist, he kept quiet because he was not a socialist. When they went for the trade unionist, Mr. Speaker, he kept quiet because he was not a trade unionist. When they went for the Jews, Mr. Speaker, he went silent because he was not a Jew. But Mr. Speaker, time came when they came for him and there was no one to talk on his behalf. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will not let this county to be left alone with no one to talk for it. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, with the powers bestowed upon us, I, as Patrick Adoriman Tururu, representing the great people of Timor West, Mr. Speaker, I will vote. I support the motion to impeach the governor of Meru County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tururu. Yes, Honorable Makasi.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Makasi is my name, and I represent the amazing people of Kwene. First, I want to thank God for this moment in this Honorable Speaker, as I stand to support this motion of impeaching the governor of Meru, Honorable Speaker. I'm the chair, Labour Public Service, Honorable Speaker, and I was perturbed, and it is amazing, Honorable Speaker, that the Public Service Board of Meru has been taken hostage by the governor. It is being under siege, Honorable Speaker. Having listened to the members of the service board, when we invited them in this house, Honorable Speaker, they spoke and said they are not aware about the traffic marshals we are talking about. Honorable Speaker, we had invited them in this house so that they could shed some light about the traffic marshals. But for about 4 or 5 times, they denied knowing whether there are any traffic marshals in this county, Honorable Speaker, until one member, Honorable Mujoke, requested that he walks out with the chair of the board to the road so that they could show them the actual motorbikes I was talking about, Honorable Speaker. It's amazing because we know these people are operating, Honorable Speaker. I've not checked today to see whether they're on the road, But we made a report that they should be dealt with away with immediately. That was the report of the committee that we made. And they are not known to anybody in this county, Honorable Speaker. So the governor has usurped the powers of the service board, Honorable Speaker, by employing traffic marshals without consulting the public service board, who are the sole employers in this county, Honorable Speaker. So the governor, to us as the committee, found him liable because the people who are running those motorbikes, Honorable Speaker, have been employed as senior support members in the governor's office, Honorable Speaker. And so the requisition was made by the county secretary. The county secretary made a letter to the service board asking the service board to create the positions of the traffic marshals. The service board made a reply on the speaker, and they said that yes, they will create that position, but unless they are given information about the finances, that is the budget, and they are told in the structure, the organogram, they are shown where the traffic marshals will be fitting. So that was the last communication. But Honorable Speaker, the governor went ahead and launched the traffic marshals and deploying them. They are running. One of the council indicating that we are not doing a good thing to send away traffic marshals who are getting rid of the thieves in this town. We don't say, council, Omar, you don't say that, we didn't say that the traffic marshals are doing a good job. No, that is not what is being in question. What is in question is the process. As you're trying to punch holes in the process of this impeachment, you put in the law. So I'm putting the same law to tell you that what we are prosecuting is the process that was used to recruit the traffic marshals. So, Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a cantankerous woman in the name of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. The reason, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Makazi, what is cantankerous?
Cantankerous is a word driven from, is an English word, Honorable Speaker, that defines someone who is quarrelsome, who changes moods from now and then, and who doesn't listen, and who every time and does not do things within the law, Honorable Speaker. So that's called a cantankerous woman. So, Honorable Speaker, one thing I want to indicate, these traffic marshals, Honorable Speaker, have been arresting vehicles in these, impounding vehicles in this town. And I would like also to bring to speed the council with our finance bill of 2019, which does not include in any way an offense known as obstruction. There's no offense known as obstruction in our finance bill, Honorable Speaker. But these traffic marshals have been charging 8,000 to members of the public as a charge for obstruction. It does not exist in our Finance Act, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on impounding, the Finance Act dictates and states clearly that it is the charge is 8,000. Is 3,000, but they are charging 8,000 for the vehicles that impound, Honorable Speaker. So what I want to say, and we have extracts, Honorable Speaker. We have extract from the public. You don't imagine, Honorable Speaker, even members of the public being told to write apology letters, Honorable Speaker, when they commit offenses. They are told to write an apology letter so that they can be pardoned. Honorable Speaker, there's much I would have said about this impeachment motion. I have a lot, some which are inclusive in the motion, others are not inclusive, but all in all, Honorable Speaker, I'm one of those who stand to say that Governor Kawira Mwangaza has to go. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Kangwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Honorable Duncan Kangwana Merit, representing the great people of Maua, and I'm rising to support the motion on impeachment of one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru. Mr. Speaker, before I make my comment, many have talked before me. They have talked, they have highlighted why we are impeaching Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. And I want to tell this Honorable House, I'm so frustrated and amused to see senior counsel saying that we may not know what is in the context, but I hope they have heard from themselves that this Honorable House asking what the best minds in the county assemblies as far as oversight and representation is concerned. Mr. Speaker, they have used some faulty tongues and tongue twisting to confuse the members instead of persuading them on behalf of their client. Mr. Speaker, I expected them to persuade this House that not to impeach Kawira Mwangaza, who have contravened the Constitution. But instead, I hope the governor met with them and taught them how to play the Honorable House members. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to concur in sometimes with Honorable Anderson Omar, who said we are relatives. Yes, let me say we are relatives of Meru. Let's say Kawira is our sister, Kawira is our aunt. Kawira is mother to some of us, and Kawira is a relative to each and everyone. But in Marian, we say in every family, there might be a mad person. And when one arises, we can't leave it.
Honorable Kangwana, you want to allude that the governor is mad?
I'm not alluding that governor is mad, Honorable Speaker, but I'm saying in Marian, we say in every family, we might have a representative of that family who might demand.
Honorable Kangwana, please withdraw that one and continue.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker, but let me continue saying this. I want to concentrate this, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Kangwana, you cannot withdraw and then put the one back. Please withdraw without any reservation.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, continue, Honorable Kangwana.
I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, if it happens in a town or a family or whatever the case, we have a mad person, then there is a rehabilitation center where we take that person so that others can survive. And that is now, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying. You cannot let one person to humiliate everyone, to bully everyone, to bring all losses of kind to the family or to the community, yet you want that, that family to grow. Mr. Speaker, we have said that governor should promote leadership, promote democracy and governance, promote peace and order, and she should, or he, should be a unifying factor. Mr. Speaker, on 10th of September, when we had our prayers at Lare, where the president was present and all type of leadership in the national government and the county government, what we saw governor doing was not promoting leadership or governance or democracy. One of the principles of democracy, Mr. Speaker, is about political tolerance. What she did was not political tolerance. She was not kind even to those whom she defeated and they agreed. In fact, down the, one and a half down the line after election, Mr. Speaker, Mayor Count has been politicking. And the common denominator of all this is one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Mr. Speaker, on matters of oath that the senior council have been alluding that we took oath. Mr. Speaker, every Sunday we go to the church, we take sacrament and some wine which is a symbolic of the blood of Jesus. You want to tell us we are taking oath? Mr. Speaker, during check, Council of Elders are relevant members of this community. When things are going south, we call order in the community. they talk to everyone, unless if you can't listen to them. Mr. Speaker, I would advise pursuant our council, senior councils led by Danson Omar, before they leave Meru, they pass through that Unethical council founders and bless them, because we might be doing a lot, but maybe you have not reached where you want. They will bless you, and you will not have taken oath by doing that. That is how we do. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, for Meru to continue, for Meru to control, for Meru to realize any form of development, Kawira must go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kangwana. Yes, Honorable Kaimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I'm Julius Mireti Kaimbo.
Please use the mic at the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I'm Mireti Julius Kaimbo. I represent the people of Mekidori Ward. And I've stood here to support the impeachment because County 6, according to the ones given by the council for the governor, it has aggrieved me so much on illegally naming of a public road after husband. And this county is honorable. They came up with the Meru County Honors Awards Act 2018 under the former regime. And I remember, for the record, that the chair of the committee was the former Tigania East MP, Honorable Matthew Adams Karaure. And we know there are two roads that were named through the act. That is the Mwariama Road that leads to Mekidori through the Mekidori stage, and another one at the Tuskis called Baimungi. So if this act acted that way, and to that best, and today it is downlooked, it is trampled on, it is sliced down, then as a county, we cannot sit back and watch this go on any further. For example, the act states the composition of the committee, the functions of the committee, the selection of those who have to be given the award. But today, we are using emotional administration to advocate and to execute law, which is wrong. How do we give love or romantic approaches on matters of law? As far as we are relatives, my colleague teacher, Danson Omari, I'm a teacher of music. In adjudication in music, we look at the aspect of a music. For example, the pitch, we look at the dynamics, we look at the rhythm, we look at the accompaniment, facial expression, to arrive to the mark, to tell which is the best song. If we want to get somebody who has got the mark to be named after, to be given an award, then there are some specifics that we need to follow in order to arrive to that person to be given the award. My simple question that I don't need the answer, it's just a rhetorical question. Did we make these steps to arrive to Murega Baichu Road? If we didn't, that is what I'm calling romantic approach on matters of law, which is wrong. Did they follow public participation procedures? Did the public give their opinion? Which gathering sat down and give out this hint on who is to be given the award? And because I don't want to take a lot of time, what I want to say is that I will leave this on because there is executive powers. I heard the council say that the governor has the executive powers, that she can or he can do, he can say something and it can be done even without following the law. And I hope it happened without the law. to name a road after spouse without the due process. And today I want to give an advice as I conclude. Through a Chinese proverb, that if a king or a queen risks urinating in the bush, even squirrels have a chance to watch at Ace or a Mannywood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minute. Yes, Honorable Kacheri.
Can I use the front mic, Mr. Speaker?
I see in the Honorable Kacheri that the cameras are behind you now. When you speak from there, how do they capture you? And you are live in Meru TV.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Honorable Gasheri Mudhuri, a nominated member in this county assembly by the Jubilee Party. Mr. Speaker, I'm also the chairperson, the Committee of Legal, Justice, and Cohesion. Mr. Speaker, I happened to receive the letters that were written by the Deputy Governor that we were able to look into in this county assembly, Mr. Speaker. But before this, Mr. Speaker, allow me to punch one or two holes to what the senior councils have said, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday as I was coming, and I knew the matters that we are coming to discuss today, I passed by my grandparents. Mr. Speaker, they blessed me. Was that a note, Mr. Speaker? So I want to really tell Mr. Speaker, the councils, that whenever in our Meru culture, it is usually one of the practices that we will go to our elders for blessings whenever we have matters, Mr. Speaker, that concern us at any particular time. Mr. Speaker, the councils have also said one thing, that we were coerced to sign the motion, or we were coerced to impeach the governor. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very wrong. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the members in this county assembly ran the impeachment motion. They understood and they saw the gravity of it. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, very many members, without any coercion, were able to sign the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also very sure, Mr. Speaker, a majority of them, if not all, are going to support the impeachment motion. Mr. Speaker, when the council was speaking, Mr. Speaker, they said that the issues of employment. And Mr. Speaker, whenever somebody resigns, I want to inform the assembly and also the councils, Mr. Speaker, that the service board is essentially, it's the employing power. It has the employing power. So whenever somebody resigns, Mr. Speaker, the service board receives the resignation letter. Mr. Speaker, I happened to interview the service board in Meru, and they said they did not receive any resignation letters from the PA to the deputy governor, one Mr. Mutumantu Edinkia, and also the driver to the deputy governor, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when the chief of staff alluded to have received any resignation letters, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform this assembly that there are no letters of such, and because also their immediate supervisor also did not have those letters. That means going forward, there are no such letters. And if they are, Mr. Speaker, probably they are forged letters that probably some forensic audit will be done should those letters, Mr. Speaker, show up any day at any particular time. Mr. Speaker, there were issues of facilitation, that were addressed still by the council, Mr. Speaker. And the match talked about the China issue. The issue of money, Mr. Speaker, is not the only resource. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to address the issues of money, but I want to address the issues of human resource. When you are sending some human resource from the country to go in a foreign country and do practically nothing, Mr. Speaker, that is misuse of power, and it is misuse of it is misuse of human resource. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I really feel whatever the council, some of the issues that they were trying to do, Mr. Speaker, was just to mislead the people of Meru, and I'm sure the people.
Honorable please conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, I'm very sad because the issues, Mr. Speaker, that basically we are speaking about, they are issues of governance. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that governance has no issue to do with gender. That is number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there were issues that one Honorable Edeba has also addressed. The issue about the Senate having, the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, having given a ruling that the governors should be able to attend the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has the roles, more or less, of checks and balances, more or less what the county assembly have. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if governors are able to attend to the Senate, it is in the same principle, Mr. Speaker, that the governors should be able to attend to the submissions or to the summons of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, one governor, Kawira Mwangaza, has broken two rules, Mr. Speaker. One of the contempt of the assembly, not being able to attend the assembly sittings, the assembly summons, Mr. Speaker. And secondly, also not following the precedents set by the higher court in this land, Mr. Speaker, that is the Supreme Court. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I really feel that for us to be able to continue for the issue, for the assembly, Mr. Speaker, to be respected, Mr. Speaker, for the sovereignty to be respected, Mr. Speaker. One, Kawira Mwangaza has really broken these rules, Mr. Speaker, and should be impeached. Mr. Speaker, another thing that I wanted to address in a very few ones, Mr. Speaker, is we really understand the gravity of the issue of impeachment. It is not one of the very easiest things. But, Mr. Speaker, there is the rule of law that also needs to be respected, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to be able to say that we are giving or we are supporting the impeachment, Mr. Speaker, it is for the assemblies in Kenya, not only in Meru, to be respected. That's why, Mr. Speaker, if you are having a leader who is not obeying who is not obeying the assemblies, who is not obeying the courts, Mr. Speaker, that person is not fit to be a leader. That's why I'm really requesting this county assembly, Mr. Speaker, to support this motion and we relinquish one Governor Kawira Mwangaza of her duties, Mr. Speaker, so that she can be able, Mr. Speaker, to rest and also see some other people, Mr. Speaker, how they are able to really respect the rule of law. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the impeachment of one Kawira Mwangaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Acheri. Yes, Honorable Mheshimiwa Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. For the record's purpose, I'm Godwin Motembe Mbiuki, representing the people of Migos West. Mr. Speaker, today is a very great day. But, Mr. Speaker, I thought the Marians were expecting to see the governor in person. But if the law allows, it is okay because these are matters revolving between the county assembly, the governor, and the members of the executive. It is unfortunate that the governor has not been able to avail herself, but if the law allows that, is okay. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the constitution, our constitution 2010, we created 2 tiers of government. That is the national government and the county government. At the national level, the president is the symbol of unity in the country. At the county level, the same replicate. The governor is supposed to be the symbol of unity. But Mr. Speaker, it is contrary in this county. Our governor, Kawira Mwangaza, is not a symbol of unity in this county. In the sense that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at in the year 2022, in the month of August, the people of Meru went to the polls and they elected Governor Kawira Mwangaza as the governor of Meru County, and then they also elected Mutuman Tuidhingia as the principal assistant, that is the deputy governor. But if the two cannot unite, if the governor cannot unite with the deputy speaker, how do you expect the governor to unite this county, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we are very much concerned about the welfare of this county, Mr. Speaker. That is why even in our budget, we are allocated a total of 174 million in the current budget to ensure that the office of the governor runs smoothly, and the office of the governor includes that of the governor and that of the deputy governor. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, if the deputy governor, sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, cannot even be facilitated to attend county functions, then, Mr. Speaker, there's no way we expect the governor to unite this county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the governor is not working with any elected leader. Not anyone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me get you back to the last regime. Mr. Speaker, this county belongs to all of us. That is why the former governor, Kiraito Muronge, came up with what we called MESC, a group of professionals, and they came up with the Vision 2040, a very nice document on the issue of developing this county on where we are supposed to be in the year 2040. But Mr. Speaker, that very nice document that came to this assembly, the last assembly, it was approved by the assembly. That document has not seen the light of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, where are we ended? Mr. Speaker, I think.
Yes, I want to conclude your remarks on our duty.
So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I arise. And before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm also worried because our learned council has stated that we are relatives and we are grown-ups. Almost everyone here is married. So we might not see the kingdom of God because we've already committed a sin called incest. Because if you're having affairs with relatives, then you have committed incest. So, Mr. Speaker, anyway, let me say that I stand to support the motion that Kawira Mwangaza, for unity of this county, Kawira Mwangaza must be impeached. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mbiuki. Council Dunstan Omari, I can see you have a big task ahead to respond to the issues just about being related. Yes, Honorable Martin, MCA Timabo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And for the purposes of record, I'm Martin Kimadi Moriongi, representing Timawand, and I'm here to support the motion for the impeachment of the Meru governor, that's Kawira Mwangaza. If I can remember very well, on the dawn of August 9th, we woke up very early in the morning to go and vote leaders of our choice, and Kawira Mwangaza being one of them. And during the result announcement, I was so happy. I almost shed my tears because I believed everything in Meru County has changed. I saw Kunti, I saw and good Meru. I saw a great Meru. I thought of a great Meru, a Meru where every leader would be respected, a Meru where finances would be used prudently, a Meru where the governor would represent every corner of the county, a Meru where everyone would be given the opportunity to serve and to mingle and to associate with others, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I think I was wrong and naive, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think I was wrong because the governor has given us the opposite of what she claimed to give us. The opposite of what she signed as a promissory note, a promise that she would protect the Constitution, a promise that she would work within the confines, provisions, and the dictates of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, sir. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, that's why she has gone ahead to use the relatives, those are close relatives, that's sisters and brothers, to channel the funds from the county coffers directly to the personal account, Mr. Speaker, sir. That's why it's only in Meru where a governor can name around after her husband and maybe and hire councils just to convince us that just because the signage were removed, just because the That's why it's only in Meru where a governor can name a road after her husband and hire councils to convince us otherwise that by removing a signage, then the road ceased to exist. I am asking this to our senior councils. What if today what if today we go there at Njurincheke Street, we remove the signage where the road ceased to exist? Another thing, if for sure those who went to Chinese, they were on a personal or private tours, why did they write a report or a letter? Why did they seek the clearance from the office of the devolution, from the state department of the devolution? If at all I need to go to China today for my own private business, do I have to go through the state department of devolution to seek the clearance? That's the question I'm directing it to our senior counsel, Mr. Nomari. The second question is about the public participation. We intend the public participation at the one's level. For your information, constituencies are made of ones. So in our case, it happened at Kisima 1. So you cannot rule out that the public participation was not done at the ward level. Another thing concerning the traffic marshal, thank you for admitting that they were indeed employed, but who create the offices in this county? Is it not the county public service board? Who clears, who pays them? How are they elected? But our governor accepted this and went direct and created this indirect by usurpation of powers bestowed to the county public service board. She went ahead and created the offices, which I can call it is just duplication, because we have the same enforcement office that exists and which is.
Yes, Honorable Martin, please conclude.
Okay. Another thing, and my last thing, is that I would like you to go and advise our governor and those who will in the future seek your assistance or seek your services that the governor does not enjoy any immunity. And for the purposes of record and in my conclusion, I'm telling you this, that in own time, the just God who turned the water into the bay, into wine, who turned the water into wine, will make Meru great again. And the urgency of the moment is to impeach Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Martin. Honorable Joki, I'll give you just 2 minutes. And then I'm finished now with my left-hand side. Please don't raise hand from that side. Yes, Honorable Honorable Joki, you can use the mic at the front.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Juki Mugambi, representing the great people of Mwangaza. I'm here supporting the motion that Kawira must go. Mr. Speaker, also allow me, with all respect, that I remind the whole Meru that you are also called Solomon, the wisest man they had in the face of the heart. Therefore, I saw that many people have not recognized the big and the effort that you're making to all of us. I want to dispute one, the State Council, Omar, for disputing and saying that the Njurin Cheke was influencing and embracing people without any reason. I just want you to know that we have even invited His Excellency, the President of this Republic, to visit that shrine and to be blessed by the same Njurin Cheke. It also happened to Uhuru Kenyatta. At one time he came there. He was blessed by the Council of Elders. So you cannot dispute when we go as MCAs from blessings, you cannot say that you are going to take a hold. I'm sure you should at least apologize, not only to the MCAs, but also to the Njurin Cheke elders. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a few things about the naming of the road. This happened again in Nairobi. It was done by Her Excellency Kananu Mwenda, where she named a road somewhere in Kileleshwa. The road was called Diki Diki Road. And she decided to award Atwoli. So she gave Atwoli, she changed the name of the road and called it Atwoli Road. But the poster was there, the signs were there. However, the Assembly of Nairobi, led by the minority whip called Waithera Chege, disputed the whole issue. And this one was taken to the Assembly, Mr. Speaker. When it was taken to the Assembly, on 26th May, the MCA for Isambu brought a motion, a bill, so that they come up with a program of naming roads in Nairobi. And this one happened that the road, the first thing, a committee was formed and the road was renamed. This time round, it was given the proper name. The governor was involved, that Kananu Mwenda, the MCAs, and the committee that was involved was used, and they gave the right name now, the Francis Atwoli Road, simply because of a temporary work the court boss had done to this nation. Mr. Speaker, there are some other roads that were given names, like the Legend, the Kandenge Road was given a name because of a temporary performance in football. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, the temporary work that Murega Vaichu has done to this county, so that a name is given, a road is named after his name. Mr. Speaker, with those very, very many few remarks, just because of interest of time, I would have wished to say more, but I dispute my friend, the lawyer, again, for trying to dispute science and say that we are related. If we were related, all of us could be dead. We could have died of genetic diseases like leukemia, like anemia, like sickle cell anemia, like diabetes. The biodiversity allows us to live when we are not related. But if we are related, then a virus will come and sweep the whole race in Meru. So I disapprove that theory that we are related, and they kindly do research on science just before you bring it to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable I just want to give these directions, and that will be my final directions. I want to give Honorable Karep, Honorable Kidenji, Honorable Keneibai, and I close at that, please. I've given directions. I will not give any further directions after that. I've given directions, and members, you have to obey to that. Yes, Honorable Karep. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my name is Caleb, representing the great people of municipality. And being the host, it would be a little bit unfair not giving me a minute to say 1 or 2 things. And I'm a man of few ones. I'll just say today, our council have raised a very grievous issue, Mr. Speaker, because from here, we don't know what name to refer our governor to. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if I'll call her Faith Kawira Mwangaza, Faith Kawira, or Mwenda, because, Mr. Speaker, she is using all these names at the same time. But I'm happy today because we have the council and they are very good in criminal law. You know, we are getting them something to do, maybe, and convert them to come to our side so that they can help Meru and save Meru from this crook, because I don't know who else could use 3 names at the same time. The other thing that I would like to make Meru know, we are not against the governor naming loans. Mr. Speaker, giving the governor the doubt of naming loans. Tomorrow we would wake up and meet this building named after someone. So we are trying to regulate as a county government. So I stand to support the impeachment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karep. Yes, Honorable Kidenji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the purpose of record, I'm Honorable Felix Kidenji Murigi Ntuo, representing the great people of Raidwa Raira Ward. Mr. Speaker, sir, today I've had a great joke of the year from my friend Dustin Bin Omal. I think...
Honorable Kidenji is Dunstan.
I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please make that correction and apologize.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. That's my...
Dunstan.
Dunstan Omal.
Yes.
Whatever the name. Because, Mr. Speaker, you see, my advice is to the Meru County Governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. I would like to advise her on TV because it's very hard to get her today. I would like to advise her that if she has not given any coin to councils today, she must think wise. Because what they have done today in this honorable house, they have come to practice comedy in this house. Because how come somebody will tell me that I'm related to my wife? So, my governor, where you are?
Honorable Kidenji, please make your contribution. You are not making any contribution. Make your contribution.
I'm making a contribution,
No.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm advising the governor because I'm not see her today.
I've guided you. Please
Thank
make
you.
your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
I'm here to support the motion because we want to bring sanity in Meru County. And to bring sanity in Meru County, it's where Governor Kawira Mwangaza will go home. I support the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kidenji. Honorable Keneibai, please conclude for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Keneibai. I represent the great people of Kianjai, and I'm also the chair sectoral committee on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I came here to defend one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, only to my surprise that we've been beaten in our own game until the time when Councillor Meru stood. I've changed my mind. It is very sad. We have misused our funds for this exercise. I really pity the governor. It's very sad. I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Keneibai. Yes, the Deputy Leader of Majority, Honorable Mutuma Kisima.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Patrick Mutuma, member of this county assembly, representing the people of Kisima and deputy majority of this house. Mails, Mr. Speaker, is very few. I want to say that it is very important and a good day that we are to liberate this county of ours from the governor of Meru, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, what you know, the governor that you have is not competent to run this county. Mr. Speaker, we know the governor of verifying leaders. Even the last impeachment, we are there. One time we verified our minority leader. And even she has verified each and every leader in this society. Latest, it was in Rare, where he verified even the leaders of Meru County in front of president. Mr. Speaker, sir, even went ahead to lend a junior staffs of the Meru County to verify the DNG. And by this, Mr. Speaker, and she was on last by Senator Tobiko. But according to me, she does not hear or cannot follow any instruction or cannot adhere to that. And the only thing that you can do, the justice that you can do to this county is to impeach her so that you can learn some manners, so that you can learn how to behave as a public servant. Lastly, I want to handle another one thing only. It's about when the senior counsel was trying to tell her that the trip to China was a private trip or not an official trip. When you look at we have some two letters in our submission. The first letter is from the Office of the Deputy President, State Department for Devolution memo to the Principal Secretary. When you read the heading of that letter, it says subject travel clearance to China. And it reads like this: the county government of Meru has requested for clearance for its county officials. So the letter is written clearly that is for its county officials. And don't think that the PA or the written members of the family of the Kawira are the county officials. When you look to another letter, there is another letter which states clearly, this letter is also from the Office of Deputy President, State or Department of Devolution, to the Principal Secretary. And the letter says, facilitation for travel to China, county government of Meru. And this is requesting, we have received a request from county government. When you say county government, that mean is the money of people of Meru which is being used. We have received a request from the county government of Meru via letter. There is a left there, and dated on 26 May 2023 to facilitate issues of visas for the distant county official to travel to China. So we can clearly say that this trip was funded by the county government of Meru. And that letter, it's signed by the Principal Secretary, Ms. Teresia Baker. In short, what I want to say that the money of the people, the money paid by the taxpayers of this county has been used by the governor, by the relative of the governor, which facilitated them to go there. And
Honorable Mutuma, please conclude your remarks.
Yes, sir. I'm saying the money which has been used there by the county government of Meru to facilitate the related members of the governor. And this goes against the law of this county, against the act of this county assembly. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support to impeach the governor of Meru, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, honorable members. I can see there is a lot of repetition, but please allow me to give Doris 2 minutes, Honorable Motea 2 minutes, Honorable Ereja 2 minutes, and then I conclude with Honorable Mutungi. 2 minutes each, and I'll be very strict. 2 minutes each, very strict. Crack, please time that, check the time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity for purposes of record. Abdoris Kakinkonge, nominated member, based at County Assembly of Meru by the UDA party. Mr. Speaker, I study as a woman, and when the people of Meru went on pause on the 9th of August, 2023, they knew that they are electing a governor and not a governor female. Mr. Speaker, it has taken us as the women many years to fight for our space in both the county government and the national government, for us to be recognized as women, to have positions. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the County Assembly of Meru that in the 45 wands that comprise of the county government of Meru and the Meru Assembly, we have only one elected woman in this county assembly, that is Honorable Makena Murogosho. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that we as women, we have been very demeaned to have positions, that is the political positions and the elective positions. But what the governor of Meru, Our Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, has said in this county, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the people of Meru will again trust the leadership of women. It is very sad. Mr. Speaker, I'm feeling like shedding my tears when I'm standing here to support this impeachment motion. One, we are not fighting gender, but we are fighting competence. We are not fighting Kawira Mwangaza, but we are as a woman, but we are fighting bad governance. And Mr. Speaker, integrity, chapter 6 of integrity and leadership does not discriminate the gender. Integrity is paramount regardless of your gender. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support to impeach the governor of Meru, not because she's a woman, not because we hate her or we are fighting her, but it is because of her poor governance and incompetence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Doris. Honorable Mutea, please take the floor. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the purpose of record, Honorable Douglas Mutea, representing the great people of both which Central Ward. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the account 2, which is very touching as in health department. It is of injustice. I stand here for the justice of the medical professionals in Meru County. I stand here for the justice of the cancer patients in Meru County. I wonder, let me go direct to our governor who purport to love the Meru people or Kanaka Meru. I wonder whether it is justice for her to take her sister, her brother, or the in-laws to China, whereas we have very qualified doctors, especially Dr. Chege, who is in a cancer center, at least to go and gain something for the cancer patient in Meru County. It is very saddening, it is very painful, and I can tell my governor, I don't think even God will forgive you for this greediness of going all to sacrifice the cancer patient for the purpose of supporting your sisters or your brothers. I'll ask the Senate, this time round, let us save the Meru people. Senate, listen to this cry and save the people of Meru. I stand to support the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mutea. Yes, Honorable Ereja Kimathi from the Mwangaza Ward.
Okay.
Please use the microphone at the front.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Elijah Kimathi, representing the great people of Mwangaza Ward. I'm standing here to support the impeachment. My injustice is a prophecy. As I was praying yesterday, I found that the governor.
Elijah,
yes.
You are saying yours is a prophecy.
Yes, yes.
Are you a prophet?
Yeah, I'm a prophet.
Elijah prophet.
Yes, Elijah prophet.
Okay, then you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was praying yesterday, I found that the governor will be the former governor, and he will be the governor who have served just a period of 1 year. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish her well, and may God bless her as she live. I support the motion.
Thank you, Prophet Elijah. Koja, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My name is Nkunja Maore Joseph, for the record. I represent the people of Antubet Kiongo, and I rise to support the motion to remove Her Excellency Governor Kawira Mwangaza from office, because the evidence which has just been tabled in the House shows or proves that she is not qualified to hold the office of governor. Therefore, I support the removal of her office.
Thank you, Honorable Nkonja. Yes, Mobichi, 2 minutes. 2 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of LECON, my name is Frederick Mobichi Kirema, representing great people of Nyaki West. Mr. Speaker, today I stand here to support the motion to impeach Governor Kawira. And there is something that I've noticed very special from the previous motion. Today, I just say that the council have now completed our journey, having come. Last time they never represented themselves. That means that we will get it right, for that they have come and we are telling them honestly we're in the right channel, and they support everybody else who has given his or her contribution towards this great motion of impeaching incompetency in this country of ours. We want to bring back the sanity in this country of ours and completely deal away with the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Mobichi. Honorable Arun, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the purposes of records, I'm Honorable Arun Duranera. I represent Abogeta East. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion to impeach Governor Kawira Mwangaza, because the evidences that have been tabled in this assembly, Honorable Speaker, it has proved beyond the probabilities. And Honorable Speaker, the power and the mandate that have been given by the people of Abogeta East, I rise to confirm the same, Honorable Speaker, because Meru needs sanity. And I go by the saying that says that ignorance, Honorable Speaker, has no defense. Advices have been given. We've been very close to Governor. We've been advising her, but she has put deaf on her ears, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I support this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Arun. Now I'll give Honorable Pugo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm Brugo Frederick, representing the great people of Antombwe Ward. Mr. Speaker, at the extent and point we are now is that we are moving to the point of bringing sanity to Meru County. And this is like the French Revolution, which was about political and societal change to the French people. And as we are now, I believe and trust the process that we will end the impediment of devolution within our county. And at the end of it all, we will make sure that, Mr. Speaker, that Meru gets a radical surgery, and a surgery that will bring back the glory of Meru. And this will happen when we impeach the governor of Meru. With that, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the impeachment motion.
Thank you, Honorable Brugo. Yes, Honorable Mokoronia, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
put
sir.
off the mic. Honorable Brugo, put off the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the purpose of record, my name is Daniel Mukoronia, representing the great people of Tema East. I stand to support the motion because of our governor's incompetence, hatred, and untrustworthy. So I stand to support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Mukoronia. Honorable Akure, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. For the purpose of record, my name is Stephen Igakule Nchebere. I represent the people of Kiguchwa. I'm saying last year, August, the governor of Meru offered herself to be elected as a leader. When she was elected as the governor, she met the full law. She was subjected now, she is subjected to Meru County laws, which is to be now follow. For the case of our friends, the advocate, I think they follow the Advocates Act. If you are a policeman, you have to follow the police laws. So what the governor is not doing, she has forgotten that the rules are there and she has to follow. So she has not followed. Therefore, I support the impeachment.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kambura, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this an opportunity. My name is Angles Kambura Duranera, specially nominated by Mbas, Meru County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to support the motion and then inform the council around us that they must know that Mboy Sound has nowhere to lay its head in this Meru County. The Mboy Sound is being moralized, is being mistreated by in our culture. We respect Mboy Sound and also respect the council around us at Njorin Seke. So I send Kawira must go home and rescue Mbrera Gabaisu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kambura. Yes, Honorable Mutungi, please close for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, for the purpose of record, I'm Zuranera Mutungi, representing the great people of Mwangaza Ward. I rise here to support the impeachment of one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. Sioninka, I termed it as Sioninka. Sioninka in Kimeru means a self-centered governor who does not work with anybody else. He is Ngirinde, he is a comedian, and by impeaching one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, we shall do away with impunity, nepotism, corruption, and bullying, all immoral things. We shall do away with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, before I call upon the mover to reply to the debate, standing order number 69.3 provides that the speaker is satisfied that the motion has been adequately debated. The speaker shall call upon the person who is being removed from the office to answer issues raised in the debate, and therefore call upon the mover. I call upon I therefore call upon Her Excellency the Governor to respond to the issues raised in the debate of the motion for a period not exceeding 20 minutes. So, Council, now that the Governor is not here, I'll give your team or Council Naston 20 minutes, and then also I'll give the mover another 20 minutes, and then you conclude the debate. Honorable, can you, the clerk, please check the time? Yes, sir. Honorable Mari, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to respond. Quite a mouthful of submissions from the honorable members of parliament, of my honorable members of the County Assembly. One issue that I start with, Mr. Speaker, sir, an admission has been done that instructions to file this removal of the governor from office was occasioned by outside forces, and therefore the County Assembly is only implementing directions and issued from outside. One of those directions came from Njurinjeke, by admission. The other one, other directions came from other political quarters or executive powers outside this assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the creature of this assembly is found in Article 1, Sub-Article 4, that the sovereign powers of the people is exercised, 1, at the national level, and 2, the county level. It's not at the Njurinjeke shrine. In line of that, Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 3 puts it that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution. More specifically, Article 3(2, any attempt to establish a government otherwise than in compliance with this Constitution is unlawful. By admission, the deputy governor was sworn in by Njurinjeke. A ceremony was conducted to grant powers to the deputy governor in anticipation of impeachment motion. The old constitution that was repealed on the 27th of August 2020 provided for, in the context between the late President Kibaki and the late Charles Njonjo, that anybody who could compass or imagine the death of a president committed an offense of treason. Today, a substantive illegal government is in place, waiting for a process of sanitization. It's a sad day. It is a sad day. An offense of treason is already committed. This is a process to sanitize that. So it is my submission, and that is why it has gone on the Hansard, that it cannot be that the deputy governor, out of aspiration to be the governor, decides to bring this process because of the constitutional provision that once the governor is impeached, the deputy automatically assumes power. If that is it, then the consequences are very well known. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not the first time such drama has been made by a lecturer, the CS, and other people in Senate. Faced the similar fate and they were removed from office. That time, it was so painful. Today, it's music. What will be the fate of Governor Kawira after this process? The jury is on you. Third, I've had quite a number of issues, a challenge about the lawyers came to lie, the lawyers came to mislead, the lawyers came to do anything. Our instructions have come from our clients. Our record is not on criminal law alone. We represent those that have instructed you. We represented them 2017 to 2022. Now we are representing those ones who are instigating their impeachment. That is the role and the beauty of law. I've seen very able, promising advocates here. Come, train law, let's proceed, because the fate of 2027 might be a fate that you will not be able to contain. Let me respond to a few issues that have been raised, because as we are agents, we represent anybody. We represent anybody, and you will be, if you have not been part of our stables, you will, when it changes. And it changes. Today, you are impeaching, tomorrow, we'll deal it in another manner. But the lawyers are very impartial. We have nothing personal in this matter against anybody, and we do our job as per the law it is. Very few issues were raised. One, about the employees that were recruited without the Public Service Commission or the Public Service Board, or you being involved. For record purposes, personal assistants, cooks, drivers are not recruited through a competitive process pursuant to Article 236. Those are personal. And if that record, let the Hansard captured that way. Two, the question about the recalling of the driver of the deputy governor. Every member of the county assembly knows that driver by name. He's a brother to the deputy governor. There we do not have eyes. But when the sister, the alleged sister of the governor is a security attaché, it raises eyes. Let us do to others that which we expect to do, because the one you are forging to be the next governor, first impeachment will be him for having recruited his own brother to be his driver. Third, the question about China. This was a private donor. You've not been shown, Mr. Speaker, sir, any government expenditure or requisition for that. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, sir, no document of government has been presented before this assembly where the governor has signed. Not even one, where her signature is appended. Fifth, you have been told that all these people, the technical team that left, were cleared by government. For record purposes, no public servant will leave this country without approval, whether you are going for a personal matter or you are going for a public matter, without approval for your leaving. So that is the position. The approval was not for money purposes. Approval was under the law, and I've seen
Council, even the members here, when they are going on their personal issues, they are not cleared by the devolution, Minister of Devolution. They just notify the speaker that they are out of the country. Those ones who are, if you are cleared by the Minister of Devolution, it simply means you will get a pandiem. And what pandiem means, it means for those days that you have gone out, you'll be paid every day. It's called either pandiem or not out. But if it's a personal trip, you are not cleared by the Ministry of Devolution. That's the case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light with those directions, none of the per diems payments receipts have been presented to you. They intend to present them to you after the impeachment motion has been concluded. They could have presented that as evidence. The Assembly has prepared for the whole 1 year for this impeachment. They could, they failed. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the question about the relatives and the nepotism, Still, there is no document to show marriage. Marriage certificate is a very simple document for government to get. It's not present. A birth certificate showing sisterhood or brotherhood or IDs that are identical. None of those documents, which are critical, have been presented to you. Otherwise, relying on social media, the standard is different. On the question of the title, bishop, which has a connection to the Okolea, the issue of cows that the Ministry of Interior banned. It has again come here. That is a function funded by the church. No document showing expenses incurred to buy cattle has been presented. Mr. Speaker, the threshold of evidentiary threshold does not come lower. We cannot just say these cows are being bought by government funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, the public participation that the members have raised was done in nine sub-counties out of the lawfully registered 15 sub-counties. Explanation is missing. Why was that? Was it tilted and to achieve a certain achievement? The road. It is very motive about the road. A social media post, if ever it was there, is the basis of impeaching a governor. A social media post. Very many of these Waishimiwas, some of the people have created pseudo accounts, Facebook and other social media posts, purporting them to be that. I've been in one case where the voice of the then head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, somebody pretended to be one. So we urge the Speaker and we urge the leadership to ignore evidence that is going to be relied based on social media posts. Then, Mr. Speaker, sir, the traffic marshal question is so emotive. No letter of appointment signed by the governor is here. Nowhere can you link the governor to that imaginary issue. It is a social media issue. Government talk by documents, and that is why it is called a bureaucracy. So that the county assembly of 2023, the records will be kept under statute for a particular year, for a particular time of years. So let us not rely on social media to vilify the governor. On the question of fuel, they are junior officers mandated to do that, not the governor to do that. The question that she has failed to fire the county secretary. There are matters in court. Under which provision of the law will she fire an officer who is in court? My good sister, the member of, I don't know, the MCA who raised the question that the county assembly has powers similar to the High Court. I didn't hear her say that the county assembly has powers to issue warrants of arrest and to fine. Last week, when I was before the Senate, the government chief pathologist failed to come. He was fined 500,000 shillings. That is not there under the Act. So, is it really that the county assembly has similar powers to the powers of the High Court in terms of someone?
Council, you have 5 minutes.
In sum total, only Mr. Speaker had 2 minutes to finalize this thing, that already a decision has been made. This was a procedure provided for, because a decision has been made outside this office, outside the plenary. It will go in history. It will go in on the hazard that decisions were done outside have only come to be implemented. Allow Mutuma, because he might decide to contest, he comes from here, he might decide to be an MC next time, so that people can see his voice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Council. Mutuma, you have only 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will start my mandate in the 3 minutes. One is that I wish to respond to the issue of the Njoli function. It has been stated that that was a traditional prayer session. I have no problem whatsoever with traditional prayers. What I have a problem with is that prayer also being converted into a curse for someone who does not abide by the outcome. People who attended that meeting, Mr. Speaker, sir, were given a caution that if you do not agree with the decision of the Njoli Ncheke, step back, lest you bring curse upon your family and your children. The person conducting the function went ahead to say that if you do not adhere to the resolutions, you are also an outcast from the Meru community. I do not see that as a prayer session. It is an oathing ceremony by whatever any other name. On to the China trip, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to refer to the letter dated 5th June 2023 that talks about facilitation to travel to China, County Government of Meru. A question was asked why Her Excellency the Governor did not travel to China. When you look at that letter, it lists down the people who are to accompany the governor and their designations. So are they a technical team? The first person who is cited therein is the governor, who is the invitee. The second person is Dr. George Mungania, who is the CCM Health. I believe that this is a person that this committee, rather this house, approved to be appointed in that position. Who else was better qualified than the person in charge of health to accompany the governor in this noble cause? We have Miriam K. Guantai. Look at the designation. She's the PA to the governor. There isn't any function where the governor goes without a PA. The PA is the order of a diary. The PA is the person who schedules meetings for the governor. The PA is the person who takes note for the governor. It was only fair that the PA to the governor is accompanying the governor during this session. The third person is Nefat Kenywa.
Council
Yes.
Mutuma, your time is up. How many minutes do you want me to answer for you?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Then
Thank you.
continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your indulgence. The fourth person is Nefat Kenywa Meme. Now, it has been said that Nefat Kenywa Meme is a relative to the governor. We've not been given any evidence, not shared of evidence, how Nefat Kenywa Meme is related to the governor or any other person close to the governor. A mere allegation does not amount to confirmation of an offense. Who is this person? Nefat Kenywa Meme. The designation in that letter again, and this is a letter that was written by the, it was from the office of the Deputy President, State Devolution, and The designation of Nefat Kenywa Meme is the director external linkages. This is a strategic person who must always accompany the governor whenever she's going for foreign trips, because their very designation, their very mandate is to link the governor with external affairs. So then what was wrong? I'm also reliably informed that Nefat Kenywa Meme is also a medic. Lastly, we have Murangeri Kenneth. This is the person who is the security to the governor. Again, every trip by the governor, their security detail must be present. So then what was wrong with these people accompanying
Council
the governor?
Mutuma,
Yes.
please don't mistreat the house. I have a PA and Angand. They have been invited to South Africa and don't attend. Should they attend? Now that the governor did not attend, then what are you telling the house that the governor did not attend? Actually, they broke the law.
Very well,
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, sir. My understanding, and this should be taken as the governor's word, is that in every foreign trip, there must be an advance team that goes to, number one, book the lodging facilities for the governor, assess the security, and organize the governor's well-being during that trip. It is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Council, please continue. Members, let's give Honorable Council Mutuma time to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for your protection. It is on this basis that this advance team was sent to China to welcome the governor. Unfortunately, the governor had to cancel the trip because of other commitments, and by the time this was happening, this team was already in China. Now, and to my last limb of summations is that you have a right to impeach. You have a right to impeach under the Constitution. You have the right to impeach under the County Government Act. You have the right to impeach under your own standing orders. What we have an issue with is the grounds of impeachment. As the motion as placed before you, as debated, met the threshold. The answer is in the negative. Some of the allegations that have been leveled against the governor are issues and actions that were done by third parties. There is no evidence that the governor gave any of those people instructions to breach the law. What you should have gone for are the people who breached the law. If you had an issue with any official of the county government, summon that person. If that person fails to appear, or they appear and you form the opinion that indeed they breached the law, recommend their removal. If then the governor fails to heed to your advice or opinion, then take an action against the governor. I have not seen anywhere where the House Committee on any particular issue has made a recommendation to the governor to take action and the governor has failed to take that action. That is the issue that saved Wambora during the impeachment process, because the issues that the governor was being accused of were issues done by other parties. And you cannot transport criminal liability from one person to the other unless you have evidence that this person gave strict and express instructions for breaching the law. Lastly, are all offenses impeachable? Even if you are to find the governor having breached any laws, and we're not saying she has, is that breach gross? Is that violation gross? Is it something that is so glaring that the only remedy is to impeach the governor? Is there any other form of punishment that can be meted apart from impeachment? My simple argument and submission is not all offenses are impeachable. The mover of the motion needs to convince you that indeed what the governor is alleged to have done is so gross in the eyes of the public, in the eyes of the House, in the eyes of every other person, that indeed there is no other remedy rather than to impeach. I submit that that threshold has not been met, and the governor should not be impeached on mere allegations that have not been substantiated. I rest my case. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Council Mutuma. Mwenda, you okay? Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I now call upon the mover of the motion, Honorable Evans Mawira Kadia, to make his reply for a period not exceeding, they have given them 25 minutes, and I also give you 25 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, before I make my final remarks, I really want to thank honorable members for vindicating me from the accusation of one council, Mutuma, that members have not interrogated the contents of the motion. But Honorable Speaker, from the debate that has arose from this House, even councils for the governor have been convinced that members took time, went through the motion, interrogated every accusation in that motion. And Honorable Speaker, that is why they have been able to make very informed and articulate debate that has come on the floor of this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll start my rebuttal by going to what Council for Governor Omari has said that we have been influenced by outside forces to bring this motion. Honorable Speaker, in the contents of our motion, I have started from, I think on page 2 or 3, I've indicated that I started collecting evidence after public outburst and outcry against what has been happening in Meru County. Therefore, at the moment that I started collecting my evidence and the allegations that I'll charge the governor with, I approached honorable members of this assembly because standing order number 65 gives the procedure of introducing the motion for removal of a governor from that position. Therefore, I am to seek signatures for me to be able to approach the office of the clerk and indicate that I want to bring a motion for the removal of a governor. And since that time, we have been coalescing. I've been seeking for support from these members. Because, Honorable Speaker, Council Mutuma is saying that the impeachment process is quasi judicial. And I want to say it is not only quasi judicial, but it also quasi political. That is why we have to coalesce and come together as members who are like-minded, members who bought into my evidence and facts, and that's how that motion found its way to the floor of this honorable House that we are debating today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, councils have tried to allude that honorable members were taken under oath by Njuri Ncheke. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the honorable members and also the councils for the governor that I'm a member of Njuri Ncheke, Honorable Speaker. And Article 11 of our Constitution, Article 11 of our Constitution talks about culture. And Honorable Speaker, Njuri Ncheke is a cultural association which has a definite or a definition of its members. And Honorable Speaker, from the beginning, they should have known that Njuri Ncheke is a men's only association. Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere that you can be taken under oath or you can be conducted to take oath if you are not a member of that association or subscribe to their ideologies. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, on that material day that they are talking about, it was a function, a state function. In fact, it was led by the CS for Environment, one Honorable Soipan Tuya. We are also in the company of one Honorable Medikal Inturi, who is the CS for Agriculture. And the function that was being held at the Jorincheke shrines was to plant trees. Therefore, that is why they allowed even non-members in that shrine. But Honorable Speaker, you'd wonder, because there's no time that women have been members of Jorincheke, how the Jorincheke Association could take women and hold Honorable Speaker because they are not their members. That has been an handoff, Honorable Speaker. But nevertheless, I've said that the Constitution, it says in Article 11, this Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of Kenyan people and nation. It continues and says that states shall promote all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, like we did there at the Jorincheke Shrine, science, communication information, mass media, publications, libraries, and other cultural heritage. That's why even if you go in the National Museum of Kenya, you find information there about Jorincheke, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that claim is unfounded and it can't hold in water, even in a court of law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, they have talked that they have indicated that the deputy governor took oath of office on that day. But Honorable Speaker, that is ridiculous from land and councils. Because we all understand how a deputy governor comes into office. That is once the governor vacates the office. And right now, Honorable Speaker, during this debate, there is no way I've had any member attribute to the assumption of into office of the deputy governor. So it is their own creation in their mind. And I'm happy because it shows that they are sure our grounds and our accounts will hold water even in the Senate and courts of law, and Governor Kawira Mwangaza will be impeached, and one Mutuma Ntwedhinkia will ascend into office. Because I wonder why they would say that one deputy governor was oathed into office, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, they even talked of treason, Honorable Speaker, and I wanted to find out where, because treason is maybe where one betrays the country, and in this case we are speaking about our county, where one to think here committed treason by either betraying or killing or anything so that they can assume office. Honorable Speaker, that is truly unfounded and also unsubstantiated, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one Council Dunstan has indicated that they are here under instructions of their client, one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, and because he talked of relatives, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, he must be knowing very well his client. I want to ask if one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza is married to his brother Morega Baichu, because he indicated that we are all brothers. Therefore, maybe at a later day they will substantiate and tell us if it is the case. But Honorable Speaker, I want to avert that the councils are here only to earn legal fees. There's nothing more. There's nothing more that because they have not purged those into the claims, they have used a lot of English and
into a majority. I believe you also, if you are a lawyer, you will be the same. So respect that profession. And indeed, appreciate that the council, Dunstan normally has really appreciated you. There are so many lawyers in this room, and he has invited you to join the profession. So don't poke holes in the profession, because 2027 may find you being a lawyer.
I'm not attacking the profession, Honorable Speaker. I really like lawyers and advocates. I'm saying for this instance, what has happened, because I expected them to purge those, into my claims and allegations, but they have taken us round, and unsubstantiated claims that they have, Honorable Speaker. I want to note, Honorable Speaker, because it has been also mentioned that the PA to the DG, to the Deputy Governor, and the Deputy Governor are relatives. That is not true, Honorable Speaker. The personal assistant to the Governor, to the Deputy Governor, sorry, and the personal driver to the Deputy Governor are not related at all, unless we use Dunstan Omari's definition of relatives. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this China trip has brought a lot of heat from their side. And Honorable Speaker, as I was sitting here, I was asking myself, because there is nowhere in my motion I've indicated that the county lost resources or funds through this trip, Honorable Speaker. My charge is nepotism. And if at all we use Dunstan Omari's definition of relatives, I would wonder, why didn't the governor move along the streets of Meru town and just pick anyone else and not her brother and her sister to take them as under the definition of the technical team for a trip to China? Furthermore, they are saying it was a private trip, Honorable Speaker. I was wondering, where is the family of maybe the relatives of the governor setting up a medical cancer center in this county, Honorable Speaker? And in the letter from the Beijing Tech Limited Company, says in reference, let me get it, Honorable Speaker. Rins yeah, we are delighted to invite you and your distinguished members to visit us in China for you to witness and benchmark our state-of-art linear accelerator machines designed and manufactured in China in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya. Meaning there was prior discussions, on our Speaker, between the company and the governor of Meru, not anybody else, not the private governor or Kawira Mwangaza. It's in reference to our planned cancer treatment center in Meru, Kenya. That alone, Governor, Honorable Speaker, ties the governor, the official governor, to this trip to China, which means, Honorable Speaker, that the governor favored our relatives to go to China in where they sacrificed maybe people who have medical knowledge. And Honorable Speaker, like I said earlier, this is highly regrettable because Meru is a high incidence cancer county. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, these are already proved, and I'm sure even the councils will advise the governor, maybe otherwise, because this one, if we take it to the Senate, I'm sure it will hold ground. And Honorable Speaker, one Governor Kawira Mwangaza's impeachment will go through. Honorable Speaker, maybe as I wind up, the Okolea activity, Honorable Speaker, Council Mutuma sent, Council Dunstan sent it's a church event. We have no problem with that, Honorable Speaker. But in my motion, I am noting that they were warned in the Senate that they shouldn't conflict private charity and government official operations, Honorable Speaker. That is why in my evidence, I've given and I've shown how government vehicles were used in Okolea function. I've also indicated how county government employees were involved in running Okolea activities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are losing county resources. This is a embezzlement of county funds because these are employees paid by public money. These are vehicles purchased and fueled by taxpayers' money, and they are being used in the Okolea activity, which is dubbed a private church event, Honorable Speaker. If it was a church event, what were government vehicles doing there? What were government employees doing there? Because they have been charged in the Maua law courts that they were available, they were there during the fracas that came out, or the fracas that arose from that function, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today, in the era that we are living, we can't wish away social media, Honorable Speaker. It's true, some, like they indicated, some people have created parody accounts and others. But the information that we have sourced for, Honorable Speaker, is from one's Honorable Kawira Mwangaza Facebook page that is even verified, that has been used to pass even official government information. Therefore, we can't just take it lightly that the governor communicates through a Facebook page that have named this road after my husband, Murega Baichu, and the same thing, at the same time, even Murega Baichu's page, for official Facebook page, responds and says that I have accepted that the road should be named after me, and if I get money, I'll tarmac that road. Honorable Speaker, we can't just wish away that post, because we have seen that we get information from other leaders' official Facebook page. Even the president of this country runs an official Facebook page that is verified. State House runs an official Facebook page that is verified. And we all go there to seek official information of what is transpiring in the government, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, to tell us it was a social media post is unfounded, Honorable Speaker, and that count should hold. Honorable Speaker, also I've heard them indicate that traffic marshals is also a creation of social media, but we played a video here showing the governor herself launching and commissioning the traffic marshals. And she even gave them roles, Honorable Speaker. Of course, we agree it is a noble task, like Dunstan noted, but even if it is a noble task, Honorable Speaker, you don't break the law because these people are being paid using taxpayers' money. Therefore, the allegation that is, or the counterclaim that it is on a social media issue is unfounded, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in my motion, there is no way I have addressed firing of the county secretary like one Council Mutume indicated. And Honorable Speaker,
Honorable in the majority, you have 10 minutes. Please,
I'm winding up, Honorable Speaker. Council Dunstan talked of punishment that the Assembly should give to anyone who breaks the law. And he indicated that maybe while he was in the Senate, someone was fined to a tune of 500,000 because they didn't attend committee summons. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell him it is the prerogative of the Assembly to determine the punishment that they are going to vet out, to give out to the one who breaks the law. And this Assembly has decided, as a result of one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza failing to honor the county assembly summons, as a result, because she is the one who has shown the other officers an example. We have an invited CCM financier, she didn't come. Chief of Staff, she didn't come. County Secretary, she didn't come. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, so that we can teach these people a lesson that the Assembly has got powers to summon anyone, to give evidence, to give information that they have pertaining matters to do with the county, then this Assembly has decided to vet out or to give out the highest form of punishment to the highest office holder in the county, who is Governor Kawira Mwangaza, through impeachment. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, they have also talked about the public participation. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say there is no stipulated threshold of public participation. It only needs to be meaningful so that we can say we held a public participation, Honorable Speaker, either held at the village level, either held at the county level, either held at the ward level. It only needs to be meaningful, Honorable Speaker. And this is not the first public participation that we are holding, Honorable Speaker. We have seen even the executive arm of the government itself holding public participation for budget. We have seen them hold public participation for CIDP. We have seen them hold so many public participation. We have also seen from the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, unless they tell us that even the National Assembly, whenever they want to conduct public participation, they must visit every constituency. That has not ever happened. They just appoint where members of the public should congregate and give their opinions, and that is the same thing that the Assembly did. And in fact, we tried our best to take it to the lowest level, where where all members of the public in that constituency can get to that place and give their opinion, Honorable Speaker. Furthermore, we gave out a notice of 7 days. After I gave the notice of motion here, it was advertised in all media, in print media, in radios, that members are allowed to submit written memoranda to the assembly through an email or through the office of the clerk, and that was done, Honorable Speaker. So I would want to say that the public participation that we held was sufficient. The report has been tabled here, and we'll attach the report to this motion as it proceeds to Senate, so that even the councils for the governor can be able to interrogate it and see that the majority of Meru County residents saying that Governor Kawira Mwangaza should be impeached. Honorable Speaker, in those few remarks, as my colleague is saying, I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, we must undertake this impeachment of the governor with the liturgical preference and utmost urgency, because as the legitimate representatives of the people, we will achieve a great patriotic feat by returning Meru to normalcy and the path of rationality and authentic leadership, Honorable Speaker. With those few remarks, I had my contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority. And before we continue, Honorable members, please allow me to recognize the following councils who are with us and who have been with us the whole day: Karen, Kamende, Ashabamak, Baptista, Wirigi, Marius Maranya, Kiaora Mugambi, and of course, Wenda Kenywa, Elias Mutuma, and our big brother council, Dunstan Omari. And I also believe that you will not leave before we conclude the issue that is with us. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 54.2, I now pose the question, which is: 1. Whereas Articles 10 and 73 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the Leadership and Integrity Act, Sections 9, 10, and 12 of the Public Officers Ethics Act 2003, the Public Officer Ethics Act established, among others, the rule of law, democracy, human dignity, courtesy, respect, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, integrity, professionalism, non-discrimination, protection of the marginalized, good governance, transparency, and accountability as part of the national values and principles of governance. 2. Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution require state officers at all times, whether in the public or private life, to behave in a manner that, among other things, 1, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office that a state officer owns. 2, ensures decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, or other improper motives. 3, demonstrates discipline and commitment in service to the people. And 4, avoids demeaning the office that a state officer owns. 3, Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution and Section 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012, the County Government Act provide for the values and principles of public service and establish an elaborate regulatory framework for the establishment of county public offices and the recruitment and employment, deployment, transfer, and dismissal of county public officers. 4, Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and the Standing Order number 65 of the Standing Orders of the County Assembly provide for the impeachment of county governors for 1, gross violation of the Constitution, 2, gross violation of any other law, and 3, abuse of office, and 4, gross misconduct. 5, the governor has, despite a previous impeachment process and warnings from the Senate, persisted in discreditable acts, the discreditable acts that secretly and collectively amount to 1, gross violation of the Constitution, 2, gross violation of various national and county laws. 3, gross abuse of office, and 4, gross misconduct. 6, the indisputable acts have exposed the office of the governor, the office of the deputy governor, the assembly and its leadership, and the people of Meru County, the county, to national shame, scandal, embarrassment, ridicule, and disgrace. 7, the indisputable acts have created a toxic environment in which the governor cannot be legitimately expected or relied upon to work harmoniously with the deputy governor, county government staff, MCAs, and other elected leaders. 8, the governors continue to stay in office as persistently undermine effective and efficient service delivery and gravely hurt the interests of the people of the county. 9, the assembly resolves to impeach the governor and at 181 of the constitution, section 3 of the County Government Act and the standing orders 65 of the standing orders of the assembly on the following grounds. Count 1, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. 10, the governors has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10, 73, 201, 226, 226.5, 227, and 232 of the Constitution, Section 8, 12, 13, 1, 16, 17, and 35 of Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, the Integrity Act, Section 55 and 66 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, the Procurement Act, and Section 45(2) and 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the Anti-Corruption Act by engagement, connivance, or complicity in the following. A, the embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya Guantai and Miriam Guantai, brother Ken Guantai, Murangeri, brother-in-law Nefat Kenywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Murangeri, all of whom are from now on correctly referred to as the governor's relatives. B, the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payments for various supplies by the governor relatives, yet they, i.e. the governor's relatives, are ineligible to tender for supplying goods or services to the county government. C, paying full salary and benefits for more than a year to Dr. Ntoiti, CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, CEO of the Meru Microfinance, and Joseph Kidore Mberia, CEO Mewas, well knowing that those officers were not rendering any services to the county. And D, the diversion and misuse of county resources, including funds and motor vehicles, to run the governor's private charity DAP of Korea, despite a previous promise to the Senate in previous impeachment proceedings to refrain from conflicting official county operations and Korea operations. 11, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, stroke complicity in the proceeding and the gross violations of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct, and 3, gross abuse of office to be found in A, accompanied by Durandera Saresh Mutuma to the Ethics and Corruption Commission, the EACC, dated 11th August 2023, and the attachment to it, a copy of which is produced on pages 1 to 29 of the exhibit. B, a letter by the clerk of the Assembly dated 9th October 2023, requesting a certified copy of Meru County infamous records, a copy of which produced on page 30 of the exhibit. C, a letter by the CCM for Finance dated 11th October 2023, declining to furnish a certified copy of Meru County infamous records on frivolous grounds, thus inviting an adverse inference against the governor in relation to the complaints raised by Mutuma Saresho Durandera, a copy of which is produced on pages 31 to 32 of the exhibits. D, passes on Dr. John Toiti, Joseph Kidore Mberia, and Kenneth Kimathi Mbaye, copies of which are produced on pages 33 to 41 of the exhibits. And E, the Maua Chief Magistrate Court miscellaneous criminal application number E085 of 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 42 to 47 of the exhibits. F, charge sheets against Saresh Monene Kanga, Araya Samaritan, and Isaiah Ntoribi Keyoki, employees of the county government, relating to the violence that erupted at the governors of Korea Rari at Makiri, copies of which are produced on pages 48-49 of the exhibits. G. Payslips for Sadesh Munene Kanga, Araya Samaritan, and Isaiah Ntoribi Keyoki, confirming their status as employees of the county, copies of which are produced on pages 50-51 of the exhibit. And H. A video recording of the violence that erupted at the Korea Rally held at Makiri on 16 September 2023, which is saved in the flash disk presented here with, and the transcript of which is produced on pages 52-53 of the exhibits. County 2, nepotism and related unethical practices. 12, the governor has grossly violated, among others, 1, Article 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, Section 12, 17, and 24, the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003. 2, Section 13.1, B, F, 16, and 24 of the Leadership Integrity Act 2012. And 4, Section 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act 2012. The County Government Act, by engagement, connivance or complicity in the following. A, fraudulently misrepresenting the governor's relatives as a technical team for purposes of travel to China to inspect and certify cancer treatment equipment while knowing that the governor's relatives are not medical professionals. B, employing Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, who is a nephew to the governor's husband, as the CEO of Meru Youth Service MYS and acting chief officer of the Department of Finance. C, the designation of Nefat Kenya, who is the governor's brother-in-law, as the director of external linkages without transparent and competitive recruitment. And D, assigning diplomatic duties, namely engagement with foreign diplomats and dignitaries to our unqualified sisters, i.e. Miriam Wantai, PA, and Rose Wantai, the bodyguard. 13, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and also complicity in the proceeding. 1, gross violation of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct. And 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, a letter by the EACC to the governor dated 19th October 2022 relating to nepotism, cronyism, and other unethical acts, a copy of which is produced on page 54 to 56 of the exhibit. B, the governor's response to the letter alluded to in the sub-paragraph A and above, confirming the employment status of the governor's close relative, a copy of which is produced on pages 57 to 59 of the exhibit. C, letters in English and Chinese by Beijing League Tech Company, Limited, dated 20 April 2023, inviting the governor to China to benchmark cancer treatment equipment for installation at a cancer treatment center in Meru, copies of which are produced on pages 60 to 67 of the exhibit. D, a letter from the county government to the State Department for Devolution dated 26 March 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 68-75 of the exhibit. E, an internal memo by Kusa Asel to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Devolution dated 5th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 76 to 85 of the exhibit. F, a letter from the State Department for Devolution to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs dated 5th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 86 of the exhibit. G, videos of the governor's relatives trip to China, which are produced in the first list presented herewith. H, a letter dated 6th June 2023 describing Nefat Kenya as the director of external linkages, a copy of which is produced on page 87 of the exhibit. I, a short list and interview schedule for various posts in the office of the governor, dated 6 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 88 to 91 of the exhibit. J, an internal memo dated 29 August 2023, appointing Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, the CEO of Meru Youth Service, as the acting chief officer for Finance, a copy of which is produced on pages 92 to 93 of the exhibit. And K, screen grabs of the governor's official Facebook page on 23rd May 2023, copies of which are produced on pages 94 to 100 of the exhibits. County 3, bullying, verification, and demeaning other readers. 14, the governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 1, Articles 10, 19, 2, 28, 73, 75, and 179 of the Constitution. 2, Sections 9B, 19, and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership Integrity Act, and 4, Section 32 and 3C and D of the County Government Act by engagement, connivance, and or through complicity in, among others, the following. A, exclusion of the deputy governor from county executive committee meetings and other official functions. B, bullying, undermining, and posting, insulting, and demeaning messages about the deputy governor in our subgroup styled that government 012, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the deputy governor. C, encouraging and condoning insubordination and the making of insulting and demeaning public utterances by subordinate staff against the deputy governor and other elected leaders. D, bullying, undermining, and posting insulting and demeaning messages about the deputy governor in our subgroup styled county admin services, whose membership includes several officers who are subordinate to the deputy governor. E, encouraging and condoning the removal of the deputy governor by junior officers from official county or sub-communication forums. F, arbitrary suspension, dismissal, withdrawal, and frustration of the staff of the office of the deputy governor. G, illegally, irregularly, and fraudulently holding the deputy governor's staff out of office by purporting to accept their non-existent designations. H, arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation for legitimate operations of the office of the deputy governor. I, threatening to inflict bodily harm against the deputy governor orally and in WhatsApp chats. J, forceful breaking, entry, and ransacking of the deputy governor's office. K, changing the locks to the deputy governor's office. I, arbitrary location of the deputy governor's office. M, arbitrary withdrawal of the security from the deputy governor's residences. And N, persistently making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders, despite the same issue featuring prominently in the previous impeachment proceedings. Or making insightful, insulting, and demeaning remarks against other leaders by falsely accusing them of catholicism at a presidential Thanksgiving service held in Lare, despite this issue arising in previous impeachment proceedings. And P, encouraging, conveying, and condoning her husband's insulting and demeaning public utterances and musical performances against other elected leaders, despite this issue featuring in previous impeachment proceedings. 15, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the proceeding. 1, gross violations of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct. And 3, gross abuse of office to be found in A, the answer of the meeting of the Sector Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion held on 29 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 101 to 124 of the exhibits. B, screen grabs from the WhatsApp groups styled Free Government 012 and counter admin services, copies of which are produced on pages 125 to 194 of the exhibit. C, correspondence relating to the appointment of Patrick Nkonga as the personal assistant to the deputy governor, a copy of which is produced on pages 195 to 198 of the exhibit. D, a letter by the governor chief of staff dated 22 May 2023, purporting to accept an non-existent designation of Patrick Nkonga, a copy of which is produced on pages 199 of the exhibit. The purported designation of Patrick Nkonga on 18th May 2023 is a publication of the governor's chief of staff. E, A claim by Patrick Nkonga for withheld salary dated 25th August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 200 to 201 of the exhibit. F. The appointment letter for Kambudo Kogi Kamati as the chief driver to the deputy governor dated 30th August 2022, a copy of which is produced on pages 202 to 203 of the exhibit. G. A letter by the governor's chief of staff dated 19th May 2023, purporting to accept an existent resignation from Kambudo Kogi Kamati, a copy of which is produced on page 204 of the exhibit. H. A demand written by Kambudo Kogi Kamati advocates for withheld salary dated 13th June 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 205 to 211 of the exhibit. I. A letter by the Deputy Governor's personal assistant, the Chief Officer Public Administration, dated 14 July 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 212 of the exhibit. J. Correspondence dated 11 August 2023 to 11 September 2023 relating the repairs, services, and fuel for the Deputy Governor's official motor vehicles, copies of which are produced on pages 213 to 219 of the exhibit. K. An internal memo by the Deputy Governor, personal assistant to the Chief Officer in Finance dated 20 August 2023, requesting facilitation to attend a Meru leaders meeting at the Nakuru State Launch, a copy of which is produced on pages 220 to 225 of the exhibit. I. An internal memo by the Deputy Governor to the County Secretary relating to CEC's meetings dated 23 August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 226 of the exhibit. M. Correspondence between the Governor, Chief of Staff, the Deputy Governor, and the County Secretary dated 30 August 2023 to 12 September 2023 relating to the relocation of the Deputy Governor's office, copies of which are produced on pages 227 to 229 of the exhibit. N. A letter by the Deputy Governor to the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly relating to office facilitation dated 30 August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 230 of the exhibit. O. A letter by the Deputy Governor to the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly relating to exclusion from CEC meetings dated 30 August 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 231 of the exhibit. P. A letter by the Deputy Governor, the Secretary of the County Public Service Board relating to the staffing of the Deputy Governor's office dated 30 August 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 232 of the exhibit. Q. A letter by the Deputy Governor to the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya relating to reconciliation dated 1 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 233 of the exhibit. HAL. A letter by the Deputy Governor to the Clerk of the Senate relating to an invitation to CEC meetings and office facilitation dated 1 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 234 of the exhibit. S. A letter by the Deputy Governor to the Chairperson of the Council of Governors and the Chairperson of the Deputy Governors Caucus relating to reconciliation dated 1 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 235 of the exhibit. T. An internal memo by the Deputy Governor to the County Secretary dated 11 September 2023, a copy of which is produced on page 236 of the exhibit. U. Receipts evidencing the Deputy Governor's expense on official motor vehicles after denial of facilitation, copies of which are produced on pages 237 to 42 of the exhibit. V. Correspondence relating to invitation of the CCM for finance to appear before the Assembly to shed light on complaints by the Deputy Governor, a copy of which is produced on page 243 to 248 of the exhibit. W. Police on B numbers relating to breaking in the Deputy Governor's office and forgery for his driver's resignation letter, copies of which are produced on page 249 of the exhibit. And Hex, a video recording of the governors accusing other leaders of cartelism at a presidential Thanksgiving service held in Dare, which is saved in the first disc presented herewith, and a transcript of which is produced on page 250 of the exhibit. Why? Video recording of an insulting, demeaning, and insightful musical performance by the governor and husband at Kyotene, which is saved in the first disc presented herewith, the transcript of which is produced on pages 251 to 252 of the exhibits. Then, video recording of the governor chief of staff making highly vulgar, insulting, demeaning, and insightful remarks against the deputy governor of Aita TV owned by the governor through relatives and proxies, which is saved in the first disc presented herewith, and the transcript of which is produced on page 447 of the exhibit. And lastly, video recording of the governor dishing MCAs and other elected leaders at a public rally and boasting of how she easily won previous impeachment proceedings, a copy of which is saved in the first disc presented herewith. Count 4, illegal appointment and usurpation of statutory powers. 16, the governor has grossly violated, among others, 1 Articles 10, 41, 201, 235, and 236 of the Constitution. 2, Section 17 of Public Officer Ethics Act. 3, Section 45, 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Government Act. 4, Section 4, the Public Appointment County Assemblies Approval Act 2017. 5, Section 34(3) of the Public Service Commission Act 2017. 6, Section 9(2) of the Meru County Revenue Board Act 2014. 7, Section 4(2) of the Meru County Aquatic Control Board. 8, Section 11(2) of the Meru County Microfinance Corporation Act. And 9, Section 8(2) of the Meru County Water Services and Sanitation Act 2014 by engagement and connivance or complicity in, among others, the following. A, appointing Kennedy Mweti Riongo as a chief officer without county assembly approval. And B, sending to it CEO of the County Revenue Board, former CEO of the Recon Board, Kenneth Kimadi Mbaye, Managing Director of the Meru Microfinance Corporation, and Joseph Kidore, various CEO Mewas, on indefinite compulsory leave with full salary and the benefit in the instruction of the powers of the appointment authorities under the relevant Meru County laws. C, deploying the other persons in breach of a court order to perform the functions of the persons alluded to in subglab C above. D, appointing and qualified persons said in Mutuma Murangiri, Kennedy Mweti Riongo, and Gitobu Kanata as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendation of the County Public Service Board. E, disregarding the criteria for the establishment of offices within the county public service by recruiting traffic marshals without the involvement of the County Public Service Board. F, usurping the powers of the County Public Service Board by creating offices of the traffic marshals, which is the sole reserve of the County Public Service Board. G, employing a broadened workforce, more than 100 personal staff in the office of the governor. H, irregularly designating and paying various cleaners as senior support staff while having 16 support staff. I, appointing the foreign persons to hold county offices in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. 1, Monica Kawira, Chief Officer Youth. 2, Kome Muduri, Director Health Services. 3, Francis Mwangaza, CEO, County Revenue Board. And 4, Cyrus Babu Muguna, CEO, Recon Board. 17, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the preceding. 1, gross violations of the Constitution and the law. 2, gross misconduct. And 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, documents relating to the staffing needs of the Office of Governor, advert and shortlisting of chief officers, copies of which are produced on pages 253 to 294 of the exhibits. B, an internal memo by the County Secretary dated 23rd August 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 295 to 296 of the exhibits. C, summons issued by the Assembly Sector Committee on Labor, Public Service and Social Welfare on 26 September 2023, copies of which are produced on pages 297 to 310 of the exhibits. D, response by the County Secretary communicating the decision of the Governor, the Chief of Staff, County Secretary, CCM Finance, and the Fleet Manager not to appear before the Sector Committee of the Assembly, thus inviting an adverse interference against the Governor, a copy of which is produced on pages 311 to 312 of the exhibit. E, the answer of the meeting of the Sector Committee on Labor, Public Service and Social Welfare held on 5th October 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 313 to 323 of the exhibits. F, the County Public Service Human Resources Manual 2013 and the Public Service Commission Human Rights. I will repeat F, the County Public Service Human Resources Manual 2013 and the Public Service Commission Human Resources Manual 2016, relevant extract of which are produced on pages 324 to 334 of the exhibits. And G, internal memo dated 22nd December 2022 by the County Public Service Board to Chief Officers through the County Secretary, advising on transfers, appointment, and establishment of offices within the County Public Service, a copy of which is produced on pages 335 of the exhibit. H, letters sending various officers on compulsory leave, copies of which are produced on pages 336 to 342 of the exhibit. I, circular guidelines from the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Transition Authority, and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission on the staffing of the Office of the Governor, copies of which are produced on pages 343 to 353 of the exhibits. J, correspondence relating to the broadened workforce in the Governor's office, copies of which are produced on pages 354 to 362 of the exhibits. K, payslips relating to some of the broadened workforce in the office of the Governor, copies of which are produced on pages 363 to 382 of the exhibit. L, correspondences between the Assembly and the County Public Service Board on the appointment of chief officers and the employment of various staff within the office of the Governor, copies of which are produced on pages 383 to 408 of the exhibit. M, screen grabs from the Governor's official Facebook page relating to the appointment of traffic marshals, copies of which are produced on pages 409 to 412 of the exhibit, and hen, a video recording of the Governor flagging up traffic marshals saved in the first disc presented herewith, and a transcript of which is produced on pages 413 to 414 of the exhibit. Count 5, contempt of court. The Governor has grossly violated, among others, 1, Article 10 and 73 of the Constitution, 2, Section 7 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by engagement, and 3, Section 10 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, and by connivance so complicity in contumacious, stubborn refusal to obey law of court orders, evidence of the Governor's engagement, connivance so complicity in this gross violation of the Constitution and the law. Gross misconduct and the gross abuse of office is to be found in A, video recording saved in the first disc presented herewith, and a transcript of which is produced on page 415 of the exhibit. B, an order issued by the Employment and Labor Relations Court on 7th October 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 416 to 417 of the exhibit. C, a ruling delivered by the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Meru on 29 September 2023, finding the Governor and the other persons guilty of contempt, a copy of which is produced on pages 418 to 439 of the exhibit. And the D, an order extracted from the ruling, addendum 2 in the preceding subparagraph, a copy of which is produced on pages 440 to 441 of the exhibit. County 6, illegally naming a public road against County 6, illegally naming a public road after husband. 19, the governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10 and 73 of the Constitution, 2, Section 7 and 11(1)(c) of the Meru County Owners and Awards Act 2018 by naming a public road after husband without following the applicable statutory procedures. 20, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the foresaid gross violation of the Constitution and the law, gross misconduct, and 3, gross abuse of office is to be found in A, a screened up from the governor's official Facebook page, a copy of which is produced on page 442 of the exhibit, and B, a screened up from the governor's husband official Facebook page, a copy of which is produced on page 443 of the exhibit. Count 7, a contempt of the assembly. 21. The governor has grossly violated, among others, Articles 10, 174(1), 185(3), and 195 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the County Government Act 2012, and 3, Section 18, 22, and 27 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017 by engagement, connivance, so complicity in the following. A, refusing to honor off summons to appear before the Assembly's Sectoral Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion to answer questions on the matters raised in the preceding part of this impeachment motion. B, directing our Chief of Staff and accomplice and Dake in Morphians to write a contemptuous letter to the Assembly in response to off summons to appear before the Assembly's Sectoral Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Cohesion. And C, in the refusal by the CCM Finance and Council Secretary to furnish document to the Assembly on the frivolous grounds that 1, an incoherent audit process was underway, and 2, the matters raised by the Assembly were subjudice, the latter frivolous ground being also deciduous and contravened when viewed against the fact that the governor has already been convicted of contempt of court. 22, evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, so complicity in the aforesaid gross violation of the Constitution and the law is to be found in a letter by the governor's Chief of Staff dated 11 October 2023, a copy of which is produced on pages 444 to 445 of the exhibit. Honourable members, this being a question that has ratioed over a vote by 2/3 of the members, that is 69 honourable members of this House, voting will be done through a roll call voting, which honourable members will be called in alphabetic order. And when the so-called a member will declare from where he or she sits that either I vote yes, I vote aye, or I vote nay, or I abstain. Honourable members, I'll repeat this one, either I vote aye, or I vote nay, or I abstain. I now therefore call upon the sergeant at arms to ring the division bell for a period not exceeding 10 minutes.
Honorable members, please note there's nobody who going to be around to move out when the bell is being rung. Please remain seated. Yes, the two whips, that is Honorable Jim Mochoi and the MK, are the only ones who have the privileges to move out and whip the members. The other members will remain seated. Order, members, please resume your seats. Order, members. Honor members, we will now commence the voting. Please, clerk, take the vote. And as we vote, honor members, if you are supporting, you can say yes. If you are not supporting, you can say no, or you can abstain. So you can vote yes, you can vote no, you can abstain, whichever one that you like. Yes, clerk.
Honorable Agnes Karemi Gwantai.
I vote yes.
Honorable Ali Mwenda Murongi.
On behalf of residents of Jiawand and myself, I vote yes.
Honorable Aurelio Murangeri Kiramana.
I, Aurelio Murangeri Kiramana, vote yes.
Honorable Benson Mwenda Kirenya.
I, Honorable Kirenya Mwenda, and for the interests of the great youth of Meru, I vote yes.
Honorable Caleb Muteja Kibuko.
I vote yes.
Honorable Catherine Kamadhi Jeremiah.
I vote yes.
Honorable Daniel Mokoronia Mekwa.
I vote yes.
Honorable Dennis Kiogora DMK.
I vote yes.
Honorable Doris Gaki Nkonge.
I vote yes.
Honorable Douglas Motea.
For the interest of Meru people, I vote yes.
Honorable Duncan Kangwana Mireti.
To save the Meru people, and we vote yes.
Honorable Edith McKenna Mugaine. Honorable Elijah Peter Kemadi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Evans Mawera Karia.
I vote yes.
Honorable Faith Kananu Kome. Honorable Felix Kidenji Murigi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Frederick Mburugo Kuchiana.
I, Frederick Burugo, for the interest of the great people of Antamboi, I vote yes.
Honorable Frederick Mubichi Krema.
I vote yes.
Honorable Frinda Naito Getobu. Honorable Gacheri Mudoni Muthuri.
I vote yes.
Honorable Godwin Mutembe Mbioki.
For the interest of this great county, I vote yes.
Honorable Grace Kambura Thuranera.
For the interest and to avoid the same numero, I vote yes.
Honorable Henry Thuranera.
Okay, for the interest of the people who are Mwadi Ward and the greater people of Meru, and to do away with the same in Meru County, I vote yes.
Honorable Irene McKenna.
I vote yes.
Honorable Jacob Mwirigi Muthuri.
I vote yes.
Honorable James Mugambi Mungathia.
I vote yes.
Honorable Jane Rose Gutamati.
I vote yes.
Honorable Jennifer McKenna Morogocho.
I vote yes.
Honorable Jim Muchoi Domiano. Dionisio, sorry.
In solidarity with cancer victims in this county and on behalf of great people of Adwana, I vote yes.
Honorable John Kithenji Edaiba.
I vote yes.
Honorable John Moguna Thuranera. Honorable Joseph Mauren Konya.
For the interest of people of Antubetwe and Meru at large, I vote yes.
Honorable Joseph Mwenda Ithiri.
For the interest of Meru people, I vote yes.
Honorable Joseph Njoke Mugambi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Josephat Bario Ntomoithia.
I vote yes.
Honorable Josephat Mugambi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Julius Kawira Ambao.
I vote yes.
Honorable Julius Mereti.
For the good of the people of Mekidori and Meru County, I vote yes.
Honorable Kawira Dorsen.
I vote big yes.
Honorable Karemi Kirengo.
I, Karemi Kilingo, I do vote yes.
Honorable Ken Mugambi Naibaye Igweta.
Napiga ndio.
Honorable Ken.
Please, Ken Ibaye, it is a yes, no, or abstain. Please.
I vote yes.
Okay, Honorable Kenneth Mainge Mutweri. Honorable Kiunga Joshua Methiaru. Honorable Lucy McKenna Jackson.
I vote yes.
Honorable Martin Kimathi Muriungi.
On behalf of Timor people and governor comes from, I vote yes.
Honorable Martin Kome Itonga.
Oh, yes.
Honorable Morris Tarangwe Itumito.
Modest Ntarangwe and Akrangondo people, we vote yes.
Honorable Nere Mokami. Honorable Nicholas Kenya Josephat. Honorable Patrick Kadorima Tururu.
For people of Ntima West, I vote yes.
Honorable Patrick Muthuri Murethi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Patrick Motuma.
I vote yes.
Honorable Patrick Mwirigi Murioki.
For the sake of the great people of Tunene want, I vote yes.
Honorable Paul Damiano Muchoi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Ruby Tonya Nazareth.
I vote yes.
Honorable Ruth Kananu Rimungi. Honorable Salome Kirito Mutwa.
For purpose of good leadership and good governance, I vote yes.
Honorable Sarah Gaki Kaberia.
I vote yes.
Honorable Secondina Kanini Bundi.
I vote yes.
Honorable Silas Mithika Tomucheke.
Oh, I vote yes.
Honorable Simon Kiambi Ngaroni. Honorable Sophia Kajuju Meme.
I vote yes.
Honorable Stephen Gakure Nchebere.
I vote a big yes.
Honorable Stephen Kaire Bijewe.
Okay, I'm Stephen Bijiwe Kairi, and I've heard the voice of the people of Kangeta, and I vote yes.
Honorable Harun Guantai Duranera.
Through the powers vested in me by the people of Abogeta East, I vote yes.
Honorable Timothy Mutwiri Joshua.
I vote yes.
Honorable Titus Muredi Mutira.
On behalf of my own conscience and the people whom I represent, I vote yes.
Honorable Zipora Gaki Manyara.
Vote yes.
And Honorable Zipora Kenya.
For the sake of good governance in Meru County, I vote yes.
Honorable members, for more records, every member present has voted, but however, I still avail the opportunity for any member present who has not been called or who has not voted. Please, there is one. Please, Aratas. Honorable members, it now appears to me that all members who are present and who wish to vote have done so. Therefore, I now direct that the clerk reads out the result of the vote. Clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, in the House, we have 59 members, and 59 have voted aye, nay, 0, and abstentions, 0. So all the members have voted aye, 59.
Honorable members, it's now my pleasure to announce, and this juncture, Honorable members, the ayes have it, and the motion is passed. And the governor stands impeached by the county as the honorable members, and the governor stands impeached by the county assembly of Meru. Thank you. Clerk, can we take the next order?
Order number 9, adjournment.
Honorable members, the House stand adjourned up to Tuesday, that the 1st October 2023 at 10 a.m. I thank you all.